A large portal to the demon dimension rose in the sky, and everyone in the United Raid was preparing for the event for which they had gathered. They loudly told everyone in the raid to check their team supplies and positions before starting. It was the first time they had seen so many people at a battle, but there was a Flying Tiger clan that had no losses, and the boy wanted to join them. But my friend noted that with this level, you can't get into the clan on the backside. There was another guy, Sokanrim, who heard their conversation and was from this clan. He noted that the clan chooses not only by level, but also by gift, because 5 years ago, after Awakening, people were given a gift based on the fate of the place of time. They pointed a finger at his shoulder and said that fate was nonsense and an invention. Another battle participant came up to Sokanrim to say hello and noticed that they were in the same clan. I also shared with him that it was his first time participating, and he was nervous and excited to fight alongside the clan member. But I was surprised by why he was talking to him, possibly because he was new and didn't know him. The newcomer was distracted by a company that came up and called him over. When he approached, he was immediately warned that it was Sokanrim, and he was terrified. The guy repeated Sokanrim more than once. God, what a horror he even has. My face changed dramatically from thinking that I had met his eyes and was still talking to him. But Sokanrim was not surprised. He was used to the fact that there were various rumors about him, that he had killed his brothers and stolen their powers. Most of the people in his group came back wounded, and they saw his fate as death. And when they got into his team, they were unlucky, so they gossiped about it. All these rumors came from a force called the hijacking of fate, an evil force that made it possible to accept the fate of a person who had passed away, and it turned out that because of the unfortunate fate, the stories about the partners also seemed true. So fate is divided into 5 types, and the highest is godlike. Below the godlike rank is the rank of dragon, followed by the rank of demon. Demons, in turn, are divided into first class, second class, and third class demons. Even lower is the human rank, and at the very bottom is the rank of Sokanrim, the third class insectoid. And the insectoid class meant that he was a representative of an intelligent race that either descended from insects or were insects. In other words, it was a difficult task for him to destroy the second awakened one, and his ability has requirements for use. Sokanrim could not do this to his comrades, and certainly could not steal their fate. Suddenly he felt very sad about the events of the past, so he put his nose to the ground. When he opened his eyes, a white-haired girl with golden eyes sat in front of him and asked him why he was sitting there. Heron, the girl's name, smiled and asked if she would go to the party after the battle. The girl was accompanied by her boyfriend, Jang Tae-hyun, who also wanted to see him at the party because he missed it last time. Why did he answer that he was lazy and what's the point? Everyone will look at him like garbage anyway. Haran skipped a school trip for the party and couldn't understand why Sokanrim was so concerned about those losers who were afraid of even his name. But he calmly changed the subject and asked if they knew that he was a decade older than them. But the girl did not miss a beat and immediately poked her nose in the fact that she was stronger. Jang Tae-hyun picked up on his friend's insistence and said that he had to go to the party and that they would teach anyone a lesson for it. Their conversation was interrupted by their mentor, Kang Do-hyun, who called the two to him. Understanding that they wanted to talk, I emphasized that the battle would soon begin and they needed to go to their position. The two men emphasized in a threatening voice and promised him to come to the party. The friends parted, wishing each other good luck and to see each other after the task. Kang Do-hyun wished Sokanrim well and was told that his task was to cover the rear. Still wanting to protect himself, the man turned around and went to his group. How he would like to take part in battles with him, the boy thought. His thoughts were interrupted by a gramophone announcing that the task of destroying the demons was about to begin and that everyone should be ready. People stood and felt the thirst for battle looking at the portal, which in turn shone with a blue lightning glow. Sokanrim's main task was to cover the rear and ensure that nothing threatened the clan, even himself. Various terrifying demons rushed into battle with great speed. The battle began, and the Tiger Clan fearlessly took on the first round of monsters. The variety of demons was strikingly different and very evil, but Kang Do-hyun skillfully dealt with them because his students were always at his side. Chan Tae-hyun, who scattered them right and left with his skillful abilities, and the lovely and skillful Haran, who cannot but impress with her skills. They announced that the demon Sogvis had appeared, and everyone was ready to defeat him. The vanguard was ordered to ignore the low-level demons and hold its ground. A large number of small and nasty demons that looked like devils approached the rear. They were short with glowing red cat eyes, claws, and horns. The rear troops of Sokanrim began to fight the horde of these monsters. They were agile, and we had to defend and attack in response. Today, there were more of them than usual, and this time they were deeper in the dungeon than usual, so it was difficult to breathe because of the demonic energy. While he was wasting his time talking to himself, Sokanrim did not see one of the devils sneaking up behind him. He delivered a vicious blow to the back with such force that it knocked him down. Therefore, he had to defend himself from the deadly blows of the paws by lying on his back, and many more of those demons were accelerating toward him. At that moment, all I wanted was for someone to come to my aid, and a green bright light illuminated everything as if his requests had been heard. A woman was standing on the large twisted tree trunk, the head of the Flying Tiger clan, Shinsua. Many people were surprised that she helped even groups that were in the rear, so Kanrim was happy for such timely help, and everything went well, so he thanked her. Shinsua smiled and opened her fist to greet him with a sword. Their attention was diverted by the appearance of the boss's main demon, but it was surprising that it was too early for him to appear. A huge demon looking like an elephant with a lion-like mane appeared before them. The beam passed through him like a blade, blinding everything around him. In 1 second, a huge body fell without moving, as if no one had been standing. His body, which fell to the ground with a roar, raised dust and wind that swept the people around him, and all that was left of him was a lifeless body and a large pool of blood on the ground. The silhouette of a man with long hair and a sword in his hands was visible. It was the woman who loudly shouted to the confused crowd when she appeared where So Kanrim was hiding. But everyone stood there and looked at her as if in a daze, not knowing who she was. As soon as the shock wore off, the crowd started asking who this person was and what was going on. But Seo Kangrim hasn't yet recovered from what he saw, namely how she destroyed the boss, and most importantly, why she was looking for him. The woman raised her sword toward the crowd and let out a heavy breath, saying, "Okay." And with one sharp movement of her sharp sword, she effortlessly sent a couple of people to the next world to show her intentions in action. They didn't even realize they were so fast. They just fell to the ground with weapons in their hands. Seo Kanrim's eyes were filled with fear at what she saw, and the main question of why she did it. The dangerous lady said that she would kill everyone if no one gave up, so Kanrim, and she knew for sure that he was among them. I had the idea to look through her window of destiny to find out who she was and what she was. This was Baek Yoon of the first class of Godlike. Her fate was protected, so it was impossible to read what her abilities were. So Kanrim was very surprised by this. He had never seen a first-class godlike person before. Perhaps I should go down to her and ask her what she needs to think about, and just have to step in. As if through the power of the tree, Shinsua asked him to stop and not to leave yet. If the head of the clan used the technique of distant whispering, he really should have stayed behind, and she wrapped him up even more with branches. Shinsua asked her why she had come and what she wanted from them, but she was only interested in Seo Kangrim, and she was not interested in the others, so she asked him to give him to her. Then she said that he was in her clan, and she was the head of the clan, so she could talk to her. Baek Yoon was not satisfied with this answer, and after saying, "Okay," she continued to destroy. He said he would put everyone down, but he would find So Kanrim at any cost. The head of the clan could not stand aside. She hadn't stopped this atrocity. So Kanrim could not stand by and tried to cut a path through the branches. We had to get out quickly before it was too late. Chopping down one trunk after another, he begged Shinsua to let him in. Many panicked and fled as fast as they could, just to stay alive while they still had a chance. Until then, there was a fierce battle between the head of the clan and the godlike one. Baek Yoon repeated to her that as soon as she turned in Seo Kangrim, she would disappear and no one else would be hurt. But Shinsua refused because she was ready to stand up for every member of the Flying Tiger clan. A sharp, strong, and lightning-like blow of a godlike force that could not be foreseen. He hit the target, knocking the clan leader to the ground, and now nothing else prevented him from destroying everyone else. Her injuries were very severe, and she could hardly move, so she gritted her teeth and endured the pain. Kang Do-hen's appearance with his team saved us from death as they came to the rescue just in time. Baek Yoon's gaze turned to them, and her eyes showed that no one would interrupt her. First, I talked to Yu Haran, who in turn did not even have time to understand anything. Then she switched with lightning speed and attacked Kang Do-hen with her sword, who had no chance of stopping such an unseen godlike force. The last person left was Jang Tae-hyun, who tried to attack her by surprise. But she stopped his punch so easily that she could intercept it with one hand. Those who were running away were trapped by the barrier. They had nowhere else to run. Nothing could save them from Baek Yoon now, and no one would come to their cries for help. At this time, So Kanrim continued to cut his way through because he realized that he was the only one she needed, and if he succeeded, she would stop. I was screaming and breaking through the thick trees and wanted to get there as soon as possible to everyone. He almost succeeded. He made every effort in those last strokes, and when he struck with his last strength, he did. He broke through and flew down to the ground, and to make it safer, He put his shoulder to land on it. I looked with horror at where he landed, and he fell into a large pool of blood of his comrade. The fear that Sokanrim saw was evident in his eyes. He couldn't even do anything about the number of people he had killed, and the circle was in complete chaos, with only Baek-yoon standing up. Remorse pierced his soul that he had not tried hard enough, that he was late, and now his friends were gone. And it could have ended on him alone, and no one was hurt today. I shouted out loud why she did it because of the third-level insectoid. Baek-yoon finally saw the man she was looking for without saying a word about why he was there, but she swung her sword at him. But large tree trunks suddenly appeared out of the ground and surrounded her from all sides. It was Shin Sua with her strength who rushed into battle with her last strength to protect Seokanrim. With the words that she should not touch him, the blades crossed so that sparks flew from them. But one of these events could not be understood by the godlike Baek-yoon. That it was possible to prevent such a tragedy by giving her Sokanrim and save a lot of lives. Why did I hear the answer that it is the duty of the clan head to protect everyone? And she looked at her and shouted that she could not understand it. The guy was impressed by what he heard. He had never heard anything like this before, especially in his direction. Shinsua shouted at him that she had broken the barrier and that he should run away as fast as he could. But there were tears in his eyes, and he could not just leave after such words from the chairman. Baek-young stood in front of Seokangrim, looking at him clearly. The end of it, he whispered under his breath, but he didn't understand if she had come for him, why the sacrifice? Poor Shinsua lay on the damp ground, giving her life for him and the clan. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a voice asked me to turn on the ability to steal fate. Without hesitation, Seokangrim activated his power, which came at the right time. The voice warned that it would affect his karma, and that there were a lot of people in the area of action and whose fate he wanted to take away. He spoke to everyone without any hesitation in his voice and used his ability. So Kanrim's ability was to check the fates that could be stolen. But because of the low level of magic, you could get only one fate, but since there were many goals, the fate could be chosen at random. So Kanrim blamed himself and his fate, both before and now, for all the troubles he was causing and at the same time, he began to receive inexplicably good abilities from his comrade. Even Shinsua's ability to use the Shamrock method was passed on for use. And when Baek-yoon said that it was over, at that very moment, the message came that the abilities of 421 destinies had been stolen. The battle began with renewed vigor, and he managed to wound Baek-yoon with an unexpected blow. The eyes full of revenge for her comrades and anger toward her overwhelmed her and made it impossible to move forward. Then he managed to activate the Swordmaster ability, and the fight became easier. Next, the Hawk's Eye and Reflex abilities were activated, and so on. Without stopping, one by one, others were connected. The fight was on equal terms, and so Kanrim fought like he hadn't even imagined before. We just had to wait for the moment when she would open up and make a mistake to strike. But it wasn't that simple. Baek-yoon had the ability to summon ice and was also waiting to strike. She managed to attack with a counter and hit the shoulder, which knocked Sokanrim to the ground. He was lucky in that some of his abilities were automatic and didn't need to be turned on, and some were at the level of instinct. Still, the body and weapons did not allow him to use all his stolen power, and with so many abilities, the enemy was still very strong. Not knowing all the possibilities also did not play into the hands of the skills required by the survey training. There was one ability he knew very well, which he observed and rated as one of the best, and to turn it on, he had to break his leg. Baek-yoon looked at him and convinced him that it was all meaningless and that he was destined to stay here forever. That ice wound triggered Shinsua's ability to use the Shamrock method. Most importantly, Kanrim understood how to use it, which gave him an advantage over the enemy. In her mind, the godlike woman appreciated that the swordsman before her was not so simple as he was quite skillful with magic. I don't think there's enough of that kind of ability to defeat her in this battle. Because of his overconfidence and failure to fully appreciate Sokanrim, he came from behind and was able to inflict life-threatening injuries on her. So she had to and needed to for everything. He held her gaze, convinced of his revenge. And the smile that appeared on his face meant victory over the godlike one. Screaming with my last strength, I destroyed it and fell to the ground after. Although he was badly wounded, he could not take his eyes off her body because he was able to take revenge. The regeneration ability was activated, but he turned it off at the same moment he was in it. There was no point in it. The emotional pain was greater than the physical pain, even though he managed to cope, but it will not bring his comrades back. He sat among them and recalled how a shaman once reminded him that from a young age his fate was full of trials and losses of people and bad luck. His parents passed away in early childhood, and his first such heavy loss came later. comrades from the same clan who accepted him despite knowing about his abilities, and the bad luck that follows him all the time. The joy turned into self-recrimination, because if I had come to her from the very beginning, everyone would have been alive, as she said, and I was thinking about how everything could have been fixed. He came up with a lightning idea. Baekhyun has a regression ability that makes it possible to go back in time without losing his memory. I turned on the ability to steal fate and got myself the ability to regress. But the ability did not allow him to choose where he would return, but returned him to a random place in the past, so he took a chance. He was moved to a spacious room with a large table and large sofa. He did not expect to be thrown back so far into the past. The stupor of these thoughts was interrupted by a knock on the door, and 2 young men entered the room. Hiding a smile under his tablet, he realized that she was standing in front of him. Bright with big green eyes and long red hair, the beautiful Shinsua is a real beauty. The young man who came in with her wanted to know how compatible they were by horoscope. So Kanrim looked at her, she was without an eye patch, and he could not look away. And he couldn't believe he was really back and Shinsua was alive, and her 2 eyes were still there. If so, then we can't let things happen again. Then he gave each of them a piece of paper and asked them to write their names, date of birth, and time of birth for analysis. I remembered that she once told me about a strange guy, so I need to correct the mistake here as well. He asked me to hand back the leaves and drew an analysis of their compatibility on a tablet. The first guy in my horoscope turned out to be a man of solid gold, and the young lady is a hardwood person, so it follows that they are compatible. It's just a terrible relationship. They call it gold cutting wood, but it's easier to say just an axe cutting down a tree. Shinsua smiled and said, well, if this is compatible, then they have no other choice. The guy was not happy with such events and demanded to know where his director was to complain. But Seo Kanrim just smiled and said kindly in the reception area, and then he said to Shinsua that he was leaving. However, her refusal did not satisfy him, and he began to be rude and said that she would never find someone better than him. She said she didn't want to see him anymore and hoped that he could find a way out on his own. Usually in such places, they do not tell the truth, but say what the person wants to hear, and switch to So Kanrim. He was glad that he had done so now and apologized inside himself for not doing it that time. She was curious to hear more about herself and her fate, so she asked me to tell her more. In a second, the room turned bright blue, and you could only hear a voice from above saying that their characteristics would be calculated based on your fate. So Kanrim was expecting this, and just like last time, my head was spinning and my ears were ringing. The frightened Shinsua screamed to get under the table. Even then, she defended it and tried to protect it. On his knees, leaning on his elbows, he asked himself to pull himself together. When it was over, she did not understand what kind of announcement had just been made and what the fate of the characteristics was. Pretending not to have heard, he quickly wanted to leave the office because he did not want to involve her in this again. As soon as he got to the cafeteria, his main task was to find at least some items to defend himself. As soon as he picked up what he needed, Shinsao shouted from behind him where he was going. She took him by the hand and led him to the side for evacuation, ignoring any objections from So Kanrim. A man ran out of the room in front of them, shouting, "Run away! All the monsters are attacking!" A guy behind me was bitten by a monster on the leg and screamed for help in a second. With a sharp blade, Seo Kanrim destroyed the monster and helped the poor boy survive. However, everything is as it was in the past, so it's a good thing that the blade from the room was still in its place. It helped a lot. These monsters were large worms of the 3rd-class insectoid level, which are not averse to eating meat. If you want to live, look for safe places, he shouted to the people. And yet, it was good that the worms were not such strong monsters. And as soon as his eyes found Shinsua, he fell into a stupor watching her. She held a fire extinguisher in her hands in the green blood of the monsters and confirmed that they were really. It was funny to him to see a man who defeated dragons rejoicing over a dead worm. After putting his thoughts in order, he ordered the audience to immediately go down the stairs to the bottom before there were even more monsters. While the others are gone, you need to search the destroyed monsters to find the pearls of the spirit in them. The most surprising thing is that they were of lower levels, but despite this, there were quite a few pearls in them. Shinsu saw that Seo Kanrim did not follow her back and asked why he did not come down with everyone else. She couldn't just leave him alone and couldn't evacuate by herself. Still, she was the way she was, and she was even worried about the first person she met. To keep her safe, he wanted to tell her everything about him and her. Shinsua's name was spoken by a 3rd-class dragon level, and she didn't understand what he was talking about. Then he went on to say that her attribute was wood, and the ability she possessed was the Shamrock method, and asked if she had a window of destiny. The message that they heard in the room meant that they had superpowers and that the window of fate was writing about them. The idea that it was just an awakening was comforting and meant that by then they would be fine. As they walked down the stairs, Shinsuo asked him what kind of fate he had, and he just said that it was better not to tell her what it said. Seo Kanrim's window of destiny was the same as before, saying that there was a lot of karma hanging on it, and that without using his ability, it would not be possible to save everyone. Karma could be earned either by great crimes or by specific abilities such as his, and the main thing was not to go over the edge. The abundance of karma was not safe, and those who did go beyond it were said to suffer. Suddenly, we heard sounds of help and ran up and saw a man wrapped in bandages. A worm appeared from the ground behind him, growled sharply, and almost touched him with its claws. But without hesitation, Sokanrim repelled the attack and saved the man in one move. It was pure luck that the two of them were passing by and noticed him. I had to make sure that the danger was over, and the easiest way to do that was to turn on the ability to detect fate. The ability to detect fate was activated within the range of only one body, and that was this worm. In the window of the worm's destiny, he saw the ability to control fire, which allowed him to control a small flame and attack from a distance. The ability to control fire was stolen, and as a result, more karma was added. Again, some other sounds attracted their attention, and they ran in that direction to help. But we saw a tall young man skillfully dealing with these monsters himself. They were the first people he saw after waking up, and he was happy about it. He introduced himself as Doc Gojin and asked them which characters they should team up with. So Kanrim also introduced himself and said that he knew him from his past life. Shinsuo also introduced herself and couldn't understand why he called them characters. After getting to know each other, he informed me that if the dating event was over, the next event would start soon. Doc Gojin was a third-class deity whose main attribute was gold and whose power was first-class godly. Even then, he did not realize that he would become the leader of one of the 5 clans, so Kanrim thought to himself. Even without awakening his own, he managed to cope with the destruction of the worms quite skillfully. And he was also a popular short story writer, but he told them things like he was delusional and said that the boss was coming, so they had to unite. Another cry for help drew their attention away from the conversation. The man was running away from a huge first-class worm whose ability to divide into many small worms was very high. Fear kept Shinsuo from moving. She hadn't expected to see such a large monster. But with his delusions that they were facing their boss, Doc Gojin managed to bring her to her senses. Ignoring the shouts to run away and the nonsense about the boss, so Kanrim activated his fire ability. And the fact that he did not have this ability before and used it for the first time to attack a monster. This strength surprised Doc Gojin, and he asked if he could defeat the boss, and was told that he needed to come up with something better. Setting fire to the monster only bought time to be able to maneuver the attack, but they were not yet able to allow these two to get out of the way. The monster realized that Seo Kanrim's attacks did not cause him any damage and attacked with renewed vigor. I was very worried about Shinsuo and could not just leave him in trouble. But Doc Gojin pulled her by the arm and told her not to stop or they would both be finished. Only Seo Kanrim was interested in that monster, and he made him very nervous. At Perth, Shinsuo stopped and shouted at the top of her lungs, which distracted the crawler. This allowed her to attack again with her fire ability and set the worm on fire to draw attention to herself and get Doc Gojin out of here with her. The plan was simple. We had to stall for time until the Fate Protection Agency arrived. The strange light coming from the monster's mouth attracted attention and gave us the idea to try another trick. Attacking the monster's jaws with fire may stop it at least for a while. The worm went down, and I thought that it hadn't worked yet, and I managed to win. But this only made him even angrier, and I had no idea how to stop him. He didn't even realize how the sticks started flying at the worm's back with the rest of them, and he thought that only Shinsuo could do that. A scared girl with a bunch of sticks in her hands was throwing them at him without any fear and with the decision to help. But there was no way out except for her to use her ability to use the shamrock method. The same sticks began to grow bigger and bigger shoots because the ability required a tree. She made great efforts because it was the first time she had used this ability. With a strong and quick jerk in the front, the shoots broke through the monster. She did not expect to be capable of such a thing and was shocked by her ability. The monster, however, also had the ability to divide into many small worms. And then I had a lightning idea because wood enhances the fire ability very well. So Kanrim attacked very quickly while all the small parts of the monster were on the tree. The fire was pushed down instantly and very strongly. The voice inside spoke the fates of Shinsuo and Seo Kanrim. United, Shinsuo's fate gives life to Seo Kanrim's fate. The fire control power was also temporarily improved to the first insectoid level. In that life, it never occurred to him that the same logic applies to abilities as to horoscope. Shin was very happy that they had succeeded in destroying him, and that Seo Kangrim had lost a lot of strength. She was forced to carry him to the first floor because he was anemic due to low mana. When they opened the door, they found themselves not in the exit, but in a dark hall. We entered and felt a sharp relief of the wound, and the mana started to heal. There was a totem on the stage that had the level of a third-class dragon, with the ability to heal wounds and cure and prevent demons from approaching. The door disappeared behind her, which frightened Shin-Sua, and she thought it was a trap. But he reassured her that it was safe here, and they could rest. The monsters wouldn't get them. Dakgojin approached them and asked how they survived and defeated the monster. But why did the heroine leave him and choose to help Seo Kanrim instead of running away with him? Shin-Sua was very angry with him for not helping them and accused him of being a thief and a traitor. Her words cornered him and shocked him because he could not believe that he could really be the thief in the script. Later, all the others who fought the monsters without realizing where they were began to move to them. On the stage near the totem, another rather bright person appeared and attracted attention. She introduced herself as Chasa Inawi from the Central Office of the Destiny Protection Agency. She said that everyone in the room was under her complete control. The crowd in the room was most interested in what kind of Destiny Protection Agency this was. They were outraged by such audacity in controlling them and believed that they had been kidnapped illegally. Ignoring the hype, So Kenrima thought that everything had just begun, and this time he was sure that everything would be different, so he made a promise to himself to become very strong. Dakgojin couldn't stand the noise any longer, and shouted for everyone to be quiet and let him explain everything. Inavi invited us to sit down and offered to show us what was going on outside for better understanding. Monsters flooded the whole country, and the so-called demon dimensions appeared outside of it. From those dimensions, all sorts of monsters fell down with great pressure, destroying everything about them. Their agency was ready for this. They had awakened their abilities long before this day and were ready for today's event. However, in order to completely defeat them, Inavi continued, "We need more awakened people than there are, and assured that they are here because of their skills, and no one is keeping them here by force. But first, before she left, she asked me to look at my abilities in the window of destiny so that I could see for myself what she said." So Kanrim already knew what was written in it. He was more interested in Inavi's fate, and it was impossible to read it through the mask. She went on to explain that everyone calls these abilities whatever they want, superpowers or magic. Those who awakened the powers use it to hunt monsters and raid the demon dimension. But we need to remember one simple truth. This work is very, very dangerous, and they could lose their lives, emphasized Inavi. That if a person wanted to get out, he or she had to give up abilities. Everyone was given an hour and told to go up to the second floor to rest and think. Those who stayed had to go back down, and those who did not had to go out on the third floor. An hour passed, and the remaining people automatically started to participate in the training. A tall gate appeared in front of them, looking like a portal to other worlds. Inavi explained that 3 people can pass through the gate at a time, and if the task is completed successfully, or if someone decides to leave, they will be in front of the entrance. Each room has its own conditions, and when they are there, they will learn them. And we also gave everyone a box with items. In case of injury, one could return to the totem or use healing items. Your consent means that the agency is no longer responsible for their life and that the agency will support them as much as it can to keep them safe. Inavi wished the participants good luck and disappeared as quickly as she had appeared. Everyone who could offered to form groups. Seo Kangrim was not interested in alliances. He wanted to go on a mission, but was stopped by Shin-Sua to thank her for her protection. She suggested that since neither he nor she had been in a group before, they should join together. His gaze changed. He could not say a word at the moment because everything that happened then was because of him. If he had come out, then everyone would have been safe. Therefore, he rudely refused her this offer, explaining that he would be better off on his own, but the point of refusing was to stay away from him. His answer really upset her, and she thought they would make a good team. Despite her rudeness, she wished him to take care of himself. The answer was as cold as the refusal to unite, just saying yes. So Kanrim opened the box of items and took a sword and medicine from it. How good he thought it was that they were given everything at first, because the items were hard to get, and the medicines were quite expensive. Just as he was about to leave, Dakgojin noticed him and called him over. For how could he forget about his one and only friend? What surprised him was that he had not received such attention in his past life, and yet he pretended not to have heard Dakgojin's proposal. But this could not stop him. He could not let go of his friend and ran to Sokanrim himself. I offered him to create the first team to become the main characters 100%. The answer was the same as Shinsu's, but Doc Gojin tried to convince him by arguing that second-rate characters would sink him. Because of his view of these events, he divided everyone into first and second-plane characters. But on the other hand, a strong ally increased the chances of Shinsu'a being strong and not being able to be near him for safety. He was not pitied, and he did not care what happened to him. After thinking about it, he accepted Doc Gojun's offer, but he didn't even understand it at first and asked him again. He only asked me to wait for him to run to get a box of items. They entered the territory of the Devil's Dagger Mountain, where they felt threatened. There were rooms in each of which there were demons and traps, and there were safe zones, and the mission was to find a way out of the rooms. If everything was like in his past life, there were no problems for Sokanrim. But Doc Gojin was almost killed by the first trap, which was good because it was known. He did not realize that he had just received rather nasty injury. They walked and did not encounter any traps, which the rescued partner noticed and emphasized that he was lucky to have a good life. Finally, they reached the room where the first demonic figures were visible. They were ghosts of skeletons of the third insectoid level. They consisted of human bones and wanted meat. While Doc Gojin was talking about attacking the skeletons together, Sokanrim activated his fire ability, went into battle first, and destroyed one without saying a word, except for one request that he stop talking nonsense or he will go back to the entrance. They destroyed one skeleton after another as if they were competing to see who could overcome them the most. Nevertheless, they killed everyone who came their way in every room they entered. It even became boring at times, but they killed probably more than 100 monsters, Doc Gojin said. He told me that he even went to learn to be a swordsman in case he was thrown into a novel or another world. Suddenly, Sokanrim asked him a question because he seemed to be from the future. But he received the expected threat that if he continued to talk nonsense, he would get $100 back. But in general, I noticed that they didn't need to waste time on nonsense and needed to move on. Doc Gojun couldn't keep his mouth shut because he was suspicious that he wasn't afraid of monsters and adapted to new challenges very quickly, as if he had seen them before. Pushing his annoying friend forward, he said that he had seen ghosts more than once as a child, so monsters did not scare him. Suddenly, with a strong push, Sokanrim threw Doc Gojin forward, saving him from the trap, and the floor went out from under him. I shouted at him to run away and not to save him, and let him find his own way out. After listening, I ran up the steps as fast as I could and turned around and saw a large dark abyss in which his friend disappeared without a trace after saving him. Looking into the abyss, Doc Gojin thought that Sokanrim was not the key character and wondered what was going to happen next. While falling, Sokanrim quickly assessed the situation and drew his sword. By sticking it into the wall, it slowed its speed enough for a soft landing. He was warned in the notification window that he had entered a secret zone where the enemies were usually stronger. In this zone, there were either traps or monsters at every step, and you could give up and go back, which of course did not suit him. It was also a chance to get additional features and improve the existing one. The good thing is that he shared the same name as Doc Gojin, which meant that he would receive more awards. Experience points fell with each destroyed skeleton, which increased her strength, and she reached the 4th level. As you leveled up, the demons became easier and easier, so it's good that you were able to increase your experience so much. My strength had already risen to the 5th level, my endurance and perception were already at the 4th level, and my magic was at the 3rd level. Those who were interested in flooring would be strong, but everyone started from the 1st level, and people with a higher rank gained experience faster. Now it was his turn to be the first, and he had one more thing to do first. I had to meet with a boss and try to win myself, which was a difficult task. There were traps and fear all around, and finally it felt like the Devil's Dagger. The generals of the mountain were 2 demons of the 3rd rank of the human class. They had the abilities of a swordmaster and had to be defeated simultaneously to win. We had to think carefully about how to defeat them. First, we had to overcome the fear in ourselves. Then, in order to overcome them, everything must go according to the plan, and then everything will work out. From the wall, he unexpectedly struck one of the generals directly in the head, making him growl in pain. He obviously managed to get their attention by running away from thinking about how to lure them further. Since they are impossible to defeat in a straight fight, it was a nice bonus that the agility level became level 7, which allowed us to move more dexterously. It was easier to try to send them into previously prepared ambushes. He activated the flame and pointed the blades at the rope where the junior general was standing. The blade passed through him like a knife through butter, and at that moment he fell to the ground, but they must be destroyed simultaneously to win. The older general chased after Sokanrim, ignoring the younger man's body, and fell into the next trap. Everything was going well according to plan, and the only thing left to do was to lure the younger one back. He recovered and looked around for where to run and where the older man was with that person, when Sokanrim attacked from behind and hit him, sending him into the last trap. The older one was also driven in, and since they were both destroyed, it meant victory. The mission was over, and the only thing left to do was to leave the room with the bosses and the last thing. It remained to be seen whether he would be able to accept the fate of the monsters, since they had the ability to take on the appearance of humans. The ability to steal fate was activated in the area of effect was 2 bodies. This meant that one could steal fate from human-like demons. In the past, using the ability to steal fate due to a low magic level consumed a large amount of mana, but not anymore. A part of the demon's power and the ability to bear the sword was stolen that gave. Incredible sword skills were automatically activated when the sword was in your hand. A warning was displayed that more karma was added for the theft. But such abilities were worth it, and in contrast to the karma of those people, this was small. Still, he was interested in the question of how close the edge of karma is. The first door of this Devil's Mountain was cleared by the first person to pass through, Sokanrim. The first person to pass the room was displayed on the screens of the others, and they were surprised that he passed so quickly and alone. Before he could even recover from the room, Doc Gojin jumped up and down shouting to congratulate him on his success. Sokanrim was lucky that Anavi interrupted the conversation and called him over. She wanted to congratulate me for passing the room for the first time and gave me a gift. In the room, I opened the box and there was an object bag in which you can store objects of any weight and size. Another bonus from the agency was the password to the Wi-Fi so we could relax and read the news. While reading the news, he wondered what kind of objects agents have that don't allow them to read their fate. But it's not surprising that they had such abilities and objects. The agency brings together the best of the best who have awakened their abilities. And if Baek-yoon was a member of the agency, it's understandable why no one else is. I didn't realize why it was so strong, but it's just a guess, and it will become clear later. I need to get some rest and stop burdening myself, Sokanrim thought, and went to bed to rest. Meanwhile, he slammed a big blue folder on the table at the agents' meeting. The leader of the second group, Gongju, did not understand why he was assured that the first room would take a week to complete. How did they manage to pass the test in one day, and even with a secret area, since the third Intexoid level is too low for this? The manager instructed Ju Sung-tae to deal with this issue and look after Seo Kanrim. The rest of the agents were given the task of cleaning the rooms with traps and monsters, and after putting on their masks, they left. Watching the video from the cameras, Ju Sante was surprised at how cleverly the generals were defeated. The main thing is that the top management does not find out how this third grader cleared the room. The next day, in the dining room, Doc Gojun again pestered Seo Kangrim about the heroes and the alliance between the two. Shinsua and the girls turned their attention to her and thanked her for her help in passing. Inside, my soul rejoiced that everything was fine with her and that her business was also going well. I didn't even notice what the annoying friend was saying and asked him to leave me alone. But one interesting person from the past sat down at the girls' table and flirted with them. He smilingly extended his hand and offered to measure the palms of his hand. He told me that he could read my fate and offered to tell it by the lines on my palms. Since he had already told everyone's fortunes, he suggested that Shinsua tell us about her and what the future holds for her. It's not every day that you meet such people, he convinced her, and almost touched her hand. A young man approached the table and put his hand between them. I did not get confused and greeted him as I knew him and offered my services, to which he received a categorical no. He asked Shinsua to leave for a couple of minutes, as he had something to tell her. It was better to move away from the table, perhaps to an empty room, so that they could not be heard. On the way, everyone greeted him and thanked him for the password to the Wi-Fi. It was not usual after my previous life, because those who knew about it tried to avoid it. We didn't even go where he was, and we didn't want to be on the same team. But that was because of his rather low level of thinking at the time, but later he thought so. The first time he met this young man, he was the first to be so friendly to him. His name was Jung Gunam, and he dazzled him with his kindness. Even knowing his specific ability in the past, he trusted him and did not expect that. It was he who spread the rumors about Seo Kanrim's fate and abilities, and it became known when he was walking down the hall and the room heard what was being said about him. When I burst into his room, it was simply pointless to clarify the relationship with Jung Gunam, because there was no evidence, so there was nothing to talk about, he said. He had something to say, even to various arguments, even though it was obvious. He could read his hand and easily see the window of his destiny, and it was enough to just touch his palm. Seo Kangrim warned Shinsua that he was a dangerous man and that he should stay away from him and, most importantly, not give him his hand, because his beautiful smile and friendliness are very deceptive, and I almost fell for his trick. He was about to leave the room, but Shinsua stopped him and offered him a drink. The next time she went alone, she also passed the first room. The answer of no from him was quite expected, but she tried anyway. I wanted him to explain why he didn't want to be in the team with her. He looked away from her and said that she simply lacked experience. Angry at this, Shinsua asked menacingly if he thought she was so useless. In the next room, the main attribute will be fire, so the Shamrock Method ability will no longer help. Seo Kanrim's answer made her think that it would not be so easy. Despite the rude words in her direction, she stopped him too. I wish him to take care of himself and thanked him for his advice and for the warning about Jonggunam. When Sokanrim left the room, she wondered what the real reason for the refusal was. The excuses were so-so, but he still warned her about her palm reading ability, which meant that he was clearly worried. Jonggunam spoke to Sokangrim from the corner of the room, waiting for him to offer to go on the next mission together. Putting his hands in his pocket, he walked on ignoring him, but he still needed to figure out how to get rid of him. Gunam asked again about a possible union, and said that he would be useful to him because of his dragon level. The liar was outraged by Seo Kangrim, but he checked and made sure that he had the attribute water, which could help him in the task, and agreed to the offer the second time. But it was time to go, so he gave Jonggunam a couple of minutes to get ready and told him that he was waiting for him at the entrance to the portal. Still, it was lucky that he approached him and even offered an alliance, and we just had to figure out how to deal with it. The next test was in the Hellfire room, where the task was to find and return the ice crystal. In reality, everything in this room was on fire. There was lava. In a word, it was very similar to hell. Jonggunam was surprised that Seo Kangrim accepted his offer, and he guessed that it might be because of his water attribute. He kept talking and talking about where to find ice in this. Seo Kangrim's gaze changed, and he looked clearly toward Jonggunam. In the next movement, I took out my sword and raised it above his head. Not understanding what was wrong and what had happened, he looked at his actions in fear. He noticed the fire creatures approaching them one by one, and with a clear movement, he hit them one by one. There were many of them, and they were fire frogs, who were eager to get to them. The water attribute turned out to be really quite useful against them, and one by one the frogs were destroyed. Jonggunam was happy that at this rate, they would be through the room in 2 counts. But Seo Kanrim was in no hurry and knew where to look for that ice. He was more interested in what to do with it. "It's a good thing we're here together. It's a pretty good idea," Jonggunam praised himself and fought frogs. He didn't know what anemia was from lack of mana, because compared to the last room, there were more monsters here, so he used all his mana. The only way out was to fight with a sword and as Sokanrim. But he didn't succeed, because a fire frog jumped out of the air on top of him, and he started calling for help. But Seo Kanrim just looked at him and said that he could handle it himself, and if he couldn't, he should go back. Jonggunam decided to play that everything was fine, and he needed to take a little break to restore his mana so that the anemia would go away. Both of them had their own goals, so they united to kill one of them, and the other one wanted to see what his fate would be and his level of ability, but who knew that he would turn his hand? The only way out was to observe, because he thought that he was obviously hiding something, but he needed to test this hypothesis. We need to wait for him to make a mistake, but he interrupted the monologue with himself. The huge monster that he had recklessly sat on threw him to the ground. It was good that Sokanrim went with him and saved him for the second time. But we have to go further, and it's harder to deal with such monsters, so I asked them to keep up. Jonggunam was irritated by such arrogance and waited until his mana was restored to attack him. But he didn't notice how he said it out loud, because it was so quiet, so Sokanrim heard only mumble. But to avoid any questions, he got out of it by thanking me for saving him twice. While searching for ice crystals, they came across a round, bright sphere in the middle of the lava. The thought that they would be the first overwhelmed Jonggunam, but everyone would think anyway, that it was only because of Seo Kanrim that he was able to get through this room so quickly. That's why I quickly took off after the sphere without even hearing that they were not crystal. He ran and was happy that he would be the first person to complete the mission and become popular. It was a bag of frog eggs, which meant that they had to be guarded by adults. Stuck on a rock with an egg, fire frogs surrounded him from different sides. They attacked him and threw him down with them, and he only shouted for help. So Kanrim watched and said it was all karma for trying to stab him in the back. He didn't even look at him and walked on, ignoring the shouts. The frogs completely covered Jonggunam's body, and because of their frog singing, even offensive words against him could not be heard. Finding the cave of ice crystals, but before that, destroying a couple more frogs in front of the entrance. The crystals were quite large in size, had the 3rd ghostly class, and enhanced the water attribute quite well. Sitting down on the ground, Sokanrim opened a store where you could buy almost anything. The main condition for opening a store was to have a pearl of a spirit, of course. In the beginning, no one knows about it but him. In the store, I bought a prayer box. The class in it was first class demonic. In order for it to work, you need to put an offering in it and say a prayer, and at the end, ask for the item you need. The crystals were of the third demon class, and the item that was needed was of the first demon class. But the main thing is that both of them have demonic classes, so it is possible to pray. The box contained third-rate insect intestinal honey, and it's a good thing. There were a lot of these crystals in the cave. You can replace quality with quantity and still get the desired object. Jong Gunam survived, though he suffered serious injuries and burns from lava and frogs. He was walking and muttering to himself that if only Sokangrim caught his eye, he would not get away with it. This monologue was interrupted by a bright object sticking out of the frog, and it was not an egg, but a crystal. With the frog in his hands, Gunam left the room without taking out the crystal and received a message that he was the first to pass it. The rest of the participants were surprised that he walked through the room in just one day. This was the reaction of envious eyes and admiration he wanted to see from the crowd of people who surrounded him, and the eyes of Sokanrim, who was sitting behind him, caught his eye. He came up to him, tortured, scarred, with a disgruntled face, and asked why he had left him. It was good that Enavi came in and called Jung Gunam over to distract and calm him down. For the first time, Sokanrim forgave him and offered his hand for a handshake as a sign of reconciliation. Having activated the ability to read palms, they shook hands. "I wouldn't eat you. Why are you so tense from a simple handshake?" said Jung. I went away and immediately began to read his fate card, where it was written that Sokanrim has the third insectoid rank, and the attribute was fire with the ability of a naked sword. He was very annoyed because he had suffered so much, and here was such a low level. The smile on Sokanrim's face spoke for itself. He was very lucky that he did pray for a thing called a fate charm, which helped protect some of the data in the fate window. When he was telling Inawa how he managed in one day, Doc Gojin noticed their conversation in the room. I waited until the end of the conversation and called him over to see how he did. The praise and attention from the first-class divine participant was a pleasant surprise, but he needed to ask for information because he had failed the exam a couple of days earlier. As expected, Jong Gunam first praised himself and said that Sokanrim was a lowlife and a coward. This story impressed Doc Gojin so much that he noticed that he was more like the main character. The two were delighted with their conversation, and the praise they received was clearly worthy of each other. Sokanrim rejoiced and didn't even pay much attention to the message that the intertwining of these two fates was a terrible combination, and with evil approaching Jong Gunam. With the thought that he had gotten rid of these two in one go, he went to his room to rest. Meanwhile, at an emergency meeting of the second team, the issue was raised again on why Jong Gunam, with only a human rank, coped with the task so quickly. But Enavi said that he was not alone. He had Sokanrim in his team. What is not clear is how the two of them left, and only one went through the room first. Enavi reported another strange thing. Gunam said that he found a crystal inside a frog, which was not real because the crystals were in a cave and there was a barrier. She confirmed her words by saying that she had checked all the information and the condition of the room before starting the cleanup. It turns out that the barrier was destroyed by someone, so frogs were able to get into the cave and eat the crystal. The manager asked Ju Sungtae for an explanation of what he had found out about the case, and he only said that people were very talented, and that was the reason. Slamming his hand on the table, the manager stood up and asked if he could answer for his words. But will these so-called talented people be able to pass the tasks of the third room? Because starting from the third gate, the true dimension of demons opens up to them, where they can die without preparation. Therefore, the manager's task was to make the people as strong as possible and to keep a closer eye on Sokanrim. The third gate was closed, and the announcement clearly wrote only as they open, everyone will receive a message with respect to the agency of the protection of the fate of the team. Number 2. A couple of days later, while having lunch in the dining room, I heard two guys discussing vigorously about some method of Jong Gunam's killing frogs by walking through the room. But the other one thought that something was wrong with his words, and the others who had already cleared the room could not do it as well as he did. Even Sokanrim and Doc Gojin, who were on his team, couldn't do it, and yet they didn't work together and crashed one by one. Sokanrim heard them talking and realized that he had already told them about some rumors that people believed in. After having a quiet lunch, an alert came from Enavi Chaz that everyone should arrive at the main hall at 18 o'clock. People gathered in front of the gate and waited to hear what they would be told. Greeting Enavi, Before starting to say anything about the third gate, she officially unsealed it. From that moment on, the training ended, and the next gate led the audience to the real dimension of demons. It was much more threatening, and the monsters were much stronger than in training, and I added that they would not be alone. As they pass, the so-called gods will watch them and can speak to them. She said that more details are written in the updated instructions, which describe various actions that can occur. After finishing the briefing, Enevi asked everyone to be careful and come back alive. The last words struck a chord with those who were not safe there anymore, and indeed the majority began to unite in groups of many people. While Sokanrim was thinking about whether to go alone or join forces, a short girl crept up behind him. She didn't manage to scare him because he had already seen her sneaking up on him from one side, one of the twins. Her name was Yoon Bom. The second twin on the other side, he could easily distinguish them. The others were constantly confused. In his past life, he and Shinsua were the only ones who talked to him and did not pay attention to Jonggunam's rumor. Despite the fact that they are twins, their fates were quite different. Yunbom was a first-class dragon with the gold attribute and the ability of an excellent marksman, which gave her an advantage in using long-range weapons. And Yoon had the same class and attribute, but her ability was a great shot. These abilities, as well as they were almost identical. Only in her past life did Yunbom survive, and her sister never returned from the third room alive. After being warned that Yoongil was in danger, Seokangrim suggested that the two of them leave together. We need to take better care of them, and not let any of them stay there, so that they can be together forever. The third dimension was called the Room of Ice, in which the task was to destroy one monster of each species, this time given a period of 14 days. Since this dimension was full of water energy, the energy affected Sokanrim, reducing his characteristics by 10%. The girls were very cold, the weather was terrible, it was snowing, and the wind was strong. The first creature they came across was a seemingly cute rabbit, but appearances can be deceiving. It was a horned rabbit of the first insectoid level, although they were first class and easy to defeat. After removing the skin from the rabbits, they used it to make clothes and made them warmer, and so Kanrim decided to show the girls the store of items. One of the sisters noticed that he was quite skillful at finding what he needed in it, but laughed and said that he had played a similar game once. The girls bought what they considered to be the best choice according to their abilities and tasks. Yunbom had the advantage and used more firearm, and Yoongil, in turn, used to be an archer in the national team, so the bow was just for her. In addition, their effectiveness and ability work better when everyone has the weapon they are used to. In the past, Yunbom was a top-notch sniper of the highest level. If her sister hadn't abandoned her that day, they would have achieved more together. The loss affected her entire life in the past. Even though she had achieved great things on her own, she was no longer smiling or happy. They have wonderful destinies, and we just need to make sure that the sisters are okay and get through the room alive. Seo Kangrim's attention was diverted by Yunbom's scream, and he froze in his tracks. My sister was looking for Yoongil, who had just been with them and disappeared without a trace in a minute. They ran through the snowy forest shouting and looking under every tree until they were poked. So Kanrim heard someone in the distance shouting for help in a girl's voice. Running toward the sound, they came across a large pit from which Sister Hell's name was shouted. Going down inside to rescue her from the ice trap, I noticed that there was another interesting character with her. He obviously did not expect that Jong-un would be trapped with her, and he, in turn, would be trapped with her. I did not expect that the girl who was with him would be on the same team as So Kanrim. I looked at him, sighed, and asked if he needed help, but the answer was the expected refusal. As Hell was about to leave, she noticed that Jong-gunam's leg was paralyzed after the monsters attacked him. It was most likely rabbit poison, but it was not dangerous because rabbits are the weakest creatures here. The girls laughed and climbed out of the pit together, leaving him there alone, seething with anger and promising to take revenge for the humiliation. Suddenly, he heard a voice from heaven speak to him and offer him help. As it got darker, it became harder to walk through the room, so it was a good idea to send the twins home, but they didn't want to and said they could manage. And when they realized that they could not reach an agreement, they persuaded Sokanrim to go with them and return the next day. Suddenly, Sokanrim heard a noise among which he could clearly hear a familiar voice. He told the girls to go wait in the main hall, and he would come as soon as he was done. Shinsua's team was surrounded by demonic wolves, and they were everywhere. She could not leave her people in trouble and tried her best to fight back. She activated her ability of the Shamrock method and used it to protect people, and fought back with her sword. One of the wolves attacked her back and bit her, and she didn't even have time to think about how to get help. Seo Kanrim appeared with a fire sword and set fire to the wolf with the ability to control fire and destroyed it. And he ran on to destroy the pack one by one so that Shinsua's entire team would remain intact. She was happy that she had only scratched herself and thanked the rescuers for saving her. Then, after moving to the hall to the totem, Seokanrim immediately attacked her for not running away, as she and the team could have been injured in this situation. If there is no better way to win, it is better to run away, and Shinsua's team had enough abilities to retreat safely. But if it wants to help the weak, it has to become very strong, because this is the prerogative of the strong. Finally, he said that if he did not stop being frivolous, he would perish at the first mistake or failure. The girls from Shinsua's group said that Seokanrim was rude to her, but she reassured them that he was just worried and came to help. And she didn't understand why he was pretending to be a bad guy when he was a very good person. On the second day, while finishing off the last monsters, Seokanrim's group received a message that the first person to clear the room was Doc Gojin. The girls did not like it because they lacked just a little time to become the first. The twins asked him not to leave them yet, but he reassured them and said that he would stay with them until they finished all their business. If they finish everything here, there will be no point in them coming back, and hell will stay alive, and we can look for the 11th hidden monster during this time. He was also worried that the raids were ending somehow faster than in his previous life. So Kanrim received a message that the energy of death from the White Tiger was approaching, but he remembered a similar message popping up when he was talking to Doc Gojin and Jong Gunam. The thought flashed through my mind that it might be easier to kill him so that he wouldn't do any more harm. He killed the tiger without showing it, and asked the twins not to get separated because he had to go away for a while. As I walked through the snowy forest, I thought that the main thing was that they were together, and they were very strong together, so they needed to finish all their business as soon as possible. And suddenly, the cursed Jong Gunam appeared before him, eager to find him, to repay the debt for the humiliation he had inflicted on him in front of his sister. The main thing is that Seokanrim was also waiting for the moment and the chance to deal with him, and shouted at him to see if he could beat him. But he shouted back that of course, because he is the main character who hears the voice of God. Jong Gunam's abilities have clearly become stronger since the last time, so he could test him a bit. Enavi warned that the gods were watching them, and most likely one of the gods had taken over his mind. The ability to detect fate was activated, and the hypothesis about the god was confirmed. It was the god of the small plague. People who made deals with the gods gained great power, but became possessed in return. The gods also had equal levels of luck, in that a low-ranking god sat in it. Therefore, all that has changed in him is that he has a little more mana and a new ability, smallpox. The main thing is not to get hurt, so as not to get infected. To defeat it, you first need to reduce its mana level. Using his fire control ability, Seokanrim escaped from Jong Gunam by setting fire to the trees around him. By setting fire to the trees, he lured pigs out of the trees, which were quite a nuisance, and gave him a head start. Jong Gunam was distracted and switched to the pigs, destroying them one by one around him with mana-consuming ability. He was also very angry and shouted that he would catch up when he killed all the pigs. But a huge herd leader attacked him from behind, threw his tusks up, and ran away, leaving him on the ground. New voices spoke in Jong-un's head, humiliating him and mocking him because he was a failure, and his god was a failure too. The voices were interrupted by the pain of a sharp sword that had gotten deep into his shoulder. So Kanrim sat on top of him, picked at his wound, and listened to him ask his god for help. The games were over, and he had to understand where he was going when he decided to take revenge. A second before the massacre, the voice of one of the sisters interrupted him in time. He could not leave a person's life in front of them and warned that next time, there would be no mercy. A frightened Yunbom said that when a herd of pigs ran by, they pulled Yungyel with them. Seokanrim listened to her carefully and could not believe that it was not already true, and that her fate could repeat itself. A shaman once reminded him as a child that his fate was full of bad luck and evil energy. Even when his parents died in childhood, these thoughts drove him into a stupor, and Yunbum did not understand what was wrong with him. When he woke up, and without any explanation, he went to look for his sister, ordering the other to go back to safety. But she couldn't just turn around and leave. She and her sister had been together since birth, she shouted, after stopping Seokanrim by the hand. He yelled at her that he would not be able to forgive himself if something happened to her. She didn't care if she didn't have a sister. She couldn't go back alone, period. The fact that he didn't know how Yungel had died in the past added to the problem, so he searched blindly for the herd's track. They walked through the territory that monsters of low levels did not even enter. Abruptly, Seokanrim grabbed Yunbum's hand and pulled her to hide. He noticed a huge snow monster passing by, These monsters were called Yeti. They were of the 3rd demonic level, and their appearance was similar to that of a human being. They fought with any opponent stronger than them. It would have been better not to check his ability window, he thought. The enemy was serious enough, but there was no way out of it. We had to figure out how to save Yoongel from his clutches and survive ourselves. At this time, Yoonbum had already pulled out a pistol and was aiming for a shot. The monster noticed an incomprehensible rustling on his backside, but Seokanrim managed to stop her from shooting in time and was able to hide behind a nearby rock. We need to see first if Yoongel is okay and has activated the Destiny hijacking, and I made sure that there was no one in the area of its action, which meant that it was alive. He asked Yoonbum not to harm her sister, so he could not attack now, but to have a plan. First, you need to follow him and wait for him to put Yoongel on the ground, and an open frontal attack was unlikely to win. Yeti brought her to his nest, which was in a corner and made of tree branches. Their plan was that as soon as the monster put her on the ground, Yoonbum would fire the flare gun and run as fast as he could to the exit. The main thing is not to engage in combat with, just to run to the voice of So Kanrim. Watching the monster through the spyglass, Yoonbum waited for the moment. She shot a pink flash into the air, illuminating everything around her. It worked. Yeti was distracted by this bait and chased it. That allowed Seo Kangrim to run up to Yoongul safely to pick her up. She was unconscious and needed treatment, but the circumstances did not allow it. Due to the lack of time, there was only one way out, to take it to the totem in the hall as soon as possible. Only when he threw it over his shoulders did he notice another monster approaching from behind. He hadn't expected there to be 2 of them. Yeti threw the pig out and started growling at them, and his mind was racing with the thought of why everything was so unlucky. Meanwhile, Yoonbum continued to run down the road, firing rocket launcher charges into the sky. When suddenly the monster stopped chasing her, the noise of the battle attracted him more like her. No matter how she shouted, no matter what she did, he did not react to her. He ran back to the lair. Seo Kanrim came up with an interesting way to warm up his shoes so that he could slide on the snow. This gave a great advantage to intelligence and dexterity over brute force. It was not a problem to get back from one, but the second Yeti was almost there as well. 2 monsters surrounded them, so they had to quickly figure out how to win. First, we had to put Yoongel on his back with her. Even though he was slipping on the snow, it was still hard to move. He put monsters' nests in the middle of the fire and set them on fire to keep them away from her, which also helped to warm the girl a little. The Yetis did not approach the fire, which gave them a minute to draw their swords and prepare for battle. Before the battle, he promised Yoongel that he would destroy them and try to do it as fast as possible just to keep her alive. When one of the monsters kicked hard, a crack appeared in the snow. And so Kanrim came up with an interesting idea that had to work. I needed to make them attack him like with Jonggunam, and at that moment the message in the ability window said that the level of agility had reached the 18th level. This increase in level allowed us to better dodge their strong blows on the ground. There were even moments when they opened up and could be counterattacked. This angered them even more, and they tried to nail Sokanrim to the ground, until one Yeti jumped onto the other from such a load. But the ice could not withstand the previous blows to the ground and began to crack under them. One of them fell into the void instantly, and the other one could not get out either. In this dimension, there were many places that consisted only of snow and ice, and underneath them was emptiness. The main thing is to run far enough away that he doesn't take it with him. But before he fell into the pit, the last monster slammed his fist into the ice with all his might. This caused the ice to collapse under Sokanrim, which did not have time to escape and fell in after him. Suddenly, he felt Shinsua pick him up with the power of a shamrock. The first thing she said to him was what he had said to her about her frivolity. He was very glad that he had not yet perished with these demons in this abyss, and thanked her. But it was Yoonbum who should have been thanked, because it was she who found her and brought her to them. At Seo Kangrim's request, Shinsua took him down to the monsters before pulling him out because he needed to make sure of something. Yoongel never regained consciousness, and Yoonbum's screaming did not help bring her to life. He didn't believe that he was too late to save her, didn't believe that it was impossible to change her fate. We heard grumbling about how cold it was and who turned off the heater. When she woke up, she did not understand where she was and why everyone was so worried about her. A message appeared in the fate window saying that the aura of death from the white tiger was disappearing from Yoongel. The fates were changed, and the old predictions were further activated to change to new ones. Seo Kanrim's rank was changed to 2nd class in Sectoid before that, and he did not know that the level of destiny could change. Yoonbum burst into tears, thanking him that it was only because of him that her sister was alive. How good it was that Yoonghil was alive, he thought, and it made it much more important at the moment as a change in ability level. Meanwhile, wandering through the snowy deserts, Jonggunam still listened to the god within him. He shouted at him what kind of a god he was and why he had even contacted him and infected him with a sore. He was screaming so loudly that he once again lost his caution and fell into one of the fault. But Dak Gojun came in and just looked at him and listened without saying a word. Jonggunam asked for help and shouted that he was attacked by Seokanrim, but he managed to escape. Dak Gojun said in a sad voice, if he were a real protagonist, he would have easily defeated everyone. But he was proving with frantic eyes that Seokanrim was a real evil, and they had to try to overcome it together. And he said that even if he was not the main character, I should help him anyway, because he would not leave this dimension on his own. Well, if not the main character, then there was no point in Dak Gojun even saving him. So we took one last look at him and left. One by one, he skillfully destroyed the small horned demons already known from the past. There were a lot of them, but he knew that he had become stronger and that they were weak for him. Interrupting them, the sisters also said that they had completed their work. The two of them were very fond of making fun of each other and arguing with each other. His eyes were caught, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Behind the girls was Baek Yoon, and he ordered them to move away quickly. They did not understand who she was and why Seokanrim was so frightened of her. She was looking at the twins, her face was bleeding, and her lips were saying, "Give him to me." The character of both of them did not allow them to retreat without a fight. But Seokanrim did not have time to warn them who it was and protect them from her, and even kick her in the ass. Small demons attacked, and it was not clear how many of them there were. When I fought them off, I saw them lying on the damp ground with their eyes wide open. They talked about why he appeared in their lives. If not for him, they would not have survived. Why didn't he save them from destruction, and why didn't he have to be brought to the Flying Tiger clan? Shinsua also repeated in the back, "Don't forget you lost us all, and it's your fault that we're not here." Seokanrim stood in the bathroom in front of the sink and washed his face with relief because it was only a dream. We need to do everything we can to prevent that tragedy from happening again, so this time I thought it would be different. And he was also interested in one thing, because of all the karma, how close he came to the border. Before all this, Yunbum and Yoongel's fates were intertwined with his, and they considered him a savior, but he still needed to keep his distance from them as he did from Shinsua. The girls knocked on his door and asked him to go with them and Sua to the next mission. He refused them, saying that he had other things to do at the moment and that they would manage without him. The sisters suspected that somehow after the last room, he seemed to start avoiding them. The girls went downstairs to Shinsua, gesturing that he was absolutely against going with them. This means that nothing can be done about it, and they went to the fourth room only in 3. The fourth room was a sword forest, with the task of fighting monsters and collecting pearls in a forest maze. This location pleased the sisters. They did not like the cold, and the forest was warm, and the air was very pleasant. They need to watch carefully so that they don't get into trouble, or so that the monster doesn't make them desperate. In addition, the forest was also a great danger and could be attacked. The Forest of the Sword was a dimension of demons in an endless forest, and when you reached one end of it, you ended up at the end of the other. 1,000 pearls is a lot, so their team first decided to look around to come up with a plan of action. Still, talking among themselves, they felt bad that he did not want to go with them. Sister Shinsua thought about him and his kindness for a moment as one of the twins pulled away from them. Yoonjel walked along and did not listen to the warnings that she needed to stop because she was going to continue. There could be traps, and she saw one only at the last moment. Meanwhile, in the room, Seokanrim sat in front of an egg with teeth and poked at it with his finger. The unknown egg had many teeth and was not very pleasant to look at. Anything could come out of it. He received it as a gift for his victory over Bigfoot, and it also said that the species of animal depends on its food. Since he already knew what kind of animal he wanted, he tied the egg with a towel so that it would not eat anything. After defeating Yeti, there were still some pretty nice rewards. For example, gaining the ability to fight instincts and stealing the water attribute. He changed the fire attribute to the water attribute because it was stronger. After this replacement, all the characteristics that had been undervalued returned to normal. The water attribute made me hungry all the time, so I spent all my money on food, and in the next room, I needed fire to buy at least some weapons. So Kanrim entered this room of the sword forest, and noticed that there were gods in this room, and there were many of them because he heard their voices. The gods talked among themselves about how bored they were with watching people because they were all new and other nonsense. And when he got tired of listening to them talk, he opened the menu and was going to disconnect from them. But it was noteworthy that if they talked about such things, it meant that they were of a very small level. He received a message that the guardian of the sword forest offered him to be its patron, and he was looking for one thing in the store and didn't pay attention. This type of god gave great power and ruled the whole region. With the help of such a god, it is impossible to get lost. But so Kanrim bought an object that was better than those gods. With the Demon Dimension map, you can explore the forest without getting lost in it. In this world, there were many exits and entrances, so the more that are mapped, the better. Since he still did not disconnect the connection, the gods continued to offer him help in his search, and in exchange, he had to accept one of them. They were very annoying, so he asked them to shut up, and that if he didn't agree, they might not even try. The conversation was interrupted by a special message, and only 10 minutes were given to read it. The message was from the Lord of Fire himself, who personally invited So Kanrim to accept his patronage. This was a very good proposal for his second insectoid rank, but despite this, he did not support the proposal. As he walked on, a huge red-eyed mantis with sharp fangs jumped out of the bushes in front of him. It was quite easy to defeat him with just one swing of the sword. It's good that he attacked it himself so we can start collecting pearls from it, but there were few of them. In his previous life, he had to fight only them because he lacked strength, but now he had the opportunity to fight more serious creatures. He stepped into the red blood and noticed traces of a trap, which was quite strange since the mantises have green blood. Perhaps some of the people were trapped and injured. This could mean the appearance of a masked killer. He was a specialist in such traps. In his past life, he was a target for him, and then he was saved by Shin Sua, who was not far away. However, in the battle with him, she lost one of her eyes, after which the killer fled without knowing who was hiding under her. If he really went hunting, you need to find a group with girls as soon as possible. When he ran, he saw the arrow bow and Yoongel lying motionless with an unknown group of people standing around her. She was unconscious and one of the group was holding a strange flask. Without looking, So Kanrim burst into the crowd and pointed his sword at the throat of a stranger and shouted menacingly for everyone to get away from him. Meanwhile, at a regular meeting of the agency's second group, the question of Jong-gun was raised because he never returned from the ice room. Anavi offered to go and look for him. Maybe she could find out where he was. The head did not allow it, as agents should not interfere in matters related to the demon dimension. She was very upset because she warned me that it would not be easy and warned me about the risk of losing my own life. The chairman also emphasized that the first department had already shown the person who was the first to clear the room, so they had to clear the next one first. And on this note, he ended the meeting. Jusante approached Inavi because he saw how upset she was and reassured her that there were no losses in their business, so she should not be so worried and resigned. But she was disturbed when she checked the lists and came across one student with a very bad past where he had serially attacked and killed people. Meanwhile, in the forest, So Kanrim kept shouting for everyone to move away from the girl. And the one who held the flask was tested for the ability to detect fate, whose name was Nam Yujin, a third-class human with the attribute of water. He said that they were going to cure her, and in an unknown jar there was an antidote purchased from a store. I had to decide quickly what to do. She was still unconscious, so the first thing I did was order everyone to lay down their arms. And Yoongel checked with his powers to make sure Nam Young was right, and she was indeed under the poison and was also running a fever. Shinsa and Yunbom came running from behind the trees with another unidentified person. They convinced them that this group of people were not their enemies and posed no danger. At the time, Seo Kangrim didn't understand if they weren't enemies. What was going on here? Why Yoon-gil was poisoned? An unidentified person took the floor and explained that she had accidentally fallen into their trap because they did not know that people from other areas of the forest would be with them. Jo Hyerin was the commander of this group. Her rank was second-class demonic with the attribute of gold and the power to set traps. She also said that for the sake of general safety, all the traps were removed from their territory and they will be able to treat the girl. In the past, the masked killer was also good at traps and poisons, and she is the strongest of the group and has made a deal with God. But the most suspicious was Nam Eugene, with his power to hold his breath and become invisible until he started breathing again. He calmed down, and as long as the identity of the killer was unknown, he planned to keep an eye on everyone. He picked up Yoon-gel on his shoulder and thanked the group and went on to find a place to rest. Since it was getting dark in the forest quite quickly, they quickly set up camp and made a fire. They sat around the fire, warming themselves and telling different stories and sharing their impression. The girls noticed that Sokanrim threw a strange thing into the fire. They had never seen anything like it before. And he explained that it was a layer with a smell that would keep all the monsters away from their camp, and this layer is sold in the store. The twins looked and indeed found this layer there, and they admired him for knowing so much and being so strong. One of the sisters looked at him and asked if she could become his student. "And I want to be his student," the other sister said, saying that she was just as good as her. Smiling, he reassured them both and said that he was not going to teach anyone. Suddenly, a voice in my head asked me why you came into our lives. He stood up and decided to leave them because he didn't think they should know that he was being overcome by evil thoughts. He told them that he was going to sleep somewhere else and that they should go to rest without waiting for him. Left alone, they could understand why he just up and left without any explanation. Something was still wrong, each of them thought. For their safety, it is better to stay away from them and because of his unfortunate. Besides, I had to feed the egg anyway. It was already quite hungry. It was not easy to get him to eat what he needed to eat, as the egg wanted to eat only meat all the time. But Seokanrim was also stubborn and made him eat the leaves, saying that he should eat because he would be hungry. He couldn't live without them, so he decided to keep an eye on the girls at least from afar. The gods were not giving up discussing why he could be with them, but they were playing a game of pull and push. Everything was fine in the camp. The sisters quarreled. Shinsua smiled at them. He smiled too, and it reminded him of how it used to be in the Flying Tiger clan. The sisters reminded me of how he always argued with Yu Haran. And Shinsua liked to drink coffee and watch them, always smiling. No matter what happens in this life, he still thought the clan would be definitely formed. The nostalgia was interrupted by a strong, sweet smell, which was definitely not from the anti-monster layer, but on the contrary. This smell enveloped the entire camp and went far beyond its borders. That he lured the night predators who were almost upon him. Jumping down from this tree, Sokanrim jumped to the girls as he noticed the animals approaching. His appearance frightened them, and they disappeared. But Shinsua and her sisters did not understand what was happening. He asked them if they had seen anyone, and if anyone had come to them as he had noticed. That someone had scattered demonic peaches around, which in turn attracted demonic animals. And the theory that they were scattered here on purpose is confirmed by the fact that there were no fruit trees around, and a masked killer came to mind. Or there could have been a guy with invisibility, but Yunbum said that Doc Gojong walked by them. About an hour ago, he just looked at them for a while and moved on. Yunjel couldn't stand it any longer and asked to know what was going on here. So Kanrim said that someone had scattered these peaches on purpose, and that the person who did it knew what they were. They listened, but they didn't understand why anyone needed them at all and what kind of a psycho would do such a thing. But he didn't know the answer because he was looking for who it was, and the main thing was to be careful with the people he met here. Poe asked them to stay together while he picked fruit, as they were already being watched. So Kanrim felt a presence and looked in the direction where they were being watched. But after searching around, he didn't notice anyone. Whoever it was, he knew how to disappear quickly, he thought as he gathered the fruit. The next day, he skillfully destroyed one monster after another without going through the motion. Doc Gojin felt sad because everything seemed so simple to him. He considered the plot bad. He had no allies or enemies, and even the gods did not speak to him. All he had to do was simply hunt down low-ranking demons and find out what his role was. And of course, he couldn't stop thinking about Sokanrim and how he became so strong that he even defeated Yeti. That for a second he was a boss level and also saved a girl. I didn't understand how he could lose to Jonggunum in the Room of Hellfire, except that he could. This could have all been his plan, and even the rapprochement with Jonggun could have been planned by him. Or maybe he had come back from the future and now knew all the rewards and tactics. Now everything became clear to him, and he immediately ran to find Sokanrim to tell him what he knew about everything. Meanwhile, at the other end of the forest, Sokanrim has already explored 35% of the map. The gods did not understand what he was looking for, why he did not hunt, and how he had only 200 pearls out of 1,000, but in exchange for a treaty with them, they promised to help him in his search. But he ignored them, searching the forest for an object unknown to the gods, and tried to ignore their chatter. A message appeared in the ability window that his perception ability had reached the 25th level after a long search. His senses became much sharper, and he smelled the odor of human blood somewhere not far away. Activated the ability to steal fate to check the area. It led him to a body that looked like it had just fallen during a battle. As his sensations improved and became sharper, he realized that these marks were left especially for him. But the ambush didn't work out. He activated his fire ability and drew his sword, and he attacked the masked killer first, not allowing him to stab him in the back. The enemy was surprised that he did not run to the aid of the lying body, but attacked it. So Kanrim managed to damage his mask, and he had to take it off and hide under it. The same Nam Yongjun who treated Yoon-gyeol, and who also appeared in the Window of Fate with a holy title called The Horror of the Living and the Dead. And then there was the power of the first demonic level of desire for destruction in battle. It also became clear from his skills that he had become twice as strong, which meant that there were many victims. He did not understand why he was so happy with his work that he asked him if he had enough demons for a little. Yongjun told us that they were also fun to destroy, but there was a catch. The God Lord Naichal gave the power that was activated only after the destruction of man. His words were terrible, and it was quite impressive to Sokanrim how he told it. The enemy held his breath, which included the ability to be invisible, and added that he would have done the same in his place. Sokanrim could not agree to this because not everyone was a psychopath like him, and he used his dexterity and perception to resist the force of invisibility to the fullest. The ability of invisibility is a good enough power, but with the help of his powers, he could feel the aura of bloodlust well. So he could see where he was, and all his attacks were pointless, as each blow was deflected. Nam Yongjun laughed even harder because he was having so much fun fighting such an opponent. He was already dreaming about how he would defeat him and become even stronger and be able to kill even more people. For Seokanrim, it was a chance to use an ability he hadn't used before. He got it by defeating Yeti. It was called Combat Instinct, and it will increase the characteristics if the enemy is stronger, but the thirst for battle will overwhelm him. The enemy was still stronger, and the thirst for battle bubbled up inside the characteristics increased. Even my gaze changed, and an incredible force enveloped my entire body, making my blood boil. I felt a thirst for blood, which made it even more enjoyable to fight this psycho. The blows were so fast and powerful that blow after blow hit Nam Yongjun's body. He couldn't even think of what to do. He hadn't expected such resistance. I couldn't figure out where he had gotten such wild strength from at that moment. So Kanrim mockingly asked him if he was going to fight back today. And suddenly, coming out of the bushes, Dak Gojin found him. But as usual, he was not in time because he was stronger than the masked killer, so his fighting instinct switched to him. Then, with even greater enthusiasm, Kanrim wanted to engage in battle with a new enemy. Dak Gojin noticed that he was out of his mind and had lost his mind because of the force, so he had only one idea, to hit him hard on the head so that he would come to his senses. It worked, but Nam Yongjun still escaped because he thought it was necessary for the plot. When he woke up, Kanrim immediately took medicine to restore his health, as he was quite exhausted. He was also very angry with Dak Gojin and asked him to find someone else to be his friend. But he still continued to divide everyone into characters and believed that they were the two protagonists. The others had no history at all, so he needed him. To prove it, he wanted to unite and become the two best characters. Meanwhile, Nam Yongjun was running through the forest in a panic, thinking about how to get rid of the two of them, but the difference in skills was too great. But his luck was good, and he came across his team who were looking for him. All he could think of was to become stronger with his methods. He ran to his group and shouted that he had seen a body in the forest and had seen who the killer was, and only when he approached them did he draw his sword, thank the team, and start a massacre. He spared no one and killed everyone for his own whim and to increase his power. His ability was activated, and he took 10% of the characteristics of his former partner. In addition, the horror of the living and the dead liked what Nam Yongjun did. And Lord Nishal gave me a razor necklace that increased my strength by 10%. As soon as it started to rain, he was told in a message that his abilities would be reduced due to his fire attribute. But the Lord calmed him down because he knew that his opponent also had a fire attribute and would be weakened as well. At this time, Sokanrim was cutting down trees all over the neighborhood with his sword in search of the object. Suddenly, he felt an evil aura appear in his field of vision again. So when Nam Yongjun tried to attack from the back again, he was already expecting. He was ready for it, but he was still surprised that he became stronger than before. This blow also caused a rather serious crack in the sword. There was no time to delay. The enemy was still quite strong and furious. So you need to hold out and fight back until the weather gets even worse. The main thing was to dodge his blows as much as possible. In an instant, an incomprehensible smile appeared on Seokanrim's face. Nam Yongjun did not understand why he was smiling in the face of death, but his trump card was the water attribute, and he used it. The reduced performance returned to normal, and as the weather got worse, its strength increased. At that time, Namyeongjin's strength was decreasing due to the fire attribute, and it had already dropped by 20%. He did not understand why the Lord lied and said that his opponent also had the attribute of fire. So Kanrim continued to put pressure on the psycho, both physically and morally, with word. Lord Nachel asked us not to fall for such provocations by the enemy, and he said that even with the underestimated characteristics, he was stronger. These words gave him confidence and a counterattack that broke Sokanrim's sword. But with a powerful kick, he threw him against a tree on their back. He couldn't even move in pain because of the burning and breaking of his arm, which was struck by lightning. Namyeongjin grabbed him by the throat and put his sword to his face, feeling a sweet victory. I also wanted to add to him in the end, so that he wouldn't worry that he wouldn't be alone, since he was going to destroy his girls as well. He paid for his words immediately, and felt something sharp go through him. When I fell to the ground, I could not believe that an ordinary branch had defeated him. But he was wrong. It wasn't quite an ordinary branch, it was a sword. No matter how many times he called his lord for help, it was in vain. And so Kanrim raised his sword over him and said that it was too late to call anyone. To the glitter of lightning and the roar of thunder, he completed the massacre with a simple swing of his sword. Finally, he said that he also possesses the power used after life and activated the destiny hijacking. The next day, Sokanrim continued to destroy mantises in search of pearls, and thought how lucky he was to have been rewarded. First of all, his new sword was called the Lightning-Pierced Seven-Spindle Sword, which had the 3rd level of Dragon. He was looking for this particular object throughout the forest, which was quite a difficult task. That's why he had to cut down all the trees around. And secondly, he took away Namyeongjin's invisibility and his items, after which the level of fate rose again. But fits of memories of the past still disturbed him, not allowing him to live in peace. When Dak Gojin came up and saw a bunch of insects, he didn't understand why there were so many of them, but his job was to guard the 4th gate, so he wondered what he was doing here. Then, when he helped to kill the masked killer, Sokanrim rejected all his offers to unite. He was ready to rehabilitate himself for his mistake, only to earn his trust. He agreed to this, but asked that his request be fulfilled without any exception. Dak Gojin beamed with joy at the chance to help catch a murderer or fulfill any request. His task was to guard the exit to the 2nd region to prevent the killer from escaping through it. He had been guarding the exit for several days and waited for the message before going in search of Sokanrim. Not wanting to talk about the massacre, he made up the story that he never found him. Dak Gojin, although he was quite strange, was not a fool. He was more than confident that he would defeat him, and knew things like a necklace and a sword only confirmed his guesses. Taking his hand away from him, he told him not to make up stories, as the necklace was given to him by God and the sword was bought in a store. But he asked him not to implicate him in imaginary scenarios and guesswork. But not being a fool, Dak Gojin was very stubborn and looked through all the excuses. He continued to insist on telling the truth because he was on his side. Coldly and firmly, he was told once again that they were not friends and that everything he had invented was only in his head. As he said goodbye, he told him that Shin-Sua was the first person to complete this task and congratulated him. He had already finished off the last monsters and extracted the last pearls from them, and finally passed this room. Master Sokanrim was shouted at by the twins throughout the building, begging him to take them as his students. In his turn, he sat quietly and drank aromatic coffee, only saying a short no to them. While they were telling us that they had become stronger and no longer weak, they said that they were even blessed by the gods. This caught his attention, and he turned on the ability to detect fate and checked who these gods were. One was blessed by the beautiful and wise moon maiden Huntress. The second bowstring is full of sunlight, or to put it simply, a kind of Artemis and Apollo. He praised the good gods and noted that they were very harmonious with their ability. The girls understood everything and wondered what kind of god blessed Sokanrim. He answered directly that at the moment no god had dared. Yunbam lightly joked that he should accept the patronage of Zeus, the father of men and God. In addition, she noticed that people blessed by the gods of one faction had a good synergy, but the other abruptly shut her up. They also said that Shin-Sua's sister was not interested in patronage either, and they said that they seemed to think alike. And Sokanrim told them that he didn't want to do that at the moment either, and he didn't want to be a mentor. He told them once that he could sometimes give them some suggestions, but he is not a good teacher. Their discussion was interrupted by a man who fell to the ground from one of the doors. It was the door from the first room, Yoongel noticed, thinking that everyone had already passed it. A tall man with bright eyes and a cross around his neck was a holy father. They took him up to check if he was okay and put him in the totem for treatment. During this time, the monsters still scared him, and it was quite difficult to destroy them. He considered himself miserable because of this, for an awakened person who is unable to defeat a monster cannot call himself so. So Conrim reassured him and offered to go on the next mission together. His father did not believe what he heard and even asked him a couple of times. The twins immediately shouted in one voice that they were also in this case, and so Conrim gave the conditions that they had to go hunting first, and then he could take them. The girls ran away, and the father continued to say that he might not go because he was afraid to interfere with him, but he convincingly stated that people should help each other, just in case. So Conrim opened his window of fate. His father's name was John Richter, and he was a third-class insectoid. And after checking his strength, which he had under the name of Healing Touch, he suggested that we go on a mission right now. Meanwhile, in the office of the second group of the Fate Protection Agency, the agents were sitting around discussing how good it was that the person from their group was the first to finish the raid. There was a knock at the door, and the head of the first department came in. She just stopped by to congratulate Director Gong on his group's first successful raid. Jiameng Engyu promised that her group would not lose the next raid and would be the first. She also suggested making a bet on whose student would be the first to come in first, on the highest difficulty in the next raid. He agreed, but he was still interested in what exactly they would argue about. Smiling, Jiameng Engyu suggested that they could bet on wishes and asked Gong if he agreed to do so. Because he looked like he was afraid, she continued, but the leader of the second group loudly denied it and accepted the terms. She smiled, wished me a soon-to-be meeting and good luck, and went about her business. The moment she came out, Gong switched to a Navi, and Ju Sungtai said that they should definitely win now. At that time, Seo Conrim helped his father to complete all the missions so that they could go to the fifth room together. John could not believe that in just 2 days all the missions were completed, and all thanks to him. But without his healing abilities, it would not have happened so quickly, so Conrim also noticed his merit. He also told him not to worry so much, that everyone has their own role, and that the others have not yet recognized how valuable he encouraged the father and suggested that it was time to go and get ready for the fifth room. When they returned, they received a message from a Navi that the next room would be longer and more difficult to pass than the previous one, and everyone should be well prepared. The next morning, they gathered and launched their fifth raid. John could not believe that they were still in the world of demons because of the beauty of the surrounding nature. The room was called the Room of Spoken Sins, and special conditions were in place. The reward for the first task depended on the difficulty. The second condition was that the use of the store was limited, and the third was that they could not leave until the raid was over. But not a single word was said about what exactly to do to complete the task. And the interesting name of the room frightened So Conrim's father, meaning that for some spoken sins, one could lose one's tongue. Then they went from the beach to the forest, where they pitched a tent and made a fire. Now the additional conditions did not frighten the father, and it was a good thing that they had purchased the goods before the raid. By the time the camp was cleared and monster deterrent scent layers were scattered around, So Conrim could leave Iowan and go scout the area. And yet, supplies do not last forever, and you still need to look for food. Not far away, while searching for food, one of the groups came across an orchard with fruit, but the orchard was too suspicious, so one of the group suggested returning to Shinsua. And since the chairman was the former Shinsua, he got angry because he asked me not to even mention her name. How could he go to ask for help or food from someone who had abandoned him? So he came up with a plan to first get rid of the dogs that guarded the garden and pick the fruit while he still had the strength. The members of the group were paid security guards, so while they were chasing the dogs, he was sitting behind them watching. He came out to them only when he was sure that all the monster dogs had been destroyed. Then he ordered them to pick as much fruit as they could carry, but he noticed that despite the fact that there was so much fruit around, the dogs were very thin. Suddenly, the voice of God said that if they took the fruit, the owner of the garden would take away their tongue. As soon as God told me this information, many red eyes appeared behind the trees. The monkey monsters screaming rushed to catch up with the intruders who had entered the garden. He then screamed in fright to everyone to run away if they wanted to stay alive, but to remember to guard him first. They were running as fast as they could, but it was almost impossible to escape from these mobs unless they were distracted. As it turned out, the leader of the group was the slowest, and the guards did not even notice how far behind he was. The monsters caught up with him and opened his mouth to bring the tongue of the offender to their master. Like a sharp sword out of nowhere pierced the monkey holding it. He was still a very happy man, because it was good that Seo Conrim was not far away and heard them. But instead of thanking him, Choi Sang-won said that he didn't need help from him. He said that he would not forgive him after everything that happened between them. So Conrim smiled at him and raised his sword, telling him to calm down and that he was not going to save him. But still, he destroyed another monkey right in front of him that was about to attack. And he suggested that he run away, as his team of bodyguards had already run up. The guards apologized for not noticing how far he had fallen behind, and it was good that he survived. Since he could not forgive himself that it was So Kanrim who saved him, he promised that he would get even with him one day. The monkeys were no match for the sharp sword and firepower. They lay in packs on top of each other. His problem was that he was in a hurry. It was just about time to feed the egg, but the monkeys were over and Choi Sang-won had left. When the egg felt the amount of meat around it, it thought it was all for it. But its food was apples from the garden, so it had to eat them because it could really go hungry. When he had fed the egg enough, he returned to the camp with the monkey meat and roasted it on the fire. And when he took the piece, he asked if his father remembered that he had asked for help with one case. He bit into that big, tasty-looking piece, but some kind of liquid began to leak out. It was poison. All monsters in this dimension have poison in their body, so he asked to be cured. Father John activated his ability to heal with his touch and began treatment, and at this time, due to the poison, So Kanrim was delirious. After healing, he continued to eat that meat, though his father did not understand why he was doing it. And when he stopped, he said that this was how he was adapting to the poison. When I finished the fried meat, he started eating raw meat. Finally, the adaptation was complete, and that was enough for today. At these words, the father breathed a sigh of relief and fell to the ground, fainting from fatigue. After putting John in the tent, he was pleased with the result, although it took longer than he thought. But strength against poison is a good skill. A little later, I went to my father and woke him up without letting him rest completely. Since their camp was surrounded and one of them even tried to break into their tent, So Kanrim pierced him with his sword. He asked John to wake up and come to his senses as soon as possible, since he was so sick. They were ambushed by an unknown group of people, and there were many of them. He told us to stay in the tent, and if anything, to shout as loud as possible, and he would come to our aid. He didn't know any of the people present, so they could have been people from the first ward. They demanded that all the food be given to them, and then everyone would be safe. They were satisfied with this scenario, thinking that they were facing a weakling and underestimating the enemy. He skillfully dodged the first blow and returned the favor. Having deflected the second blow, he struck the enemy in the ear to stun and confuse him. Then, he grabbed him by the back of the head and knocked him to sleep with a powerful knee. But he was confused by the thought that the enemy was strong enough to get food on its own. When I knocked out the next one, I was sure that they were clearly looking for trouble. When they realized that So Connor Tim was too strong for them, even for the whole gang, the older man shouted to everyone to retreat and report to their captain, and threw something round aside. Meanwhile, in the tent, the father prayed to the Lord that everyone would be alive and well. He was distracted from his prayer by a powerful explosion, and smoke began to enter the tent. From behind the tent, I tried to shout to So Kanrim, but he only tried to get to his feet. He mentioned that he was ordered to sit quietly and how he would help when he came out. But his conscience won out, and he could not sit idly by and just went out. He was stopped by a hand that appeared out of the smoke and grabbed the tent. So Kanrim went inside, outraged that those people had a smoke bomb. He told his father that these people had come for their food, and he chased them away. He told him that in other dimensions, different departments had conflicts with each other and even had murderers, so they should be more careful with strangers. John lowered his head again, sadly, and muttered that he was only getting in the way, but Anavi was right. People without the will to fight didn't need the ability. Then he looked at him and rudely asked him to shut up and listen carefully to what he was telling him. He repeated himself and said that neither he nor people appreciate him yet, but there is a but. As long as the training is ongoing and it is possible to be treated with the totem and healing items, it will be so. And as soon as everything gets real after training, the totem will disappear and the medicines will become very expensive to buy. Those who did not take it will regret it. Therefore, the terms of cooperation were as follows. So Kanrim takes on all the battles and defends him, and Father John treats. Although he didn't say like all these predictions and prophecies, he assured me that his father would save many lives in the future. So I asked them not to give up, to raise their morale and do a common cause. His father's eyes were shining, and this greatly encouraged his morale. So Kanrim asked him to go to bed to rest, as he would continue to eat poisonous meat in the morning. 3 days later, in wonderful sunny weather, the Shinsua group camped at the camp. The twins returned from hunting and went straight to the tent of their group leader. She was very happy to see them, but immediately asked if they had found something to eat. But they came back empty. In their opinion, they needed to go further into the forest, but they needed to choose someone stronger to join them, because one of the sisters thought that the people around them were weak. The second, on the contrary, defended people and believed that everyone was trying and doing their best. But if their master was here, it would be easier and more interesting to impress them, because he knows a lot. They both said in unison, and thought that he had probably gone far enough in this. Their attention was drawn to a strange noise outside the tent. Someone had come to their camp. But that was just Doc Gojin, who had somehow gotten into the camp. Gel and his sister had prepared many traps around the camp. Shinsua asked why he came here at all, and was told that he was looking for Seo Kanrim. He thought that he was with them because the gods were talking about it. He came up with an idea that made his sisters immediately angry, and his idea was to get rid of the secondary character. But he immediately noticed that the three of them had important roles, and there were many other people around them. Shinsua did not like such words, and she could not accept this view of the people around her, namely the division of everyone into character. He threw a fruit at her, and she received a message that she had cleared the room on low difficulty. But Doc Gojin didn't pretend to, just said that she had plenty of them anyway. He was immediately pleased that she had figured out what needed to be collected and offered to work together. Yoonjil was very angry and took out her bow, put an arrow on it, pulled it, and shot it at him. This state of affairs forced him to use force to make them work together as a team. Shinsua turned on the Shamrock method and threatened to use force as well. The situation was heated to the max, and a fight was about to break out. Doc Gojin was only too happy to fight her instead of his sisters, and she seemed to be the stronger of the two. They were interrupted by one of the team members who came in to report that she had noticed someone preparing a monster not far away. An awkward pause enveloped the tent, and everyone stood with their weapons in hand, and everyone abruptly switched to this information. Doc Gojin was especially pleased, thinking that it was 100% So Kangrim. A large pot of soup was burning on the fire, and the smell of delicious soup made me salivate. Since it was the 10th day, most likely all the teams ran out of food. All they could eat was either poisonous meat or fruit from the garden. At the smell of him, Doc Gojin and Shinsua came running to him and were very happy to see him. So Kenrim greeted him and continued to cook, sprinkling seasonings on his soup for better flavor. "You can't eat this food if all the elements for the soup were found in this room," Shinsua said. But he said he knew, so he added the antidote and held the bowl out to her. But Doc Gojun abruptly snatched it out of his hands and thanked him, and he didn't even expect it, that he would have to pay 1,000 spiritual pearls for this bowl. He said that it was expensive, but he paid because he was very hungry and Shinsua only had 200 pearls. He attributed the difference in price per bowl to the fact that she was a female character. For 200 spiritual pearls, he fed all those who wanted to eat, and there were many of them. While everyone was eating, Seo Kanrim asked how they were both doing in their search for the item. Shinsua immediately replied that she could not and hoped that he would help them, and Doc Gojin said that it wasn't very good, and that the first branch was to blame, and that he thought they would succeed with him. If the secondary characters don't get in the way, he looked at Shinsu, who agreed to unite, but emphasized that this was not a novel. He saw the two of them snickering at each other, smiled, and even suggested that they work together. The two were arguing and fighting over who would work with him, and they didn't even hear what he said to them. So he took them to a tent so that no one would look at the noise of these two. He immediately told both of them that he had no intention of cooperating with either of them. Shinsua asked him to think again, because it would be difficult to defeat the first branch by himself. They are constantly ganged up on and put spokes in the wheel. If this is true, then you need to reconnoiter the situation first before dealing with it. He didn't want to take his father with him. It might not be safe there, and he asked him to stay in this camp. Although his father was against it and argued against it, Seo Kanrim proved that he would only be distracted by it, so it was better for him to go alone. I asked Shinsua if she would mind such a guest, and she gladly agreed and said that she would look after her father. In addition, there are many people in the camp, and someone might need it to treat them. Before he left, she asked him to watch himself and to let her know as soon as something happened. Deep in the woods, looking for the first unit, So Kanrim continued to destroy monsters along the way. Just as I was walking through the garden with the monkeys, I was eating green fruit to refresh myself when suddenly his senses kicked in and warned him that danger was very close. Behind him was a huge silhouette of a monkey similar to the ones he had destroyed, only this one was huge. What was interesting for him was that despite its size, the monster approached very quietly. The monkey saw him and swung to hit him, but he immediately disappeared with the help of the invisibility ability. It confused her. She didn't understand where it had gone, but all that was left was the fruit. Sneaking up behind him, he first used fire to set fire to the tree the monkey was holding. And then, he abruptly attacked her backside while she was worried about the tree that was burning in her paws. With just one swing of the new sword, he was able to easily separate the monster's head from its body, which surprised So Kanrim with the great quality of the object. He thought that of course there would be casualty, but it was better not to use this sword against the first unit. And then I had to figure out what was better, going to find the group here, or finding out where the monster came from. After eating the blue fruit, I received a message that the room was completed on medium difficulty and that the advantages of these berries were that they restored mana and gave resistance to poison. He also noticed that many of the trees no longer had fruit, which could mean that the first section could have already passed the medium difficulty. So Kenrim ate and ate fruit. Even the gods could no longer look at this picture and asked him to stop. But it finally gave him a first-class level of resistance to the poison. Finally, he saw the wrong people he was looking for and threw a fruit at one of them to attract attention. They even knew his name and had an invitation for him because their leader wanted to meet him. He thought about whether to go or not, but he had to find out at least some information. So he agreed to crouch down from the tree and asked to be shown the way to them. Their camp was bigger than Shinsua's, which could mean a large number of people. Their people sat there calmly looking at him without feeling any danger. When he entered, the curtains of the main entrance to the tent were closed behind him, and the first thing he saw was the first thing he saw. He saw a burly man sitting in front of him, rubbing his weapon. Just in case, he turned on the fate search, as he needed to find out the abilities of the person sitting in front of him. That was Hong De-hoon, the leader of the first branch. His rank was first-class demonic with the attribute of gold. And in his hand, he had a first-class weapon, the Divine Blade of Fire, which was used for both close combat and ranged combat. From that moment on, it became clear why the first branch was always more successful than the rest. So Kenrim asked him what he wanted from him without greeting him, but he, in turn, stormed off. He pointed the weapon right in front of his face and said that he was being rude, but despite his rudeness, he offered to join them. So Kangrim rubbed his forehead and asked if he was done and noticed that they hadn't yet completed the room on high difficulty. And since he wanted to go first, he did not accept his offer, but his words made it sound like he was mocking. I was about to leave, but I couldn't get out because the guards at the entrance blocked the exit with swords. And around the tent were people armed to the teeth, waiting for orders. Putting the blade on his shoulder, Hong De-hoon smiled and said that he didn't have much of a choice. Either he accepts his offer, or he will be destroyed here once and for all. From his pocket, So Canrim took out a token with an inscription and emphasized that if something happened to him, this token would be the end of him. The token of retribution stamped the killer, and whoever destroys the owner of this token will be destroyed by the leader of the first branch of the Gangju Fate Protection Agency himself. This surprised Hong Dae-hoon because the leader of his unit gave him the task of going through the room first and gave him such a unique weapon to do so. That So Kanrim also received a message, but this time from his leader, and he was given a token. Indeed, after the raid in the fourth room, the leader of the 2nd Destiny Protection Unit congratulated him and instructed him to go first in the 5th raid and gave him a token. So he realized that the leaders of the branches were simply competing with each other. Then he ordered the 4th group not to attack the guest because he had a strange object that meant that whoever destroyed it would be destroyed in the wake. As soon as Seo Kanrim asked if he could go, the leader of the first group ordered the others to beat him so that he could not even walk. Hong Da-hoon was the first to strike and shouted for them to grab him. It's a good thing he wasn't naive and had already been prepared for such events. With the help of his agility, he quickly moved between opponents and calmly came in with blows from the back. After putting 2 of them in a pile, I held my breath and activated invisibility. Panic spread in the enemy's ranks as he had just been here and disappeared. He also sent several people to sleep and held his breath again to become invisible. He did not want to fight them and had a much better plan to teach them a lesson. He took fruit out of his bag and scattered it all over the camp while they were looking for him. The sweet smell of those fruits spread throughout the neighborhood near the camp. But that was not all. He had a fire in his hand. While they all fought off the monsters and tried to put out the fire, he was able to leave in peace to get even for all their evil. But he was angry at the thought that all the problems between the branches in the past and now are due to some kind of pitiful reward. When he returned to the camp, he poured out a large mountain of blue fruit from his endless bag. He asked the entire 2nd unit to pay attention to him and what he was saying. He said that according to his information, one of the branches was going to ambush them. So the idea is that if everyone eats 1 fruit, it will allow them to complete the mission to medium difficulty and they will be able to leave for their own safety. And since there was a lot of fruit, he asked me to tell the others who were not present, and he was going on business. He left the group when Shinsua caught up with him and asked if he would also complete the mission or go to the difficult level. He didn't say anything, just asked her and the others to get out of the place as soon as possible. So Kanrim went to this garden where he met that big monkey monster. He was still disturbed by the thought that the monster had appeared very quietly, as if from the ground. Of course, this cannot be the case, since all monsters or demons live in their own world. He searched the entire forest for where these creatures came from, even following the second monkey. Until suddenly he came across a tree. Although it was just a tree with a hole in it, he knew it was the entrance. And the entrance was narrow at first, but quite deep when I went further into it. Going down to the very bottom, it was so dark at first that he even illuminated the road with flames, until he came to a place that illuminated and blinded him with its beauty. Even the gods who pursued him were amazed that there was such a thing. And on the tree hung fruits of different colors, and the gods noticed that there were no monsters. But this place is used as a trail, so no one fights here. But of all the dimensions, this place was the most dangerous, despite its calmness. There was also a hole in the tree in front of Sokanrim, with a passage to other worlds, and he wondered if there were monsters there as well. That task had to be done, because when he picked a fruit called the Fruit of All Flavors, a message came that he had passed the Room of Said Sin. And just as I was about to leave, a powerful explosion occurred. A team of the first squad, led by Hong Da-hoon, appeared from a smoke bomb. They were following Sokanrim and came across an interesting discovery along the way. When they went to deal with the second branch, they picked up a girl. He was horrified to recognize one of the twin sisters who was unconscious. Even the fruit fell out of his hand. When Hong Da-hoon picked up the girl, he had a brilliant idea because he couldn't do anything to him, and his friends could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, his conditions were simple. Give him the fruit, and the girl would live. He had nothing to give him, so he crushed the fruit in front of them with his foot. But if he wanted the fruit, he could go and get it from the back of the truck. There was plenty of it. He ordered his soldiers to climb up to pick fruit, but he still did not let the girl go. In a crowd, they climbed that tree and were quite happy because it meant that they would finally go home. Since Seo Kangrim had kept part of their deal, he asked Yoon Gyul to leave, but he asked him to throw away the weapon if he had the courage, and then he would let him go. Without the slightest hesitation or fear, he drew his sword and threw it to the ground. Afterwards, I ran to Yoon Gyul's house to check on her and see if she was okay. He took a tied handkerchief with some seasonings out of the bag, opened it, and poured it into her mouth. Hong Da-hoon looked at him and asked him what he had given her and why he had heard the anti-poison. He smiled and said that he had not poisoned her, that he had not even seen what was behind him. His men fell from a tree and could hardly move, and some of them even lost their eyesight. He thought that Sokanrim had poisoned them all, and he received a warning that he had been inhaling the smell of the fruit of all the flavors for a very long time. After the next warning, he said that the smell was stupefying him, and then Sokanrim asked him if he felt the poison working. Poisonous energy was everywhere, which is why this place was so dangerous. But Hong Da-hoon realized that Sokanrim had nothing, and that he might have known and drunk something. He became furious and started waving his weapon and shouting for him to give him poison. But he could not understand how Hong Da-hoon was still moving and not already affected by the fruit from the tree. I even missed one swing of his weapon, which could have wounded him slightly. But because of his wounds, the poison got directly into his bloodstream, and his ability to resist the poison was not able to cope, so he had no time to delay. He also scattered fruit and set it on fire to increase the strength of the smell. Thus strengthened by the poison, Hong Da-hoon finally fell to the ground. He was so strong that he could even think and say that one of them would be defeated anyway. All he heard in the last seconds of his life was that there was no need to threaten him and the people of the Second Ward. As soon as the body stopped breathing, Sokanrim activated the ability to steal fate. He was able to get some of the mana power from it, and his fortune rose to the third human rank. Clutching the wound in his mind, he thought that if he wanted to live, he should not have followed him. Since the poison was still in the body, we had to find one thing in the bag. He took the egg out of the bag, and even the gods did not understand that he wanted to do this. The growth rate of the egg was 100%, and it began to shine bright green. A rather interesting creature hatched from it, somewhat similar to a small deer. Even the gods could not believe what they were seeing. They could not understand how he managed to raise this creature. This cute animal approached Sokanrim and used its innate ability to purify him and rid him of the poison. She climbed high up and cleared everything around her from the poisonous tree and its fruits in one go. Still, we had to hurry to pick the fruit because it tended to spoil quickly. When I noticed that Yoon Gyul had already woken up, I called her over to me because I was glad that she was okay. They finally got out of that place, and just then, Yunbum and Shinsua ran up to them, looking for them. They were happy to find them because they were very worried about them and they looked very torn. He noticed more blood on their clothes and asked what happened, to which Sua replied that everything was fine because they had enemy blood on them, as they had been ambushed by people from the first region, but they escaped and Father John healed them all. Her sister immediately started arguing with Yoongil about why she ran away from the team. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caught her. So Kenrim also asked her in a serious tone why she didn't leave the room with the team on medium difficulty. But she said she couldn't leave him, and neither could the team members. She also added that he was not a stranger to her, and she could not just leave him. But all of these people considered So Kanrim a friend, and cared about him as much as she did. So once again, I suggested that he fight together instead of alone. These words touched him, and he remembered how many times he had tried to be alone. Shinsua has always supported him and worried about him, and their fates crossed before all that. The sisters also considered him a savior and called him a master. Therefore, he is unlikely to be able to avoid them, and he promised to think about it. So Kenrim was the first and only one to clear the 5th room on high difficulty, and I was the first to receive a gift of a fate guide for clearing it. This compass allows you to predict the future, and it works automatically whenever you want. Before I knew it, the compass turned blue, which meant it was working. And the message from him said that So Kanrim's fate was being distorted. At the same time, Gongju was watching him and thought it was strange how he was coping. He easily cleared the difficult territory of the Devil's Mountain, and the Hellfire Room was also strange, and the destroyed Yetis were not giving him peace of mind. He still couldn't believe that a person of the 3rd insectoid level was capable of such a thing. Atai thought that the disappearance of the 7-spindle sword was probably his doing. Without this sword, Hong Da-hoon could not win, but he was worried about something else. The commander of the first squad was not in a good mood after the defeat and said that it was wrong to tell some things to the students. She was referring to the proper cultivation of the egg, as it is very difficult to grow it. The chance is almost 0. He thought that he should still test him for the ability to read his fate. While resting, So Kanrim heard a voice calling him out of nowhere. The head of the 2nd Department for the Protection of Destiny appeared in front of him and opened the door. A door that also appeared out of nowhere to give another one to the garden as promised. Since he did a pretty good job, he allowed me to choose anything from his arsenal. But he came up with a plan to bring him out into the open and test his ability to read his fate. All item properties have been replaced by high-level weapons with poor descriptions and low-level weapons with good ones. But if it turns out that he can read the fortunes, he will choose the right thing. And it looks like his plan worked, as he chose a pretty good weapon, but Seo Kanrim noticed that it was a very generous gift on his part. He noticed another weapon that looked quite liquid, but its description said that it was only the first inexoid equation. And then he realized what was going on and why he was being so generous and turned off the search for fate. It is more likely that they are checking it because otherwise such items are not just given away. And to change the fate protection is used to change the descriptions, which would give away that he can read the fate. With the turn of events, this situation was becoming more complicated. Not everyone can read fate, and those who could were taken by the agents. He was faced with the task of either getting a good item or hiding his skills. Gongju got a little tired of waiting and asked if he had already chosen some, but Seo Karim pointed his index finger in his direction, pointing at him. It surprised him, and he thought he had chosen it as a gift and screamed. He started jokingly saying that it was a smart choice to choose the most valuable thing in the room, his. But unable to stand his strange actions, I corrected him and said that I was showing him that he was picking up the room key. He wanted to borrow the weapons from this room, not take them, and he emphasized that he would benefit from it, since the weapons will remain his, and the 2nd unit will have very good results. This made him think about this rather interesting deal, and he needs to think about it. A little later in the room, Seo Kangrim fed Keelan because it was dinner time, and he still needed to eat a lot to grow quickly. Since Gongju agreed to make a copy of the key in 3 days, it was time to make Keelan stronger, even though his food is quite expensive. Before he could even finish speaking, the message interrupted him as Keelan's level grew to the 2nd demon rank, and the ability to control water appeared. This allowed me to move faster and more skillfully in the water, and also gave me the strength to control the water. Since So Kanrim wanted to test his skills as soon as possible, he showed that Keelan could use the power on that wall. But he obviously did not expect him to create a huge water balloon in the middle of the room. Before he could even scream, the ball was already flying into the wall he was pointing at. With a lot of noise, a huge hole formed in the wall, soaking even the neighbor. The whole floor heard his screams, as who could have known that Choi Sang-won would be his neighbor. The next day, people were having a quiet lunch in the dining room and discussing the past mission. The group of boys ate rice as if they had never seen it before and laughed and said they would never even touch fruit again. It was good that Seo Kanrim was there to feed them soup, said one, as his thought was interrupted by another who said that he used to think he was evil, but now he was kind. And the third one even wanted to join him, but he thought he was too cold, so he helped him walk through the room anyway. Already in the dining room, Seo Kanrim met with Jung Sang-won, where he boasted that he was the first to complete the room, albeit on a low difficulty. He praised him and said that he did well to pass, despite the difficulty. Still, Jung Sang-won could not help but praise himself, saying in response that no one was even close to him. He abruptly switched and offered to have a drink together as only he understands him. And he asked the little funny dolls who played the role of sellers in their house for 2 glasses, but his pearl count was at 0, so he was not given any, but he pressed on to have 2 glasses brought to him immediately, as he ordered. Since he couldn't get anything done by shouting, so Kanrim offered to pay for it himself. And the dolls were kind enough to sell 1 glass and give the other one for free as a VIP client. He probably thought this because he had spent 12,000 pearls on food the previous day. Jung Se-won was shocked and trembling with anger and did not understand where the man's money came from. As usual, he took it personally and broke the glass in anger. Because of these actions, everyone in the dining room noticed them, and So Kanrim reprimanded him, which is why he left the dining room in the first place. The twins approached the teacher and asked if everything was okay and what had happened. The girls also asked why their master had dealings with such a bad person, and he replied that his pet had broken the wall between them. They were delighted with the animal. It was very cute to them, and they were interested in what he had named it. He said that it was a Keelan, and they did not understand why he called it that, so he explained that it was just a type of animal. They indignantly condemned him, and hinted that he clearly did not like being called just a person. But Seo Kanrim had no idea what to call him. He had never had a pet. The girls suggested naming him Rini, and he liked it to boot. Rini's level has risen to first class, and he has also gained the power of a magnetic horn. Now it was not just a Keelan, it had a name, and it became his friend. The girls made So Kanrim laugh because they made Rini stronger, and he thanked them. Before they left the room, they offered to go on the next raid together, to which he did not give a definite answer, and he did not even know that preparations for the next raid were already underway. But the 6th room had not yet opened and was sealed so that no one could get there without knowing. A week later, the mission began, and this time, the name of the room was the Room of Poisonous Snakes. The task was to protect it for a certain period of time. A man appeared in front of them and introduced himself as Seo Chong-min, and he was also responsible for the raid. Everyone had a mission window like in the previous rooms, and had one question from So Kanrim: why he was released and not Enevichasa and what could have happened to her. He asked for attention, and even though the mission leadership had everything, he wanted to tell us more himself. Some did not even know that such a manual existed and did not carry it with them at all. This time, the task was to protect the snake from all threats so that it would remain unharmed. Everyone had to have their own snake, and what they had to do was to tie this scarf on them. The guide contained interesting points that you can fail the mission with snakes, you can't leave the room, and you can't call an immature dragon a snake. Another task was that each participant of the raid had to find the snake himself. Everyone could find the one they wanted, and it didn't matter how big or small it was. But some snakes could be aggressive, and one of them attacked Father John. Jung Sang-won had already found an interesting snake and tied a handkerchief to it, which started the countdown. He named her Gucci and entrusted her to his guards because he didn't care whether they guarded him or the snake, as long as they completed the task. He also couldn't help but mention So Kanrim laughed, saying that this time he would definitely be the first. Meanwhile, he and Rini walked calmly across the bridge, but one thought kept coming to mind. A guide of fate, why he warned him about the intertwining of fate and what it could mean for him. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that the raids are faster and the room was sealed and a second Chasa appeared instead of a Navi. But he also noticed that now there were more and more differences than before. But no matter how much he thought and doubted, he was going to reach his goal. The gods also started to ask him why he didn't want to go looking for the snake and what he was doing on the bridge in the first place. He told them that words could not help the matter and was already on his way to find him. But he undressed, and his clothes revealed a slender body with a clear muscle shape. The next step he took was to dive into the water with Rini. The gods clearly did not expect. They found themselves in a very beautiful and colorful underwater world. With So Kanrim's water attribute, his ability to hold his breath was increased by 20%. In turn, Rini also possessed the water element, and during the activation passed on a piece of power to him as best he could, to enhance the ability of its owner to breathe freely underwater. This allowed him to go down deeper to find the snake he needed, but there were many small ones swimming around. They came across an underwater cave and immediately went to explore it to see if it was there. All the while, The gods were arguing with each other and wondering what kind of snake he was looking for, although his goal was actually somewhat different. But it didn't take long for what they were looking for to find them. Even the gods didn't expect to see an immature dragon. He was very lucky to have an alabard with him, which allowed him to fix the mouth and prevent it from attacking further. The immature dragon was quite large, but it was too small for a dragon and quite large for a snake. In order to tame it, it was necessary to tie a sign of friendship on it somewhere, and since it was already in the mouth, he chose the tongue, which the immature dragon clearly did not like. That he wanted to use the ability to drive the stranger out of his mouth out of anger. He managed to do just that, and Sokanrim flew out of it, and he also managed to throw out the alabard. Still, Rini was on the side, and with the help of his water ability was able to protect him and stop him from swimming away. And yet, the immature dragon was distracted by the shining of Sokanrim's celestial body, which was able to outrun him from behind, and to try again to attach the sign of friendship to the tail, even though it did not obey at first. And with the help of brute force, namely by grabbing him tightly with my arms and squeezing him, we managed to subdue him. And riding on it, he got to the surface without any extra effort, and at that time, the gods did not believe that he had managed to conquer such a healthy snake. On the surface, Sokanrim ordered him to behave as usual and not to come to the surface, and in a week, he would take off his scarf. He breathed a sigh of relief because he had a whole week to go about his business, and the gods were calling him a charlatan for such a prank. And these cases involved the destruction of local fauna to improve their skills. At the moment, strength was already 26th level, as were senses and dexterity, and magic and endurance were 23rd, and they all still needed to be improved. But improving his skills for destroying monsters was not an easy task and was time-consuming, and Rini was already quite tired of it. All the while, he was casting spells on Sokanrim that increased his skills, even though the Virgin Lands had not bled. While he was collecting pearls from the monsters, a scream from people not far away caught his attention. Thinking that someone was in trouble, she and Rini jumped up and ran in the direction of the sound to see what was going on. When they got there, they first observed what was happening and reconnoitered the situation. But at the bottom of the waterfall, Zhang Sangwon was quarreling with his team because he had already gotten them fed up with his orders and behavior and his constant reproaches for Sokanrim. In the end, the whole team rejected him and told him to hire him if he was so great. Watching him, the god suggested a rather interesting idea. What if we actually offered help for pearls? While Sokanrim was arguing that he was a homeless man and had no pearls, they saw him. Yi Choi Sangwon himself asked for help in finding the snake because it was missing and in danger. As they were running around looking for her, the question came up of how many pearls he would get for the search. They stopped and made a deal, and Zhang Sangwon hurried because his snake had less than half its health, as the warning indicated. As soon as he found it, he saw that the snake was writhing because they were trying to take its life with a sword. And just in time, he ran, which made it possible to block the last blow at her, which saved her. With a single movement of his hand, Sokanrim threw the snake toward Zhang Sangwon and noticed that the person in front of him was from another department. Zhang Sangwon was very worried about his Gucci and even gave him a medicinal syrup just to keep him alive. He immediately shouted to the stranger who he was to destroy his snake, and the people standing in front of them could not understand what was happening. Then he pointed out that it had a sign of friendship on it and that he should go find his own and do what he wanted with it. Sokanrim realized that he did not understand anything and asked him why he did not protect the snakes, but wanted to kill them. He opened the mission window and showed them that his goal was not to protect them, but on the contrary, which they were not pleasantly surprised by. This attracted Sokanrim's special attention, because the purpose of the third branch has changed, and this is possible because of the intertwining. In their past lives, all of them had the same mission goal and even worked together with the third branch. And he realized that if Gucci had just been almost destroyed, then his immature dragon was also in danger. Immediately, he received a message about the danger to his snake and the only one who could compete with an immature dragon. And even if it was from the third ward, it could only be one person he knew well from his past life. They were just at the very beginning of the battle, an immature dragon roaring and ready to attack. But this did not frighten his opponent at all, because he had no fear and could walk across the room immediately if he destroyed such a snake. And he did it perfectly well. Even without weapons, he would have destroyed his target with powerful fist blows. But Sokanrim arrived just in time to protect his animal by wrapping it in water and repelling the attack with his sword. When he saw him, his doubts disappeared from his mind, and he was convinced that he was right about who could attack the immature dragon. It was his brother from the past, from the Flying Tiger clan, ranked second-class demon Chan Tahong. He was angry about this, and said that he would let him go, since they had never met before, but the snake was still his target. Seo Kanrim asked the immature dragon to hide in the water and not even think about coming to the surface, and he disappeared deep into the water, leaving behind a ruined bridge and the two of them alone. Jang Tae-hyun asked him to get out of the way. He would find him anyway and finish him off, but Seo Kangrim hardly heard him, as he thought that he hadn't seen him young before. Still, he was quite different in character from himself here than he was in the past, but he once told me that he was quite aggressive before joining the clan. The atmosphere between them began to grow more and more tense as Jang Tae-hyun became more and more angry. And after saying that he was not a mature dragon and asking him to find someone to sacrifice the other one altogether, he attacked So Kanrim with his fists, but he didn't know that he was a difficult target for him and not easy to defeat. After deflecting a few blows, a smile appeared on his face, no matter how much he liked to get into the mess. Jang Tae-hyun noticed that he was smiling, and at that moment, he did not understand what was so funny. The smile on his face was due to the fact that Seo Kanrim was very happy to see him alive, but instead they were opponents, and he changed the attribute to Flame. Chantahong still had a second-class demon rank, and he was stronger in terms of characteristics, but he didn't understand how he was losing, since he was stronger and his opponent was weaker, but he couldn't admit it. So to avoid getting hurt, So Kanrim had to outsmart him and wait for the right moment. He was able to turn away from the attack and get through with a strong blow to the enemy's stomach, but with the blunt end of his sword. His advantage was that he knew all the techniques and styles of fighting, he thought, as he looked at him. He let him go, of course, and when he ran away, he promised that he would not give up so easily and would come back for sure. But there was one problem. In the past, he had met Shin Sua on this mission, and in this reality, they might not have met. And it turns out that he will not join the clan of the Flying Tiger, or it could have been even worse, and he could have joined the clan of Asura. And there he could have died at the hands of the Tiger clan, so we had to figure out what to do. At this time, at the end of the day, the white trees of which Jongsang-won was beginning were quarreling with their Chaz that why he had not warned them that there would be a different mission in other departments. When he did not receive a direct answer, he left with Gucci in his arms and grumbled under his breath, and so Kanrim also needed Chasa. He smiled and kindly asked if I also had any questions for him about the mission. And then he asked why there was such strong competition, and doesn't the agency need more strong people? The answer was not long in coming. The purpose of the raid this time was to eliminate the weaklings who were constantly on their neck, and he gave an example from the raid where people received all the necessary items to complete the room's tasks and hinted at it. Chasa also said that now there are not so many snakes, and it will not be possible to team up with someone for a joint passage. The answer was clear enough to understand that in this task, almost everyone was on their own, and it confused him. The next morning, Soe Kanrim went back to his room to check that there was no attack on his snake in the messages, but noticed someone approaching. Abruptly, he ducked back, and at that very second, an explosive blow hit the ground where he was standing. Jang Tae-hyun stood before him again, very happy to have found him, but he did not understand why he had been looking for him at all. He rushed into the fight with his fists and shouted that he was looking for him to return yesterday's gift. So Kanrim understood the sequence of his strikes and planned to give in to his opponent a little bit. But he clearly did not expect the kick, which meant that the sequence and tactics of the battle were changed. He was lucky to be agile enough to deflect such a blow, and he realized that the man had guessed that his blows were red. The blow was strong enough to leave a good mark on his arm, and so Kanrim even praised him for figuring out how to change the order of the movements. But he asked why he wanted to fight him. It would be easier to find another snake. But Chantahun replied that he had lost once and now wanted revenge. This was typical for him, as his character in the past was calm as it is now, but still belligerent. In the past, he liked to constantly spar with stronger opponents. He smiled that he was now strong enough to spar with him, and was even amused, but he could not let him destroy the snake. A real fight with a stronger enemy could have given Chang Si-tung what he wanted, and he only asked him to be more careful and activated his fighting instinct. But in turn, he also had the ability of combat instinct, which he also activated, and the battle between them was filled with new colors, as Seo Kanrim's fighting instinct was characterized by a strong thirst for strong opponents, and Jang Tae-hyun was simply endowed with more power, and he remained sane without the desire to destroy the enemy. Therefore, So Kanrim's blows were aimed at places important to his life, and he noticed that his behavior changed a lot. His blows became more and more ferocious, and something had to be done urgently. Because it would be impossible to fight off such strong attacks forever, the solution was to wait for the moment to strike one strong blow. And he just couldn't let this moment pass him by, so he put all his strength into it and hit, Sokanrim's body with a direct fist. A couple of bones in his chest broke at once from such force, which is a serious enough injury to continue the fight. But it wasn't over yet, as the combat instinct ability was upgraded to the second demon rank and consciousness was temporarily restored. She recovered in time enough to block another rather powerful blow with her sword. But that wasn't all. He used another skill that Jang Tae-hyun couldn't even really approach. So Sokanrim covered himself in flames, and despite his injuries, smiled and joked that the victory was his, and he had even figured out how he would do it. At that moment, Chan Tae-hoon was not up for game. He was fighting to the maximum and could not understand how he was still walking and attacking with broken ribs. So far, Sokanrim was driven by the desire to destroy the target in front of him, in his eyes and in his words. Only victory and leaving the enemy alive. Even though he admitted that he had lost this battle and could do nothing. The enemy did not hear him. He had already swung his sword over him as he did at that moment. The only thing that stopped him was that he ran out of mana and all abilities were automatically disabled. Then Sokanrim ordered him to stop frightening his immature dragon and let him look for something else. Chan Tae-hoon was no longer interested in his dragon. He only wanted to win their sparring match and promised to come every morning until he won. But he asked him not to, because sooner or later he would give him a hard time. The gods saw this duel and were delighted, but still held the opinion that if Chang Tae-hung did not find the second snake, only one would pass the room. So Sokanrim had to return to the hall to the totem for treatment due to severe injuries. Chasa Inavi was there and was surrounded by a crowd of people who were outraged at this task. She explained to them that their mission was to protect their chosen snakes, and since they failed, they would be removed from the lists by the end of the task. Those who did not pass the room were quite angry and did not understand why they had to wait for the end, as they could be kicked out immediately. After hearing all this from Sokanrim, an idea came to him, and he turned to Inavi. He whispered his idea quietly in her ear so that the others wouldn't hear, and asked if this option was even possible. She paused for a long moment, considering what to say to these words, and smiled back, which meant yes on her part. This pleased Sokanrim quite well, as he had one less reason to lose. The next morning, he returned to the room where Jang Tae-hyun was waiting for him, having soaked himself with water beforehand because he thought it would help with the flame. And so it was every morning he stubbornly wanted to win and stubbornly did not retreat from his goal. Of course, his dousing did not help his fire ability, and he was screaming that it was not fair to the flame. But Sokanrim told him that there was no problem with that he was using his abilities and did not mind using them against him. When Jang Tae-hyun once again promised to look into it, and that he would come back the next day, and this time, they were watched by an immature dragon. His owner noticed and asked him why the hell he had come to the surface when he had ordered him to stay in the depth. And to get him back into the water, he gave him food and let him sit deep because people are much more dangerous than monsters, he told him. He was very happy to eat such a delicious meal, but Sokanrim also asked him not to say anything to Rina about it, because she was his, and he would be angry. After he finished eating, he told me that he could be free and warned me to be careful and safe. As soon as the immature dragon disappeared into the water, Yoongel and Yoonbum ran up behind him, and he was glad to see them. They noticed that Sokanrim was feeding an immature dragon, and muttered under their breath that they were jealous and wanted to do the same. They also saw their teacher fight with a person from the third ward, but he calmed them down because it was like a fun training session for him. At this time, the third branch wanted to unite and invited Chang Tae-hung to join, which would increase their chances of winning. He agreed, but first had to defeat his opponent. An immature dragon was swimming nearby, and because he knew his offender, he quietly swam out of the water and overheard their plot against him and the second unit. He agreed to this adventure because he wanted to defeat and humiliate Sokanrim at any cost. The dragon immediately swam to his master, but he could not inform him about the conspiracy of the third branch and that he was not safe. It was already the last day of the mission, and the venomous snakes had a few hours left in the room. But it was also the last day for Jang Tae-hyun to keep his promise and defeat him. To end their duel, he offered to bet that if he won, he would make any wish. He didn't let his opponent say what he wanted from the win, but only told him not to even think about winning and to burn with his own flame. Then Jang Tae-hyun sighed and warned that now his ability was meaningless and he would easily pass it. In how many fights did it really stop working because he got resistance to fire and he broke into the fight with full confidence? The crown punch with his right hand easily passed through Sokanrim's fire shield and did not even burn him. And to make sure, he opened the window of fate and the words that the fire shell was no longer active were confirmed. This helped him to pass the defense once again, and with one precise blow, he managed to break the sword. But still, He didn't expect that his opponent had another ace up his sleeve, which he used. The 7-pointed sword easily inflicted a couple of precise sharp wounds to the leg, and, for good measure, Sokanrim also turned on his improved fighting instinct. Jang Taehyun just smiled lightly as he noticed that his opponent had changed his words and actions. So there was no time to waste, and he got his ace, the formless spear, which was a very rare weapon that could only be obtained from a god. Sokanrim's sensors sounded the alarm that there was a very dangerous object in front of him that he should keep away from. He threw it at his opponent, and the force was so strong that a cloud of dust formed on his backside. Although she managed to stop the attack with the 7-spindle sword, she disabled her combat instinct ability. While he was holding this attack, he was struggling with the ability to turn it on, and it was turned off by Chang Tahong's sword. But, through a growl, he shouted to him that he would not lose this battle at any cost, and this fighting spirit provoked his fighting instinct to grow to another level. This made the mind clearer, but there was an unknown ray that bent and pointed in a direction. And then I realized that this beam showed me where to move and all the enemy's weaknesses. He rushed into the attack with renewed vigor, and he was definitely not going to be defeated today. A thought flashed through my mind. Due to his high speed, it was impossible to dodge his attack, so the sword hit the target. His fighting instinct was turned off, and the gods could not believe that despite the shapeless spear, he still defeated Sokanrim. When he finally regained consciousness and ran to Chang Taehung, he clearly did not want this scenario and overdid it a little, but it was good that he was alive. And once again, his sense of danger saved him, as he was able to tilt his head back at the last minute to avoid being hit by a bullet. These were the men of the 3rd Division with whom Chang Tzi-tung had conspired, and they shouted and rushed into battle until he was weakened after the battle. It was very bad that they suddenly appeared and attacked as he wanted to give the healing potion first. Because someone used the mud ability, he fell into the ground, and the flask with the medicinal substance leaked onto the ground. On top of all that, he ran out of mana during the battle and couldn't even use his fire ability. It was like his immature dragon appeared out of nowhere, and he attacked one of them, and the rest stopped. Out of hopelessness and fear, they could only scream as their comrade was in his jaws. They began to shout what kind of snake it was, an overgrown, immature dragon, and the dragon became very angry. So Kanrim shouted at them to shut up and not to call him that, because it was wrong to call him a snake. In the 4th paragraph of this task, it was written, not to call an immature dragon a snake, but they seemed not to hear, and continued to shout that they would destroy the snake. And this was the last straw. He finally lost control of himself, grew very large, and growled fiercely. He could not be called that because he would never be able to become a dragon, but would become a monster called Gancheori. It was a huge monster with the head of a dragon and the body of a snake, and in its mouth were huge sharp teeth. Huge paws with claws struck at the attackers, and fear and panic were clearly visible in their eyes. So Kanrim threw himself on top of Jang Taehyun, looked at Gancheori, and thought that maybe if he recognized him, there would be a chance to bring him back to his former self. But first, he had to quickly save his friend and not get killed by the monster himself. Gancheori was a 3rd-class dragon, he was poisonous, had the attribute of poison and flame, and his body was steel. And it gained more and more power. It became so large that it could be seen from a distance, and everything around it was burning because of its fire. Taking the megaphone, Chasa said that by order of the Agency for the Protection of Destiny, everyone immediately evacuated to the Holy Tree. Jung Sang-won from Gucci and the guys from the team also ran as fast as they could from the flames that almost overtook them. Just in time, Shin-sua sang to protect them using the shamrock method and made a tunnel of branches so that everyone could get there as quickly as possible. SEO Kanrim also ran fast enough to save Jang Taehyun, and he realized that if there was an evacuation, the agency would most likely want to intervene. But he was wrong, and Chasa said that the mission of the room had changed, and now whoever destroys Gancheori will also be considered a successful completion of the room. Dakgo-jun was only too happy to see this happen, as it meant interesting events for him, and he thought it was the beginning of a raid on the boss. As soon as Seo Kanrim reached the tree, he immediately called Father John for his friend. He was already at the evacuation site, and immediately went over and activated his healing touch ability and began treatment. Ishinsua also ran up and saw the blood on his back, and she was very worried, but he reassured her that the blood was not his, but his friend's. He was intact, and his comrade did not really point a finger at his wound, and said this from the 3rd ward, which he fought every day. They stood back and looked at the fire and the huge dragon from a distance, and Shinsuo wondered what he would do next and whether he would raid it. But the answer surprised her, since the target of the task was his immature dragon, and she saw him when the girls approached him. She said that in this case he should not destroy it, but he should not leave it in this state either. Behind them, they also shouted that they could not destroy it. It was Chang Tzi-tung, who had just regained consciousness. Chasa overheard their conversation and came up to them and told them that they had no choice but to kill him because it was the only way out. And because of the poison and flames it emitted to destroy everything, the room could collapse, so there was not much time. In fact, it was supposed to be handled by a fortune protection agent, but for some reason the senior management changed its mind. The fallen dragon was a big mistake. He had to be stopped in any case, and I warned So Kanrim not to go alone. He listened to him and asked Shinsuo for help, as he was unlikely to be able to do anything on his own. Of course, she answered without objection that she would help, and the girls ran up and told her not to forget about them and that they were in. Jang Taehyun was watching them all the time, and he was under the impression that they were friendly with each other, but still. The thought that they were going to kill the dragon was disturbing, and he shouted to them that they could not do that. He emphasized the dragon Sokanrim, and shouted even louder that they had no right to take his life. The reason why he did not want anyone to hurt him was in himself, or rather, in his past. As a child, his father often abused him, beat him, and insulted him with all kinds of words, and liked to always add at the end that he was a mistake. And no matter what he did, no matter what high awards he won, he could not earn respect for himself for 20 years. In the end, everything slipped into eternal fights, from which only the winner could emerge, and everyone around him seemed to be his enemy. Perhaps this led to the fact that he could understand how the dragon feels and what kind of sensations it has. And as it turned out, Seo Kanrim was a good man. And when he was carrying him, he couldn't understand why he was helping him at all. And he received a response that was very pleasant for him, albeit banal, and that he believes in him. In turn, he also believed, and knowing that he had to stop Gancheri, he believed that he would find a way to stop him without destroying him. So Kanrim took out the key to the weapons room from his bag and said that the girls could borrow any weapon from it. He emphasized one more thing, because they could often flirt and do something. He warned them that he would handle Gancheri himself. The main thing was to distract him and make sure he was not injured or even worse. I explained my plan and told them who was supposed to be where and who was supposed to do what, and everyone had their own role. They liked the plan and wanted to try it, but Yunbum said that it was better to tell the others so that they wouldn't kill the monster. At first, Seo Kangrim thought what kind of a crazy person would try to do this, and at the end of the exam. And they all simultaneously said the name Doc Gojin, only he has the guts to try this. When the new mission was announced, he was with his father, and he was very excited about it, but his father said that he went to the tree and Doc Gojin went in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Doc Gojin came across a group of people who did not know where they were going, and he asked them with a crazy look where they were going to run away to. But they only wanted to hide in a safe place from Gancheri with their tame snakes and just wait for the mission to end. Zhang Sangwon said that there was no point in them taking such a risk if they could walk through the room easily. He finished the conversation, and just as he started to move on, Doc Gojin snatched Gucci from his hand. And then he activated his corrosion ability, and the snake seemed to melt in his hands in front of its owner. Now that the snake is gone, there's no point in hiding, and to complete the task, you still need to raid Ganchera. His words were spoken to everyone, but people stood in front of him with fear and unclear faces as to what had just happened. He showed the seriousness of his intentions by attacking each of the crowd, taking away the snake and destroying them with corrosion. People were angry, and those who had gotten used to their pets even cried from the loss, and they wondered why he hadn't killed his snake. Not even a second passed before it fell from his neck, head and body separately, and there were no more questions. Now he and the people had no more questions, and nothing else to go to Ganchori. Seo Kangrim just happened to run into Doc Gojin, and a crowd of people who were following him to defeat the monster. And he asked where he got the number of people, and was told that they were secondary support to help the main character. They met at the right time, because So Kanrim had a plan to deal with the monster and needed a lot of people. At this time, more officers from the second unit, led by their supervisor, entered the room to observe and, if necessary, protect the student. But the manager of the first branch was already there, and the head of the entire agency had given her this task. And with her was her manager, Yang, who hadn't been seen in public for a long time, and he and manager Hong hadn't seen each other for a long time. They could watch Ganchiori and the battle from the ability window, and at that very moment, Sokanrim and the second squad were fighting him. The agents could quickly deal with the monster because the students would most likely not be able to defeat it, but they could not violate the principal's order. And if the students are more likely to lose and run away, then in that case, Jimong Engju could take Seokanrim for herself on the instructions of the principal. The battle was in full swing, and Yunbom was doing a great job. And with the Demon Destroyer rifle from Gongju's arsenal, it was quite easy to do. Ganchiori could not just surrender to the people, he used both fire and poison against them. However, all these attacks were nullified because with the help of Father John and his abilities, the shield and healing touch were also difficult to hit. Yunjel also kept up with her sister, distracting him while her father treated people. She also borrowed a new bow and arrows called Red and White, the most modern bow in the world. Rini was also useful in stopping the dragon's fire attacks with his water ability. Gongju couldn't understand how they could fight back so skillfully but missed all the attacks. He was worried then they might not be able to cope, and then the manager of the first branch took his people away from him, including Sokanrim. At the perfect moment, the dragon ran out of fuel for the flame, and this was a great chance. For a massive attack with all available means and people, they had to pass the dragon's defense. But the back came up with a better idea. Instead of fighting him, we could try to push him with a wall of shields from the abyss. They used an ice wall to approach it without getting burned by the heat. Of course, Gancheri could not let the attackers get to him so easily and tried to escape the ice trap. Then, Shinsuwa suggested that people with the water attribute attack the dragon with water, and she, in turn, would delay it using the shamrock method. And so, they pressed against him with shields and spears because their dragon's fire coating no longer burned. The monster could not even move, only growled at everyone, but they did not pay attention to it as they almost pushed him. In the crowd, in the back of everyone's head, you could see Doc Gojin, who hit his sword and knew what his role was and what he had to do. He activated his corrosion ability and slammed his hands against the ground, releasing only dark power from himself. It worked. The edge of the cliff collapsed and large blocks of stone flew down with Gancheri. And the Raven, with the help of which the agents could observe the entire battle, saw everything and flew over them, transmitting the picture to the leaders. When he went down to see if the dragon was defeated, he saw in the window of abilities that Sokanrim was still there. Jan immediately told the other managers about it, and they couldn't understand what he was doing there. And he, in turn, did not notice how he was being watched, just looking for a small dent in the center of his head. And he found it and struck at that place with his seven-spoke sword and easily pierced the steel skin of the dragon. Watching, the manager of the second branch wondered if it would be possible to win in such a way, and the manager of the first branch was upset by such antics. Since all of her young talents were lost in the last room, she needed Sokanrim and his team to lose. Otherwise, she would not be able to take them to her department, so she wanted to prevent Gancheri from being killed. But Gongju's manager noticed that his student was not going to end the mission with bloodshed. Before he went to fight the monster, Seokangrim told Doc Gojin the plan, and he agreed to try it. And when he said that the dragon didn't recognize him, it was a problem, but Doc Gojin suggested the idea of piercing the point of 100 vessels to make the dragon come to his senses. All he could do was hope that the plan would work, and that his immature dragon would come to his senses, saving him from death. The dragon suddenly raised its massive head up and opened its toothy mouth and roared at the top of its voice. But Seokanrim was still sitting on him, holding onto his sword and trying to remind him who he was. And it worked. He heard him and calmed down, just looked up and listened attentively to him as he spoke to him. He asked him loudly if he remembered him and how he fed him Rini's food and how he was able to protect him during the ambush. But he tried again to put a sign of friendship on the dragon, and maybe it would have worked, and they would have become friends again. The managers could not believe their eyes what he was doing, and there were arguments about it, as everyone wanted to see something different in it. Xiamen Engyu ordered one of her sentinels to write down in the minutes that because of Ganchiori's danger to his students, she was forced to end his life. She activated her abilities and didn't even want to hear Gong shouting for being responsible for such antics. She only told him that he was told to intervene when there was danger, and she sees it for Sokanrim. She launched a huge stream of energy in the form of lightning to where the dragon was, which created a powerful explosion. The dragon's armor is hard to pierce, and since Seokanrim was riding it, only the wind from the explosion hit him. The manager of the second branch grabbed her by the barrels, which was unacceptable and could have caused a student to get hurt. It was good that it missed them and hit them, and most importantly, that it didn't hit Sokanrim and he managed to tie a friendship scarf. But she broke free, activated her ability to walk on air, and said she had to save him and that he was in trouble. She came closer, hovered in the air, and took good aim so that this time the lightning strike hit the target. And this time, she still failed to hit Gancherry because the lightning never reached them. It took a little time for the friendship cloak to take effect, and we managed to conquer Gancherry the first time, which was very timely because the times and managers had already interfered with them enough, and if he hadn't thrown a 7-spoke sword at her, he might have been hurt. They came down to praise him for his ingenuity because the sword acted as a lightning rod for lightning and to give him a weapon. Xiameng Engyu also apologized to him, saying that she only wanted to help, but it turned out that she was only in the way. She also said that he could take his weapon and leave the monster with them, but he said that no one dared to destroy it. He continued that he was not going to harm the monster and would not allow anyone to do so, and stood between them. They were standing there together, and in their minds, they had a lot of question marks about why this reaction and why he was defending him. And the answer was very simple. It was his dragon, and he could not allow it to be offended. Manager Gong still argued with him, and even though he obeyed, he remained a monster with flames and poison. But he had one idea on how to get rid of such bad properties of his new pet. He called Rini to him so that he could try to cleanse the dragon of the poison around him. The dragon, in turn, obediently lay there and looked up at Rini, and how he shone with a bright light green glow over him. And the radiance became so strong that it blinded everyone who was watching this action at that moment. Seo Kanrim hugged him and told Ganchiori that he was not a monster, and he was certainly not a mistake. Chantahuna, who was also watching them, was shocked to hear the word, and he just opened his eyes and mouth at what he heard. And most importantly, he added that he was a dragon, and he also glowed brightly. But when he was informed that his resentment was subsiding, Ganchiori turned into a small dragon that hugged him. Manager Gong did not believe with his own eyes that this was possible, and now there was no need to destroy anyone. The little dragon was such a cute creature that even Manager Yan couldn't resist petting it. And everyone who took part in the victory over the immature dragon received a message that Ganchiori was defeated and the mission was successfully completed. The people around them were happy to see this difficult room finished, and even more so Shin Sua, who was especially happy about the mission, and so Kanrim. He asked Chaz if he could take the dragon for himself. Perhaps he was not fully healed and needed to look after him. He did not deny the time, and if he wanted to take it for himself, he had every right. But first, he had to take care of himself because he was also torn and wounded. It was hard to see from a distance, but now they got closer and saw that he was badly wounded. Xiameng Engyu asked her, time to put an ointment on So Kanrim, which was very expensive and would definitely help. And he did not just smear a little, but smeared his entire face and even smeared the little dragon where he saw it. Jang Taek-yoon came out from behind the trees and walked toward them, and So Kanrim asked him that it was his turn to attack. But he said, what's the point now? It's a whole dragon, not a simple snake, and now it was unclear whether there were other goals. The dragon remembered how he had tried to kill him when he was a big snake, so he was angry with him. He reassured him that there was no point in looking for other targets now, since he had lost with honor, so he had failed the mission as well. But he had to first fulfill the wish they were arguing about, and then he could do what he wanted. Seo Kanrim told him to follow him, as there are many extra ears and eyes here, and it is better to make a wish in private. Chantahung wondered what kind of desire he had to lead, and asked me to wait for him. He told him what he needed to do, and Chan Tae-hyun listened attentively to such an unusual proposal. Of course, So Kanrim said that if he didn't want to, he had every right to refuse, and he said that he didn't refuse and accepted the offer. He hoped very much that he would not regret his choice, smiled broadly, and shook hands. And at that moment, their fates intertwined, and even so Kanrim's distorted fate was corrected, and his rank increased to second-class human. Later, when he was sleeping after the mission, he felt his body became too heavy and he had sleep paralysis, yet he could not get used to the nightmares. After stirring a little, he saw that Rini was sitting on him, and he also woke up from his attempts to move. He stood on it with his hooves and dug his hooves hard into the body, which was quite unpleasant and also began to make strange noises. When Seo Kangrim lifted him up to take him off himself, he activated the purification on him. He couldn't understand why he had used the ability on him, and so unexpected. He just had injuries after the battle, and a lot of poison remained from Gancherry, so he needed to be cleansed. Seo Kanrim stroked Rini and thanked him for taking care of him and even cured him of the poison. He looked out the window and saw that it was already evening of the next day and realized that he had slept for a very long time, which meant that he was really very tired. When he heard a rustling under the couch, he decided to take a look and saw his new pet. His lover was a black and red dragon of the 3rd demon level, possessed the poison of flame water, and was the most aggressive and powerful among the other dragons. Because of his aggression and dislike of Chang Ta-hung, he had to send him back to the spirit world. And when he was sleeping, most likely not on purpose, he called him to his room and wondered what to call him. But while he was thinking, the whole room heard the belly of a little dragon who was very hungry. He went with them to the dining room to have them eat Thai food and to eat himself. Dakgo-jun also came to the dining room, and of course, when he saw Seo Kanrim, he came over to greet him and talk to him. He was curious about the dragon he picked up and asked what its name was when he heard that its name was Aaron. And Aaron and Rini were clearly not very happy to see such a character. But he looked at me with a sly look and asked what else he had picked up from that room, and not just the dragon. And he was right, because he took Chan Ta-hun with him, and his wish was to be transferred to them in the second ward. Inavi emphasized the second section for those students who lost their snakes for a reason, because even if you failed, you could transfer to another department and get another chance. And in this case, you could try to complete the mission again, and then it would not be so difficult. But he wondered why he needed someone with such abilities in their department. And why he did it? Because there were many people with such abilities in other departments. So Kanrim said that they had a good relationship. But Dakgo-jun still thought that he was from the future, and his plan was somehow connected to the future. And when I asked him if he still considered him a regressor, he said yes, because in the room, he looked so much like the main character. He also thought for a long time about one thing, namely that he had not done enough to defeat Gancherry. In his mind, Seo Kanrim thought that he had done a lot of stupid things, but he told him that everything was fine and that they could not have done it without him. But he didn't mean that he didn't help everyone, he meant that he didn't help him. He felt that at this rate, but he didn't say what he meant. Because he noticed Shin-Soo entering the dining room, and he didn't want to say what he was thinking in front of her. He changed the subject and said that since the interruption was sufficient for his work, he could start writing again, and left. The two of them missed each other and did not even look at each other, let alone greet each other. I approached the table and asked him how he was doing. He said he was fine and also asked her how she was doing. And she said she was fine, but she was confused about one thing. Dakgo-jang did something that almost everyone failed, and now everyone was very angry with him, and many were confused that Jang Tae-hyun had transferred to. So Kanrim reassured her, saying that she shouldn't worry about her new friend, he seemed like a nice guy. And at that moment, he went up to them and greeted them and introduced himself to Shin-Soo as the best warrior, and she told him that she was a friend of Seo Kanrim. After an awkward pause at the table, she wished me a pleasant appetite and that she would see me soon. He didn't expect such a reaction from her, thinking they would sit and talk, but she just left. Jung-toon asked Hyun if she was his girlfriend, and he said no, that she was just a friend, and why he called him Hyun. Because it was easier and shorter for him to call me Seo Kanrim than to pronounce his full name. And with the next question, I surprised him by saying that he thought they had met somewhere before and had already fought. Tai Shin-Soo also seemed very familiar, and he thought that she would be like a boss to him. His gaze was quite confused by such thoughts and premonitions, he thought. I asked him if he was hinting at fate, and he said maybe, but he also thinks that no matter what happens, their company would definitely come together in the future. It was hard to sit and listen as thoughts of whether he was changing the future correctly overwhelmed his mind. Jang Tae-hyun continued to say that despite how harsh Hyun was, he had many friends, and he wouldn't mind making friends with them either. But he emphasized that he had met with all but one person, namely Dakgo-jun, because he knew that he had killed all the snakes, and he had never seen such people for such action. He couldn't understand how Seo Kanrim tolerated him and hung out with him at all, but he didn't say anything about it. But he knew he couldn't stand him, and he asked that if something happened, he should try not to start the conflict first. He believed that there shouldn't have been any problems with the rest of them, and he should have quickly found a common language with everyone, especially the twins. Jang Tae-hyun remembered something else and offered it to him, but first he asked him to lean toward him so that no one would hear. A little later, and with a noise that could be heard throughout the corridor, he ran into the door of the training room with all his might and kicked it open. People came out of their rooms to see what the noise was outside, and saw the same door lying in the middle of the corridor, and screams in the room. Yunbum clearly pointed the gun at Jang Tae-hyun, and he didn't even expect her to be so violent and strong. But her reason was simple enough to fight with all her might. She could not simply accept him into their group. He asked her not to take too much on herself because she didn't bring him. Hen did. She said that even if so, she was still his very first student, and besides, her patron god did not like him. And on top of that, she heard that he offered her teacher the patronage of his god Yu-bei. And he did offer this, but he was asked by God to bring Seo Kanrim to him to accept his patronage. But he didn't see anything wrong with it, and they could have offered something similar before, and if he didn't choose their gods, it meant he didn't like them. Yoonjel interrupted them and emphasized that the teacher was not interested in accepting anyone at all, so she warned them not to bother him with this. And if a battle between them started, he had no chance and would definitely not survive, Yoonbom emphasized. The situation was getting more and more heated, and Chan Tae-hyun was getting angry that these kids wanted to start a fight with him. But So Kanrim came in time, and they didn't start, and he asked why they wanted to fight. Because yesterday, when he introduced them, everything was fine, and Yoongel shouted it down because he kept offering the protection of his god. And she said that their patron gods told them to surrender to Jang Tae-hyun, and this made So Kanrim furious. He asked the twins if the supreme god Zeus still wanted him to accept his patronage. And I asked Chan Ta-hung the same thing, and he also said that he was very eager to get it for himself. He thought for a minute and suggested that he would take the patronage of the side that would win the fight. They were alert and ready to hear his conditions, and the very interesting word no spoke to them in a high tone. They had to fight him, not each other, and if he won, they had to stop asking him to pray to the gods. And if he won, their patrons had to give him an item of at least demon level. They quickly opened the windows to write a message to them about such conditions. Although the gods gave strength and asked for this to follow their divine revelations, they also gave quite evil orders. And if you blindly follow their every whim, you may not notice how you become their puppet. Therefore, he knew what conditions he was accepting and had no intention of risking his freedom for nothing. Chan Tae-hung's patron said that such a battle would not be equal as he was very strong for them. Then, So Kanrim suggested not using the skills, and if they hurt him even once, it would mean a loss for him. The patron gods agreed to such conditions, and they took out their weapons and were ready to fight. So Kanrim started the match very sharply, attacking Yoon-gyul first, and she managed to block the blow. But he went around the block and pulled her by the arm, lunging forward, warning her that he was not joking and would fight hard. One of the sisters was temporarily taken out of the fight by the remaining Yoonbom, who stood behind and watched. She was waiting for the right moment to make a shot, and he asked her to shoot him. But Jang Tae-hyun wanted to attack him from behind, taking him by surprise while he was saying that they should be more serious. He felt that someone was on his backside, so he quickly thought about his next steps. He threw Yoonjel at Yoonbom, which they obviously could not have expected, and this gave them time to take the next step, namely, to turn 360 degrees and block Chan Ta-hung's kick. Realizing the seriousness of their agreement, he was quite stern and asked why he was smiling. And without words, they tried to strike each other without sparing either strength or skills, especially Chan Tae-hyun. But for a moment, he thought he was giving in to him and warned him that he would tear up the British flag if he continued to do so. They were separated by a bullet that flew quite close between one and the other but hit the wall. While he was distracted by yelling at one of the twins, So Kanrim was able to seize the moment. I caught his head with my hand and dragged it with all my strength into the concrete wall in front of him. The girls recovered a bit and were ready to try to attack again, as they did not want to lose like that. And he was ready to give them a serious fight after Chan Ta-hung immediately turned around and burst into the sisters' room. A lot of people were already watching their sparring. Even Shin Sua came to watch. She was even offered to intervene in the fight and stop it before something happened. She watched some more of So Kanrim's attempts to get to her and how he skillfully dodged and fought. She was a little bit amused by the situation, but still thought that something had to be done. I picked up the phone and went to dial the person who would be exactly what I needed for this. So Kanrim stood in front of them, looked at them, and said that he thought they had had enough, and the fight was over. There was no point in fighting anymore. They had lost fairly on fair terms, so he asked them not to bother him anymore with their gods. He didn't mind training in this style, but he despised fighting under the orders of the gods and was quite angry with them. He continued and said that it would have been better if they hadn't become friends right away than to pretend to be friends and start a battle on a stupid order. He gave the sisters an example that if one of their gods ordered them to kill their sister, they would do it. Their faces changed because his words had a great deal of truth and meaning, and they had never thought about it before. So, Kanrim asked them to make their own decisions and think for themselves, and not to act on other people's orders. And they accepted the loss with dignity. The sisters were the first to step up. They also apologized to Chan Tae-hyun for shouting and attacking him first by surprise. He blushed in embarrassment, and scratching the back of his head, apologized to his sisters for everything. Just then, Father John came into their room and asked if they needed his help, and they happily agreed. When So Kanrim left the room, he heard them discussing the entire match in one voice. At first they fought individually, and as if with each other, but at the end they were able to unite and work together. Walking further down the corridor, He reflected that everything had worked out well and he had been able to unite them with each other. But Shinsua was waiting for him around the corner, and she stopped him and asked if he had planned it that way from the beginning. She said that she brought Father John because she thought they might be injured and would need help. He thanked her and asked why she was uncomfortable with Jang Tae-hyun's presence, and he heard that she thought they had met somewhere before. This caused him not only surprise but also concern as to why the two of them thought it was. But he didn't show it and said that it was very good and they would become friends soon. And he thought that if he was gone, they would continue to communicate. Meanwhile, in the office of the manager of the first department, Xiamong Engyu, one of her chas reported that the students of the third department who had failed had been transferred to them. But she didn't put much hope in them since they were neither Seo Keng-grim, who had easily passed the task, nor the strong Jang Tae-hoon. Chasa noticed the tone of her words and asked her if she was still interested in So Kanrim, since she had turned her attention to other talented students. But Xiamen Engyu said that all these events made her want to take him to her even more. She also smiled and said that he was right, and that she had noticed a lot of talented students from the second department. She even said, giggling, that she had managed to get one promising guy to join them, and he had agreed. And she wanted to see Gon's face when he found out. The next day, in the hall, Enavi Chasa told the students that the 7th door had been officially opened, and the reward for those who cleaned this room was high. They would let them go home. She emphasized that this room is the last and the most difficult one, and you will be able to leave it only after you have completed it. She wished the students good luck, bowed, said she hoped to see many of them again, and disappeared. The sisters and Chan Tae-hyun would have liked to go to it, but there were too few of them, only 3, and it was not clear where the rest were. As soon as Seo Kanrim came down the stairs, they immediately began to offer to go with them on a mission. But he refused because he still needed to prepare better, and when they asked what he was up to, he said it was a secret. He also said that they could start on their own, and when he was done, he would join them. Although he looked very friendly to his friends, when he turned around, his facial expressions immediately changed to a stern one. Walking further down the corridor, turning over various thoughts and events in his head, he noticed a familiar silhouette walking toward him. It was Shinsua, who was walking with her phone stuck in her hand, and only their meeting pulled her away from. She heard that a new room had already opened and asked him if he wanted to go with her. But his answer was the same as that time. Until he finishes his business, he cannot leave. He wanted to go on, but she put up her hands to stop him and stood in the hallway for a second of silence. Until Seo Kang-grim asked why she stopped him and stood silently looking away. Looking at the phone, she said she thought she had taken the phone numbers of all the students except him. I held the phone up to his face and asked him if he could fix the situation and write down the number. His hand reached out to write, but in a split second, he squeezed his fingers into a fist and thought about what to do. She took the gesture personally and asked if it meant he didn't want to see her again after they got out of there. Her nerves couldn't stand the silence, and she shouted at him. Or maybe that's why he kept a distance between them. He had nothing to say at that moment, so he looked away as if thinking about the right word. It was designed to cut off all ties between her and everyone else after her release. This was the only way, in his opinion, to save them from Baek-yoon. Shinsua shouted at him again, addressing him by name so that he would come to his senses and say something. And it worked. He reached out to her, asked for the phone back, and said that in a second, everything would be fine, so she shouldn't worry. She looked suspiciously at him and at what he was typing, telling him not to write down only some left-handed number. But he smiled and handed the phone back to her and reassured her that she didn't have to worry. The number was real. They said goodbye, and Shinsua said she would call him when they got out of the room. But So Kanrim had his own plans in which they would not meet again for their safety. A little later, in the training room, there was a real battle of the elements between water and fire. Both Aaron and Rena needed these trainings to improve their skills and acquire new ones. After 4 long days of practicing in this mode, they had no energy or desire to continue. Seo Kanrim saw that they were very exhausted and sent them to rest because they had already worked very hard. He himself was no less tired from such efforts, but time was running out and he had to hurry. And finally, the unique items from the gods arrived, which was also one of the reasons for the delay. And even more than that, because the boots from Hermes, the Book of War, and the secret medicine came. He was happy that the gods gave all the levels to the dragon and fought for it like children for a new toy. He didn't even notice how Enavi Chasa quietly crept up behind him and whispered in his ear, whether it was because of these items that he hadn't yet participated in the raid. He just smiled and greeted her, and she wondered how much longer he would be training. Sokanrim said he would be leaving in a little while and tried to ask if anyone had already completed the mission. She apologized because she could not disclose this information to the student, and the only way out was for him to find out for himself. But first he needed to rest, and his animals also needed to rest after such training. While flipping through the news on his phone, he noticed that there was no news about people from the training centers like last time, even though 4 days had passed. It worried him quite a bit, because he knew what kind of room it was, and 4 days in it is quite a long time. Their silence was interrupted by an arrow that flew into the back of the sofa against Sokanrim's head and woke Aaron and Rena. This is a rather rare item because it was an arrow of space and time that sent messages from anywhere and everywhere. He didn't know who it was, so he rushed to open the notification window of the arrow to find out what it was. What he saw in that message made him embarrassed and horrified. There was a severely wounded, barely alive Shnisua lying on the bare ground with a sword in her hand. He covered his face in horror with one hand and reached for the notification window with the other and immediately recalled the past events. That time she also gave him her phone to write down her number because she liked him as a person, and she was surprised that he never used his ability and passed the missions anyway. Although it was quite difficult, she noticed his desire to reach the goal at any cost, but he was surprised at the time by her openness and warmth toward him, and he was looking for reasons for everything, and she had several at the time. He smiled into her face and wondered what she wanted from him, that she even invited him to walk through the room together. Even such stupid thoughts were that she wanted to seduce him, and if that was true, then as soon as he came out, he would steal her ability. Then they got into the dimension of the 7th room, and as soon as they were in the room, they were given a task to find a sign with their name on it. But not everything is so simple. Bracelets appeared on their bodies, each in its own place, gradually penetrating the body with blades, and the location depended on karma. And over time, or rather in 7 days, if they did not find the plates, they lost the marked limb in the places where the bracelets were. In his past life, he had a bracelet only on his little finger, which meant that he had almost no karma. And Shinsua could have lost 2 hands, but she didn't panic and even thought it was fun. She would like to be kinder, but at the moment, it is what it is. And she also said that no one is stopping her from being kinder in the future. Her words made him think a little that maybe they really cared about him then. But there were so many evil things that happened to him that it was difficult for him to trust everyone. While Seokanrim was flying in his thoughts again, a strange drum-like sound rang out in the room. Shinsua looked over and shouted at him to stay awake because he was being kicked in the ass. The demons of that room looked like shadows that were about to attack him, but for her. Anything could have happened because she pulled me by the hand and started a battle with those monsters. She asked him to hide behind him just so he wouldn't get in the way, and she would deal with them herself. Being wounded, she managed to get into the next room with him, and the monsters stopped. The reason was that when they got to another room, the monsters could not enter it, but they were not told about it. Seo Kangrim blamed himself because there was no information about these demons in the window of fate, and he told Shinsua about it. Even though she told him not to be upset, he couldn't do that because she had suffered again because of him. And in the last room, I had to protect one eye because of his weakness and fear. And he had tears dripping down his face, and he asked her why she had dragged him along with such a worthless and weakling. She stood looking at him and asked him to remember what she had told him earlier in the central hall. So Kenrim was bitten by Aaron, which pulled his master's consciousness out of the whirlpool of memories from past events. His pets looked at him with a rather curious look. They were worried about their master, and he was torn by doubts inside because on the one hand, he had to stay out of it and disappear, and on the other hand, his friends were in danger. But if he returns, there will be no guarantee of security for them in the future, and his fate will not bring more misfortune, and he recalled events from the past. It was the moment when she said why she liked him, and it was because of his stubbornness and unwillingness to submit to fate. And remembering her words, I still entered the 7th room, called the Bone Saw, with a full fighting spirit. The gods immediately came flying with questions about where he was and why he hadn't appeared for so long, but he ignored all of this and asked where Shinsua was, but they just said that he had better start worrying about himself and not about her. He raised his sword and saw a bracelet around his neck. The bracelets were not only on his neck, but also on both his arms and legs. The gods were shocked by this, but he had no emotions on his face. He only pulled the collar up higher and tightened the top of the jacket's zipper as much as possible, and since the gods could not help, I had to figure out where to go and think about where Shinsua would go first to look for the sign. I came up with the idea to map the Bone Saw room and explore room by room. They searched everywhere, even looking in unrealistic places such as pantries and dressing rooms. When they entered the next room, it was empty, but there were things scattered around as if there had been a recent battle. When I took a step forward, I saw a shiny thing lying on the floor, shining right in my face. It was most likely Father John's cross, which meant that he was moving in the right direction. And the arrows on the wall were most likely Yoongel's, so he could only hope that Shinsuwa was with them. He moved on quietly, and only the gods were still not silent. They were surprised at how he noticed everything, but they were interested in the fact that he did not start looking for the sign. And so Conrim got into a room where it was still quite clean and not scattered. Even one of the gods noticed that there was no battle here. But there were doors everywhere, and he thought he would go into them one by one, so he would explore them and find them. But Rini noticed a mark on the floor in the shape of a cross and made him pay attention to it. And there were crosses on the floor in front of each door, which meant that you should not go there. So this could mean, in turn, that you need to look for a sign of the second form, and it indicates the correct choice. He smiled and realized that it was Shinsuwa after all, and he needed to look at the same place from the last time. He went to the throne in the middle of the room, climbed on it, looked around it carefully, and saw. He stood with his feet on the throne itself, and with one foot on the throne's handle, reached up to the ceiling as he did so. There was a sign in the shape of a circle, and finally it was the right direction to go. With a little effort, he pushed off the cover on the ceiling and managed to get into another room. There was chaos there, and there were traces of a recent fight between shadows and people. And when he felt the enemy approaching sharply, he ordered Rina and Aaron to be ready and to remember their training. The monstrous shadows surrounded them in a circle. There were quite a few of them, and they took up combat positions and were ready to fight back. During his training, Aaron mastered the flame quite well and could easily burn his enemies. And Rini would take them into the water barriers, lift them up and break the spell, and they would fall from a great height to the floor. He was very happy to see that the training was not in vain, as his animals became quite strong. And someone shot at him so hard that he was able to deflect the shot with his sword, and he thought it was Yoon Bom. But it was only her shadow, and he was upset, so she fired again, and he repelled this shot as well. And when he tried to counterattack, the shadow used the ability of precision shooting, which made it possible. Manage the balls and get around Seo Kanrim from behind to not give him a chance to repel the attack this time. And it worked. He was shot in the arm. Although the wound was not deep, it was still not pleasant. Yunbum's shadow was joined by Yoongel's shadow. He really wanted to see his sisters, but not their shadows. He smiled and said that such a meeting could hardly be called pleasant and was ready to fight them. He had studied their attacks well and was able to defend himself quite skillfully until he remembered that there was only one monster in this room of bone saws, and this was a shadow thief. He had a first-class human rank. He copied the abilities of the second person. Whoever entered the room was doomed to meet himself because he was stealing not only his abilities, but also the very appearance of a person. The real Yoon-gil would not shoot at random, and she would save her arrows for the best shot. He needs to try to destroy their shadows somehow, and then they will disappear, and the arrows will disappear with them. But Yoon Bom was also a very dangerous opponent, and her ability to shoot from long distances could cause big problems. In addition, her shadow used the ability of a musketeer, and a large number of different weapons hovered menacingly over him. He had never seen such an ability in her before, and wondered what to do now, because he couldn't reach it with a sword, and he couldn't dodge it either. But a shot rang out from behind him, and the bullet hit the shadow's head. The voice of the real Yoon Bom sounded behind them, and Jang Tahoon opened a small window to cover it and give them a chance to hide. They shouted at him to move before the shadows became even more numerous, so they reached out and pulled him out. He and the animals successfully escaped from those monsters, and his friends were worried that they were all injured. His injuries were not severe, so he could treat himself. He looked around a bit and realized that the next room was a prison, and Shinsuwa was in a similar room, so he asked them where she was. They took him to her, and what he saw gave him goosebumps and made him disbelieve. On the floor in a pool of blood, covered in deep wounds, Shinsuwa sat holding a knife in one hand and a sword at her side. So Kanrim rushed to her and didn't even know what to do or what to treat first. When they first met these monsters, they learned about their ability to copy skills, and they destroyed them and destroyed them. And only on the second day, they learned that no matter how many they killed, they would come back again after a while. So they met Shinsua's shadow, and it was so strong that it was almost impossible to deal with. But when Jang Tae-hyun tried to distract them, he noticed that Yoon-gil's wound had also affected her shadow. While he is preparing medicines for her to treat her, her sister continued to say that her wounds were not from monsters. She carried them herself, saying that it would be better for everyone, and no one could stop her. As her shadow was too strong for them, Shinsua herself could not cope with it with her usual attempts. She said that when they left, she would take care of everything herself, wiping away her tears, and asked me to stop her from doing it herself. He just listened to her story in silence and poured medicine on her wound, thinking how crazy she was. She still blamed herself that they should have tried to stop her and should not have given up. He didn't say a word to her, closed the flask with a lid, and put it on the side, just did everything in silence. I put my hand on her head and asked if they could find the nameplates, and they did, but not all of them. Seo Kangram asked Yunbum to come out of the cage so that he could talk to her one-on-one. When she woke up, she saw him in front of her and did not understand what he was doing here and what he was doing to her. She stopped him from treating her, but he just asked her to talk and calm down. Shinsua agreed, but picked up a small knife lying nearby and stabbed herself in the leg with all her might. She pulled it out sharply and sent it to another place on her leg again just to hurt herself more. He was able to stop the second blow and insistently warned that they still needed to talk first. She needed to prevent him from curing her, so she tried to escape, but her attempts were futile even then. She asked him to let her in, but he said that only after her, they still had a lot of time before the new wave. She didn't think he would come to her because he said so, but he corrected her and repeated that he had said he would only be late. He was the first to speak, emphasizing that she could have tried to destroy her shadow, but she said that she tried and failed to do so and thought that he would understand the real reason. She asked him to look at her window of destiny so that there would be no more questions and he would activate the ability. When he saw that he was electrocuted there, Shinsua's fate changed quite a bit. She had bloodthirstiness and the weight of karma in her past life, but in this life, they appeared very early. Her abilities were quite similar in terms of how they were used in his fate abduction and in the masked killer's ability. And the principle of such abilities was quite simple. The more often you use them, the stronger you become. But he noticed that now she had only one hand mark, not two as it could have meant then. That she decided not to use bloodlust, but the shadow had no reason to restrain herself. And this meant that every time they faced her shadow, it was getting stronger and stronger, and such a monster would cause a lot of problems. Shinsua interrupted him and asked him to leave and not to pay attention to her because she would only get in the way and drag everyone down. But he was not so easy to get rid of. He grabbed her by the shoulders and asked her to look at him and listen carefully. He told her that she was not such a weak person to give up and that she had enough strength to cope. But in fact, she had no strength because of her injuries, so she asked to sleep for a while, and so Kanrim laid her on the floor. It was quite difficult for him to see her like that and her self-sacrifice for the sake of other people. He went back to the room where Father John Yonggel and Doc Gojin were waiting for him. The father was very happy to see him, as was Seo Kanrim, and said that if it wasn't for his thing, it would have been hard to find them. And then he took out a cross from his pocket and gave it to him. The father was very happy. He thought he would never see it and thanked him. But what really pleased him most of all was that they were finally able to unite together, since loneliness became a rather serious test for him. And despite the fact that everyone came in separately, they were still able to get together. Seo Kangram was interested in what he said because he thought all the time that he and Doc Gojin were together. And while they were talking, my father remembered Shinsua and went over to see how she was doing. But he stopped him by catching him by the arm and said that he thought she would be fine because he had given her good medicine not long ago. So Kanram's appearance gave everyone a spirit of hope, especially the sisters, and they were confident that with his help, they would quickly cope. But Jang Tae-hyun said that Seo Kangram hadn't noticed before that his shadow was probably very strong. And the twins supported his opinion, and the main thing was that she should not be stronger than he was, as it happened to Shinsua. Doc Gojin looked at him and asked if their strength depended only on their abilities or if something else was involved. But when he asked, his gaze shifted to his neck and he saw a very beautiful neck bracelet. Seo Kangram fought off Doc Gojin's hand because he didn't want anyone to know, but it was too late and it was noticed. The twins were shocked by what they saw, as it meant that without the nameplate, the teacher could have died. But no one has heard the words that he has only been here for 1 day and has a lot of time left. I got up and decided to find the signs and get out of this damn room as soon as possible. But they didn't take Seo Kanrim with them, appealing to his injury, so they decided to go themselves. And he was left on guard duty because they needed a watchman to look after Shin-soo. And Yoon-gel poked her finger in his wound convincingly enough for him to stay. The father suggested that someone else stay with him just in case, and Doc Gojin decided to be a guard as well. And it was to Seo Kanrim's advantage that he had a couple of questions for him and asked him to answer honestly since they were the only two left. He agreed and said let him speak, and the first question was why this room was used as a base. Since there was absolutely no point in closing Shinsua because it was her shadow that was dangerous, not her. The answer to that is quite simple. She asked to be locked there because she thought that in the absence of plants, the shadow would not be able to use its powers. He agreed that the circumstances were indeed terrible for the Shinsua attribute, but that did not change the fact that they left her on the cold floor. Without saying anything to the floor, he looked at him and asked him if these were all questions or something else, because in his opinion, as the main character, he had to ask more global questions. And the next thing he asked was what the arrow with the message was for. What was its meaning? Doc Gojin smiled and replied in his usual style that they needed a protagonist, and since he had been gone for 4 days, he took action. Seo Kangrim did not know how to react to this, so he remained silent and said that at least this way, he knew that Shinsua was in danger. But there was another one where he took the arrow of space and time, which is quite expensive to buy in a store. But Doc Gojin closed one eye and put his finger to his lips and said that he wouldn't answer that. It was a secret. He also had some interesting news, but since he was from the future, he should have known it. But in his opinion, something went wrong because this situation had not happened in the past. And his words were true. And indeed, the changes were significant, and he could not tell and told him to stop talking his own ideas. But Doc Gojin did not stop and continued to make the point he had just made, taking note of the number of bandages and their location. It was a sign that he had a lot of karma and that he did not understand what he was doing. Then Seo Kanrim asked him to say everything directly and not to go around using words. And he continued that if the place where the bandages were depended on karma, and the more karma you have, the more important you are as a body. He showed me his hands and said that he didn't have one either, and that it was also a sign that someone wanted to ruin his writing career. But that was not all he knew, because the amount of karma also determined how strong the shadow would be. And it seemed strange to him that Seo Kanrim was acting like a weasel while he had his hands up to his elbows in blood. It took a lot to do that, and he stood up and asked inquisitively what he had done in his past life. He was eager to find out who the protagonist really was and what was behind the mask of kindness. So, Kanrim looked at him and put his hand to his neck, gesturing that the real criminal was hiding behind the mask. But the laughter echoed throughout the room where they were sitting, and Doc Gojin showed with his whole body that he did not believe it. He was interested, of course, if the protagonist was a criminal, but this is clearly not about him. He was also eager to meet the shadow of Seo Kanrim because he believed that the power there was not simple but devilish. When he asked me to shut my mouth at least a little bit, he offered to make a deal if I told him a story from the past. So Kanrim sighed heavily because he was tired of constantly proving that he was not from the past and listening to this nonsense. They were watched all the time by agents who were allowed by the head of the corporation to watch the passage of this room. They watched all the students, and as always, so Kanrim attracted the most attention. They even pulled up the archive about him because it's all quite strange. Jusante looked at his map, but scratched the back of his head. I took him to the manager, but there was nothing written there about any crimes. He was just an ordinary citizen. The only thing was that he lost his parents as a child and was adopted by a shaman. Therefore, he probably refused the patronage of the gods for this reason. And Navi said that maybe he was a murderer and his cases were not solved because they could not explain so much karma in any other way. But Manager Gong denied that things were not that simple and the number of lives did not really affect karma. In such circumstances, he would have had to destroy hundreds of lives, and it's even scary to imagine what he did. Jo Suntai was excited to hear this, as they wanted to invite Seo Kanrim to work with them after the mission. Moreover, the director gathered all the branch managers for a reason and initiated them into the issue of karma on the last assignment. It was supposed to weed out the mentally weak, taking into account their future goals, so it could not be otherwise. They even took the killer on as an intern, the agency's goal being to make strong hunters out of the students. And during the tasks, they collected karma to see who was who, so the mission of the last room is exactly that. In this way, they helped them become better by putting their lives in danger. Therefore, in addition to ordinary robbers, they even recruited entire dangerous groups. Led by the main gangs, bandits tried to destroy the stronger ones, and they either succeeded or failed. The stronger ones became even more skilled and broke them, so it was quite useful to use them. 6 days have passed since the opening of the Bonesaw Room, and the bracelets of those who entered first have already sunk quite deeply into their skin. They caused a lot of pain and opened deep wounds that were seriously bleeding. So Kanrim took out injections from his bag for them to inject themselves to stop the pain and to be safe from infection. He asked them to leave the room as soon as possible, but they could not do so without his and Shin Sua's sign. Then he asked Rini to look after the two of them, while he went to look in the other room. This time, the signs were not in place because he was able to find them a long time ago, so he had to hurry. In one of the rooms, I came across shadows, and it was disgusting that there were more and more of them every day. They are constantly renewed anyway, so it made no sense to go back to the rooms we had already visited. He was quite easy to deal with shadows, and the gods noticed that if he is so powerful, how powerful is his shadow? When all the shadows in this room fell, a shining thing on a bookshelf caught my eye. Finally, one of the tablets was found, and he looked at it and thought that it was exactly like the one in Shinsua in the past. All the signs were protected by a barrier and could only be touched by the owner who needed to. And the barrier disappeared. He was able to take the sign away, which meant that now he had to hurry and find more. He wanted to catch its breath for a while, and meanwhile, a message popped up that all the conditions were met and the training would end as soon as he left the room with the sign. But he was interrupted by the feeling that he heard someone from the next room, and the voice was quite familiar. So Canram entered the next room, where a crowd of frightened people were standing with weapons in their hands because he had frightened them. They recognized him and were very happy to see him and began to invite him to join them. They really wanted him to join because they felt safe around him and could trust him, but he refused because he was looking for the Shinsua sign. He asked if anyone had seen her in any of the rooms and emphasized that time was short and that they should think carefully. People looked at each other and echoed each other, but no one could see her in vain. And the person who might have known has already left the mission, but he was from Jang Sawan's team, so maybe he heard something. And he handed over the map, saying that he hadn't seen it himself, but the map showed a room where she could be. I took out my map and copied everything onto it because Jung Sangwon had only borrowed it to look at. His attention was drawn to the fact that all these people were bandaged and there was no room for life. And they told him that it was not because of the people, but because of the shadow, which was different from the others, and changed dramatically if someone among them died. She grew stronger, as if a beast possessed her, and even beasts are not capable of such things. One of the attendees said that she also had the ability to take skills from corpses, and that they had met her only on the 4th day, and before that, everything was fine. It was difficult to confuse this shadow with others, because there was a red bandage on his arms, legs, and even his neck. Suddenly, Jung So-won reached for Seo Kongrim's hand because he had noticed something and asked when he entered the room. But not allowing him to touch him, he abruptly took his hand away and looked at him angrily for his question. The frightened face spoke for him. He guessed that it was So Kanrim's shadow, but to be sure, he asked to see his neck. But he ignored him, and because of this, Jung Sang-won switched to a noisy tone, which attracted the attention of the other people in the room. They were already worried and afraid, and the screams added fuel to the fire. Then he started shouting and proving that the time of the shadow's appearance coincides with when he entered the room, and plus, he had a lot of strength without talking about the bandage, and his words convinced people to join the circle, and they wanted him to show his neck to make sure. But Seo Kanrim said that if he showed his neck and there was a bandage there, it would not mean that the shadow they met was his. All the more reason for him to have nothing to worry about and to show them, and it was the more he got angry and shouted at Jung Sang-won. And he incited people to talk about a skill that could steal abilities from fallen people. He stood silent and listened to the gossip about him, and the noise in the room was unbearable. Only one of the crowd was able to close the mouths of the others, and he emphasized that it is impossible to say something when even the words are not allowed to be spoken. The only way he saw out of that situation was to activate the ability to be invisible and disappear from their sight. Meanwhile, they came up with the idea to catch the real one so that the shadow could no longer harm them. People took out their weapons and ran in a crowd to find So Kanrim, driven by fear and emotion. He thought to himself as he hid behind the door, which he opened to confuse them all as if he had run out and to avoid causing a fight. He thought it would end there, because in the past people had a similar reaction that it could not be so fast because he was considered good. But he was not interested in the reaction of other people. He was more concerned about how his friends would behave when they found out about his ability. Will they behave like in their past life and accept him calmly, or will they still despise him for not telling them? Then he quickly returned to the room where his friends were resting, and they were waiting for him to return, as he had been gone for quite some time. But he came back with good news because he met a man and found out where the Shinsua sign was, so he took out a map and showed them. He had a plan to get out of there with them as soon as possible, and when they came out, he would tell them about himself. They found themselves in a spacious, bright room that was unlike any other and more like a garden in the middle of the house. So Canrim warned them that they were running out of time and needed to find the sign as soon as possible. The garden was not small and the search was not easy, and he was constantly distracted by the gods with their theories. Like what will happen when his shadow comes after them and they find out about his secret. It was good that my sister shouted out that she found a sign in one of the holes in the tree so they could leave as soon as possible. Before they even had a time to leave the room, they were surrounded by shadows, blocking their escape. The good thing is that there were only two of them, namely Yunbam's shadow and Jang Tae-hoon's shadow, so they thought they could easily handle them. But another shadow with a red bandage on his left arm joined them, which meant that Shin-sua's shadow was with them. She could have delayed them or even wounded them, but suddenly Seo Kanrim saw blood splattering from her leg, and she suddenly collapsed to the ground, barely able to move and bleeding. But he remembered what Shin-sua was doing the last time they saw each other, which could mean that she was hurting herself again. We need to take advantage of this moment and at least temporarily destroy its shadow, but suddenly we are touched by a healing touch. A warning appeared in the notification window about the high concentration of ground forces and that the enemy had the advantage. The Shamrock method would be difficult to use in such an environment, and the shadow knew it well. She first attacked So Kanrim, and he managed to dodge the surprise attack. He shouted to Yunbum and Jang Tae-yoon to run away while he distracted her. The shadow was skillfully using the ability, and to fight off these attacks, you need to put in more effort than usual. In one of her attacks, she managed to knock the sword out of his hands and kept a shadow at Yunbum's back. That despite her teacher's order, she stayed and covered him from behind all this time. But she distracted him with her presence, and he missed one shot, and Shin-sua's shadow managed to wound him. And when she came close to him to deliver a couple of final blows to win, he turned his gaze sharply to her, and it was time to use the ace he liked to keep up his sleeve. I managed to get a 7-spoke sword to break free of the Shamrock method and try to retreat. But it was not all that simple. The shadow decided to turn on bloodthirstiness against, which improved the characteristics of the shadow robber. But for some reason, she did not attack and allowed them to catch their breath and come up with a further plan of action. But the team was not happy that the shadows they saw could regenerate if someone had the ability to heal. Then Jang Tae-hoon suggested that the first thing to do was to destroy Father John's shadow, and Seo Kanrim stopped him. It was too late to do so, as the shadows protected him, and Shin-sua's shadow enveloped the father with impenetrable shoots. The idea was to try to distract them with a fight, so that the rest could escape, and then he would catch up with them. The same situation forced this plan to be put into action, since they would not win anyway. They escaped and went back to the prison to Shin-sua's cell to rest, so that the father could treat them. Iwan was very disturbed by the idea that his shadow made it difficult to fight and thought about what to do. He was scared of the thought that he would have to mutilate himself like Shin-sua, and So Kanrim shouted at him that he shouldn't. It is a good idea if they leave the room, then the shadows will disappear with them, and it will be easier to get the sign. He emphasized that this applies to everyone, but of course the company did not like it and did not want to leave Shin-sua alone. And he said that they shouldn't worry. He would stay with her, and then he would be able to defeat the shadow himself. And they were left alone in the cage, and he looked at her and said that she had to go with him to get the sign. But first she had to calm down and stop injuring herself, as there was no need for that. He looked her in the eye once again and convincingly told her that everything would be fine, that he had a plan, and that she should just trust him. Meanwhile, in the garden, the shadow monster did not let them go, knowing that they would return to take the sign. He obviously did not expect such a cunning from them when he saw Yunbum's shadow disappear. And then the shadow of Chang Tae-hong and the others, he guessed that they were planning to do it easily, surprised him. At that moment, Seo Kanrim and Shin-sua approached the garden, where a lone shadow was already standing, indicating that their friends had gotten out. It was not yet clear where Dak Gojin had gone, and it would have been nice to have him expelled as well. Before entering, just in case, Seo Kanrim took another dagger from her, so that she could not injure herself and was about to leave. She stopped him with a light and gentle touch of her hand, just to say simple but pleasant things. She said that she believed in him and that they would get out of there alive together and that everything would be fine. He was pleasantly thrown into a slight stupor by this, and he stared at her without taking his eyes off her, something he hadn't heard in a long time. This gave him a powerful confidence and activated the ability to be invisible and burst into the garden with full faith in victory. Her shadow was at the ready and hadn't turned off its bloodthirsty abilities since the last time, so the battle began. He started with sharp, powerful blows to her face because she could not stop him, because she could not see or feel where he was. Even he managed to take her by surprise, which made it possible to attack from behind using her. The seven-spindle sword thus struck a penetrating blow into the shoulder, inflicting powerful wounds on the shadow. But in order to finish her off, you need a couple more of these, and she couldn't let it happen again and block the next attempt. He was able to use this to his advantage because he knew that she would do this. Therefore, we also had to try to evade it and try to attack it, which would have helped us gain time. In order for his agility level to rise to level 30 and a couple more skills at the same time, this would have given us a good chance to penetrate its defense and increase our chances of winning the battle. Still, she defended herself as well as if Shinsuo had been controlled by the Shamrock ability herself. But in the end, he got tired of simple attempts and activated the flame as the tree was weak before. To make sure everything worked out, he called Eren to the battlefield to distract her with firebomb, and they directed a stream of fire towards the shadow, which did not know where to run and could no longer defend itself. The flames engulfed her completely, and I could even hear her screaming because she was burning, which made it possible. So Kanrimu approaches her to throw her to the ground and make the plan work, because his plan was not to destroy the shadow because it would reappear, but to make it not attack. So he threw a huge branch at her to crush her, and he used her own ability against her. Since he had dealt with the shadow while there was still time, he needed Shinsuo to pick up her sign, and they got out of there. But he had just started to move when he noticed something shining behind him and turned around. He deflected a shot from an unknown enemy, thinking that it was a good thing he did not hide his sword because he would not have been able to dodge. It was people from another department who shouted that they would get money if they caught him alive. He stood there, not realizing what kind of award he was getting, and he asked what group they were from. They began to threaten him if he did not go with them, but another figure of their gang appeared from the door. Seo Kanrim was shocked to see who greeted him. He clearly did not expect that Gojin, who was quite cheerful and joked that he missed him all the time, would come into the room with the garden. The look changed to a more serious one, and asked him what was the point of his transfer to the first ward. But he laughed even harder, and only joked that he should have learned better acting. He said that he liked the show with the taming of the shadow because it was enchanting. He added that he could have destroyed the shadow, which would have simplified the task, but he chose the harder path as a true protagonist. He shouted even more that he liked what was happening around him so much. He drew his sword and struck out of surprise at Sokan Reem and his new men. He punched one of his new comrades in the shoulder, and he didn't even understand why he had attacked him. But the nonsense that kept coming out of Doc Gojin's mouth about the heroes was a gesture that it was time to forget about the two main characters. And he labeled himself Sokanrim's main partner from that day forward, and giggled on. He also told us that he chose the role of a double agent for this mission, and that the arrow of space and time was part of the operation. But Seo Kanrim could not believe him, and said that he was talking nonsense because he had heard him speak of strong bloodlust. Dak Gojang noticed his feelings and took his side, but warned him that if he made Shinsu suffer for the sake of the mission, he would not go. And since he didn't do that, he just confirmed his role as a hero. So this is proof that he is on his side. And already in 2, they started fighting with the first unit, not giving them a chance with their strength. And on the one who was wounded, Doc Gojin used his decomposition ability to catch him by the throat. Then he threw everything he had at Sokanrim's feet, but the poor man could do nothing. He had no chance. And Doc Gojin also said that when he set out to do something, he used all his skills and achieved his goals in any way he could. It was clear in his words that he was hinting at his ability to hijack fate and then asked how he knew about it. But he said that the details are not as important as the skill that allows you to steal fate, and he wanted to see with his own eyes, and asked him to steal the power from the man who had just taken his life in front of him on purpose. But Seo Kanrim did not appreciate his actions and shouted that he would never use soybean force again. But they were interrupted, and a strong enemy flew in, which meant it was only the beginning. It was interesting because a shadow appeared in front of them that was definitely not like the others, and it even had a different energy. Doc Gojin grinned with all 32 teeth. He guessed who that shadow was and who it belonged to. With great speed, the shadow with the 7-spoke sword attacked him, and it took him a split second to react. The blow was so powerful that it threw him like a doll several meters backward, straight ahead. This made a hole in the wall on his backside, so strong that he could not continue even the fight that had not started. Seo Kangrim himself did not expect that the shadow in front of him would be of such immense power that it could take out Doc Gojin with a single blow. Although he could clearly tell by the dust in the garden that it was his shadow by the bandages and his sensation. She had a very powerful energy emanating from her, and her eyes were not like everyone else's, but red, and they looked at him clearly. When Doc Gojin woke up, He shouted at him to steal the fates of everyone around him until she did. And although he didn't want to, he was forced to activate his ability and steal the fates first, because he had to destroy it at any cost. Otherwise, they would never get out of there alive. Characteristics increased dramatically. Almost all of them became 30th level, except for strength, which was at 29. He also activated the combat instinct skill and told her that the shadow could not destroy the original. The combat instinct began to look for weaknesses to strike, but there were no such places, and the instinct warned that the enemy was too strong. He also felt that he could not move, and the sensations became very acute and chained him in place. The shadow pointed a sword at him and was ready to start a fight between the original and her. But the shadow demon had a cunning plan, and in order to fulfill it, he needed to get closer. He opened his hand and brought it closer to Sokanrim, thus enabling him to copy his opponent's skills. And when the shadow began to use the ability to consume him, he had the feeling that he knew this monster. They became almost one, and the shadow did not let go of him, which led to Sokanrim. He fell into the memories of the past. Namely, he returned to the events of his childhood when he was very ill. His parents took him to different hospitals, but the doctors shrugged their shoulders because they could not diagnose him. Even when they lost hope, they brought him to one of the local shamans where she was. I had already warned them that if a child does not accept God, he will get worse. They were told that the God who chose him was very powerful, and he had to accept him, and then everything would go away. But because of his age, it was difficult for him to understand all the words of the shaman, and he asked his mother to tell him what it all meant. His mother hugged him tightly and explained that if he agreed, he would become a vessel for God, and I would have to follow his will for the rest of my life, giving up all my dreams, because without God's permission, nothing was possible. He thought that he did not want such a life for himself because his mother had told him everything correctly, so he refused. His parents hugged him and promised that everything would be fine and they would find a way to cure him. But on the way home, they got into an accident and the bodies of their parents could not be recognized. And there were not even any scratches on him, so he paid for his refusal to accept the deity. When he came back to reality, the voice inside said that his parents were the first to lose their lives because of him. After that, he showed that he had accumulated a lot of karma and transferred it to a place where there were photos of everyone who was around him at some point in his life. This creature spoke to him as if his conscience was pumping up his psyche and driving him mad. She skillfully manipulated that her parents and the entire Flying Tiger clan were caused by him, and even people from the demon dimension died because of him. Namely, because of the refusal to accept the deity, it worked as constant bad luck, so people around them suffered. Then they stood in a large pool of blood, and the creature hugged him and asked if he wanted to take it. And if he accepted the patronage, it could save both him and his partners, and if not, it meant death for all of them. And Sokanrim plunged into a huge abyss filled with water, falling endlessly downward. The voice kept repeating louder and louder that he had a choice and could change everything, even save himself from karma. But the only thing that was in his mind was that if he was not here, the Flying Tiger clan would be intact. Even if he agrees to it, it will be quieter for him here than outside, because it was very cozy. But still, the question was whether he would be satisfied with such comfort after such a long journey and events. The voice asked him to forget about the past, but he could hardly do it because he remembered the faces of all the dead. Despite everything, he still thought that he might have to stay alive and redeem himself before his friends. Although he spoke of all his friends, Shinsua was the one he owed the most to. From these thoughts, he was able to regain control of himself because he had not finished all the things he did not know if she was safe. And most importantly, he had to get her out of the demonic dimension at all costs, as he had given his word. God did not like it, and his voice changed significantly. He was outraged that he was constantly making the wrong choice, so he decided to leave Sokanrim's life here as the best he could do. Still, he was serious about seeing the case through, and he was ready to get her out of there at the cost of his own life. He was not going to give up, even though God made him doubt in various ways. He was not even ashamed to add to his words the idea that Shinsua probably regrets coming with him and wishes he were gone. So let him weigh everything carefully and make the right choice, since no one wanted him in that world. And it still didn't work, and he told God that maybe he was right, but he would get out. His hands gripped the handle of the seven-bladed sword very tightly, and he had to pull it out of the ground. In one movement, he was able to throw the monster away and draw his sword, and yet he didn't care about its stupid word. This allowed him to pass through the shadows and dispelled the spell that had been cast on him because of him. He could not break his word to her and hit her again with a strong blow, but this time on the ground where a crack had formed. And Shinsua was sitting in front of him, calling him and doing everything possible to get him to wake up. Seo Kanrim was still recovering from what had happened, just sitting there staring at one point. And Shinsuya finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was very happy that he had returned to her. Even the gods who constantly pursued him were shocked by her stubbornness and the fact that he owed his life to her alone. He looked at her with very grateful eyes. She had not left him and was waiting for him and was very worried. But not all was well, and Seo Kanrim took a good look at her and something caught his eye. Her hand, or rather what was left of it, made his eyes blurry, and he could hardly hear what she was telling him about. The fact that Dak Gojun didn't leave him either and fought the shadow to the last when it swallowed him up, but he interrupted her and grabbed her arm, asking why she didn't leave, why she risked her arm. But she was in pain, and she gritted her teeth and pulled her hand away from him and looked away. They sat opposite each other with their eyes averted to the sides, and he kept asking her to tell him why she hadn't left him. Then it was repeated that when the shadow swallowed him, Dak Goju tried to save him. But since he wasn't there, he asked where he had gone, and she told him that before the time ran out. He left, saying that he couldn't wait much longer, and that he had a novel to finish. So Kanrim shouted at her that she should get up and follow him, and she also said without lowering her tone that she could not leave while the shadow was engulfing him. He also added that this was the reason for leaving him alone, otherwise this would not have happened. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted, and she fell in front of him, losing consciousness. The last of her strength left her. The gods were watching and could not stand to call So Kanrim a piece of shit with no gratitude, because she is not just a human being. She held the sword in her hands until the end and lost the fight against the shadow and fell unconscious. And again she got up and fought for his life, so they emphasized that he should be grateful to her for saving him. There was no time to leave this cursed room, and to pull Shinsuya, who passed out on his knee, out of there because she has had enough of suffering. He took her in his arms as a familiar blob of energy appeared behind him, and the shadow returned again. God offered him to return to the world of peace, and that he did not wish him harm, and was ready for anything. But again, he gave him a choice without the possibility to choose, warning that if he did not return, he would destroy both him and Shinsuya. The beasts confirmed their intention with their ability, and in a moment, huge beasts stood before So Kanrim. He looked at them and thought about what to do and how to deal with them as quickly as possible, because there was no way to run away. Therefore, there was only one choice, to destroy the shadow once and for all, so that it would not harm them again. For Shinsu's safety, he called Rinnie and Aaron to watch and guard her while he dealt with the shadow. He was surrounded by animals on all sides, and they had to be killed first to get to him. He warned the shadow that if it attacked him, it would wound or kill him in battle. Then he will suffer as well, since everything is reflected as if in a mirror on him. And the shadow took his words into account and showed him that it had the ability to regenerate. Since the shadow was a god that had been haunting him since childhood, she tried to persuade him to surrender or accept it. This god sought to achieve his goal by any means necessary to get what he wanted, so he did not spare any expense. The Force sent more and more waves of attacks from huge beasts, only to exhaust So Kanrim more. A huge flow of energy illuminated the garden shadow, used everything and even more for success. But he held on with the last of his strength, and Shinsuya, who had woken up, saw him and supported him. This greatly boosted his morale, and he shouted with all his might to repel the enemy's attack. At the same moment, the strength increased dramatically as he reached its 30th level, and this allowed him to break through. And a light appeared above him now that all the characteristics had reached the 30th level, and all the conditions for obtaining an additional feature to upgrade it to new capabilities have been met. In front of him were golden scrolls depicting a rat and a message saying that the Zodiac was unlocked. He couldn't help but be happy about it, because with his new skills, he would be able to defeat the shadow for sure. What was strange was that even though time stopped, the voice continued to talk and mock the Zodiac sign. And he got a rat Zodiac sign, so he could choose a new skill that was associated with that sign. God continued to say that the rat was the weakest sign, and it would definitely not help him. So Kanrim asked to be silent. His sign was imbued from the very beginning of his birth, so he was. He was tired of hiding from all his troubles forever, and he was determined to accept himself as he was. Then he chose a skill called the Cry of a Cornered Mouse and squeaked like a big mouse behind him. His ability was just a perfect match for himself, and it was the perfect choice at that moment. Time passed again, and he spread his arms to the sides, not defending himself, letting the beasts attack him. The guest's teeth pierced his skin like blades, reaching through his muscles and bones and releasing a lot of blood. But he smiled only as he waited for his health to drop below 10%. And it worked. The skill was activated, and it threw the beasts away from him in different directions. The Cry of a Trapped Mouse had the first human rank, but the price for using it was a serious fine. So Kanrim told the god that his zodiac sign may be the weakest, but there is no one worse than a rat pinned in a corner. The first blow missed the shadow, so he turned on his combat instinct to increase his strength. And God's words that he would fail only fueled his determination to succeed. He will destroy it and get out of there with Shinsua at any cost, and will not repeat his intentions to him again. When Kanrim managed to wound the shadow with his sword, it became even more angry. He decided not to waste his time and finish off his opponent with his next stolen ability. The first time he tried to turn into a dragon, he succeeded, and a huge dragon stood in front of him. The rat's zodiac could not resist the dragon because it was afraid of it, so its ability decreased in strength. The deity boasted that even a man with such an ability instantly fell at his hands, and he continued to mock him because, being a rat, he would never be able to defeat him. But it wasn't that simple, and there was one more thing, even though he chose the most beautiful sword from Manager Gon's collection. But for this moment, he was perfect as he chose the blade of the generations-old dragon storm. When a dragon appeared in the radius, the damage that this blade could do increased 1,000-fold. Jumping into the air, he pointed the blade straight at the dragon's throat, piercing it through. The shadow instantly disappeared, and he fell down and his abilities were turned off one by one, but because of the victory. Overcoming a stronger opponent, Kanrim's destiny rank rose to first-class human, but abruptly changed and became third-class demonic. Despite the fact that he won, the voice did not disappear and continued to speak to him. But he tried to switch gears and insisted that he was imagining things and that no god or shadow was talking to him. His eyes were already closing. He thought he was leaving this world, and his thoughts were still about Shinsua. He was sure that she would be fine, that she would get out of there, and that she would not worry about him anymore. When a figure stood in front of him and put a hand on his voice, she said it was not yet time and he should go back. Wearing an oxygen mask in his pajamas, he opened his eyes in the hospital in one of the wards. He abruptly jumped up from his hospital bed and didn't even realize he had ripped several sensors off. When he saw Shinsua pass by his ward in the doorway, he got to his feet to run up to her as he could not say a word. Taking a few steps towards the exit, he fell face first to the floor, as if he had stopped walking, his legs tangled with themselves. With a broken nose, he lifted his head and looked at her. He was glad to see her, but he saw her instead. He couldn't understand what had happened, where she was, and whether she was okay. But different figures appeared around him, like visions in his head, circling the room. The message put everything back to normal, saying that he had come too close to his karma limit again. And again he recalled how, as a child, he was even expelled from school because his appearance caused all sorts of horrors to happen. They even blamed him for the bus with children getting into an accident, or rather, they blamed him for rejecting God. It even got to the point where his guardians brought him to a place similar to where his parents used to take him. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he noticed a rather strange thing for him. He passed through some kind of barrier, and the annoying constant voice stopped, and it became very quiet and peaceful around me. A woman in a long robe came out of the house and greeted him and asked if he was Kanrim. She introduced herself to him as Seo Huang, and in addition to a long robe, she wore an interesting hat, and she looked quite impressive in this outfit. I looked closely at his face and hands and noticed that they clearly bore marks of having been beaten. I asked the guardians quite seriously what they were doing to him, and they turned their heads away, trying to hide their eyes. Then she told the little Kanrim that these people had brought him for the ceremony to accept God, and the look on his face made her realize that he did not know. She sat down in front of him and continued to say that if this was true, she would not force him. Tai clarified that the God who chose him was very strong, and she was afraid that it would be very difficult with him. But she offered him to become her student until he grew up and learned to defend himself. Seo Huang took his hand, but the boy immediately pulled it away, because if he agreed, she would suffer because of him. But she just smiled, reassured him, asked him not to worry, and noticed that he had clearly underestimated her. Then she took both of his hands in hers and asked him to put aside his doubts and that God would help him. It may be difficult to do everything at first, but over time, everything will be fine. Then she performed a ritual on him, after which the spirit stopped talking in his head and nothing bothered him while he lived with. From the memories, his consciousness moved to a dream where he was sitting by a red wall. Even in his dream, he realized what it was. And the closer you got to the edge of karma, the more terrible things began to appear. And even the voice in your head could be connected to this. Back then, crossing the boundary of karma could mean that only death awaited him. He found himself again in the same ward where he had just opened his eyes, with only a ray illuminating his face. His animals were all around him, waiting for him to wake up and worried about him, and he whispered that it was all just a dream. But the nurse who was with him in the ward corrected him and said that it was not a dream, and he had been unconscious for a month. He immediately asked how Shin-sua's health was, and the nurse smiled and reassured him that she was fine. She asked him to wait a little longer, as she needed to inform the command because they were also waiting for him to wake up. She congratulated So Kanrim on his recovery, but did not know that he had recovered only physically. The people who woke up healed much faster than normal people, and when he looked out his window of destiny, he didn't remember when his attribute had risen by 2 levels at once and become a 3rd-class demonic. He had no recollection of what happened after he defeated the dragon, as if someone had erased his memory. I couldn't even understand how they managed to get out of the demonic world of the 7th. A knock on the door interrupted him, and at the entrance stood Manager Gong with one of Jusontai's time. The first thing they were interested in was not his health, but what he hadn't told them about his ability to steal fate. He let out a breath through his nose, and his gaze turned serious because he was familiar with this reaction. And he explained that it was only because of this inadequate reaction that he did not want to tell anyone. Manager Gong adjusted his glasses and promised him that he would try to be calmer in the future. In a calm tone, I asked So Kanrim if he had destroyed anyone for profit and to steal abilities, and the answer was definitely no. And when Gong slightly changed the question of whether he was not destroying it on purpose, his look changed dramatically. And the answer was also yes, but he clarified that it was only in self-defense, and added that according to the contract they had signed from the beginning, this could happen. When they had no more questions for him, he asked them what would happen to him after that. But his manager, Gon, surprised him by simply congratulating him as an excellent student and telling him that he was the best. Jusante tried to express his opinion that Seo Kanrim is dangerous and should not be offered anything, but he was quickly shut up. And the manager asked him if he wanted to join the ranks of fortune agents in the 2nd branch. So Kanrim did not expect to hear this, so he did not even know what to say for a minute. After apologizing, he refused as he had no reason to accept the offer. Again, Jusante could not stand it and began to ask him if he even knew what he was giving up. One look from the manager was enough to calm him down again and stop acting like a fool. I apologized to him because he had just woken up and they were coming to him with questions and suggestions. So I gave him my business card, asked him to contact me in a couple of days, and suggested that we meet at the gym because he needed to learn something else. When they left, he thought it was strange that they almost insisted on it, which could mean that no one had learned about his ability yet. Otherwise, they would have sought agreement until they were forced to agree. And then he closed the window on Ju Sung-tae's ability. He jumped out of bed, got ready, made the bed behind him, and headed for the exit on his mission to find Shin-sua. With the others, he found her room and opened the door, but she was sleeping, so he quietly moved to her bed. He touched the railing with his hand, looked at her hand, and bit his lower lip as if he blamed himself for it. But suddenly a warning popped up that an aura of death had been detected in Shin-sua's fate, even though there was no such thing in his past life. The compass of fate popped out of the bag unexpectedly, and something influenced the increase of its effectiveness, and different pictures of her began to appear in my head, and they were quite real, but she was still asleep at the time. Then a sharp pain engulfed So Kanrim's head, and the images became even clearer. Then there was a room where Shin-sua was chained, and a woman in front of her was telling her that he had left her alone and would not come. When So Kanrim came to his senses, he realized that the compass wanted to show him the future, and even in it she continued to defend him, even though the woman threatened to kill her. The next thing he saw was a heavy splash of blood splattering everything around him, and Shin-sua's body collapsing to the ground. The compass warned of a possible future reality, and it was shaping up to be one that would take her life anyway because of it. He reached out to pick up the compass, and as soon as he touched it, he was in that place, where he was crying near his parents' car and shouting to them that he would not run anywhere without them. His mother was able to persuade him to look for adults to help them. She put her hand on his knee one last time, because she knew he would be saved because they had no chance. He was running as fast as he could to find someone, and shouted loudly to them to wait until he brought someone. Then, when young So Kanrim ran away for a long distance, the car caught fire in a matter of seconds. And even in those seconds when the car was engulfed in flames, his parents thought about him as a little boy and were happy that he would live on. Even then, his father was worried that the boy would not be alone and that someone would look after him. When my mother said everything would be fine, The car exploded, and pieces of iron flew around. Seo Kanrim cried when he heard their words. Now he knew that they were trying to make him run away on purpose. But as a child, he blamed himself for leaving them behind. Suddenly, his tears were interrupted by a person who appeared in front of him. He did not expect to see her. In front of him stood Baek-yoon, right where the explosion had just occurred, and it was unclear where she had come from. The compass before turning off showed it for a reason, and it made me think about it. When the fate conductor was completely shut down, he stood in the middle of the room next to Shin-soo again. His thoughts overwhelmed him, and he tried to understand what he had just seen, and whether the accident might not have been accidental. She could not have harmed him since childhood, but what did she need from him when he was young? And it also means, he thought, that just as in the past, Shin-soo could be destroyed by Baek-yoon again. A knock on the door woke him up, and he saw that she was sleeping soundly, so he went to see who was knocking. When he stepped into the corridor, there was a person he knew from the previous room. That was the manager of the first branch, Siamong Engyu, standing with a beautiful bouquet of flowers. She was surprised that he remembered her, so she came to visit him, but when she entered the room, he was not there, so she guessed where to look for him. She thought that Shin-soo was very precious to him because he came to her as soon as he woke up, and she was equally precious to him. Siamong Engyu continued to say that she was well surprised when she pulled him out without his arm, being wounded from that dimension. She smiled and said that she did not want to disturb them and would leave after she had said something. She also offered to work for them at the agency, but in the first branch of her agency. Then she would bring Shin-soo back, but she could not say how she would do. She guaranteed that she would arrange everything if he agreed to join her branch. He knew about different ways to do it, but there were no gods that could restore body part, and it took too long to do it with objects. And she can just do it. She just needs to go to work for them. He was interested in how much of a contract he needed to sign with them. Her answer was obvious. The longer the better, and he would be given a deferral for a few months before going to work. But she insisted that all this would only happen if he told her the answer right now, and he was about to agree. But Shin-soo came out of the ward and heard their conversation and told her that he refused. And to make sure she understood, I repeated that Seo Kanrim would not work for a fortune-telling agent. She also began to lecture her on morality, saying that she should be ashamed of such manipulation and that even she was not the one who offered it. Siamong Engyu winked and offered her to join the agency under her supervision. She gave them 2 of her business cards and asked them to call her if they changed their minds, wished them good luck, and left. Then Shin-soo switched gears and said that he shouldn't do this for her hand, and that her hand was her headache, not his. I put my hand on his shoulder and asked him to be quiet for a while, as I didn't want him to think of anything. He was not a good liar, and he gave himself away when he tried to lie about something. So Kanrim took her hand off his shoulder and looked down at her, asking why she had made such sacrifices for him. She looked at him with big eyes and mumbled something under her breath about him being in danger, but he interrupted her and asked for the truth. It made her think a little bit, but she was able to say that she didn't know why she did it. And he kept pressuring her to tell him why, and the answer, "I don't know," did not suit. Then Shin-soo looked at him with her big green eyes and said that he was very dear to her. At first, she could not get him out of her mind when he helped her fight the wolves in the forest, and that he was watching her, and also on command, although he did not say so, and also because he tried to go through all the difficulties himself, even in the bone saw room, but there she blamed herself for putting him in danger because of her. But these were not all the reasons, and what she said next was surprising to her, but she felt as if they had known each other for a long time. So Kanrim stood in front of her with a stony face because he was not ready to hear this from her. When Shin-soo saw that he was in danger, her body seemed to react. She could not explain why they had known each other for only a few months. At that moment, I wondered how regression affects them, because just like Chan Ta-hung, I also had such feelings. Shin-soo stood in front of him, telling him all this, very hopeful that they would be able to work together in the future. To make sure of this, she grabbed his sleeve and asked him if they could continue to communicate and be friends. In this situation, it was difficult to answer him because if she stayed around, she might leave again, just like in her previous life. Or maybe Baek-yoon will find her and destroy her, just like his parents. And what if he just left her? But the Guide of Fate showed the future for a reason, and if he leaves, she will not be somewhere in one of the cold alleys. We had quite strong doubts, but we couldn't do it all over again. He agreed to continue their communication, which made Shin-soo very happy, and her smile spoke for itself. She also heard when she was admitted for treatment that like-minded people create their own clans and call themselves awakened hunters. So I said that I would create my own clan and he would be there as well, and he wouldn't be able to just leave it. It reminded him of when he wanted to leave the clan in the past, writing various reasons, but Shinsuya did not give her consent. Yu Haran read him all his requests, where he was not suitable for health reasons or personal issues, and even his conscience did not allow him to leave the clan. While Seo Kanrim was standing and enjoying the old warm memories, Father John saw him walking down the hall. His father was very happy to see him because he was worried about him, and he was also happy to see him. Since he was not patient enough, he came to visit the others, and they will also be glad to know that he is awake, John said. For some reason, when Seo Kanrim looked at Shinsuya, he saw that she had 2 hands, but he realized what he was imagining. She asked us not to wait for her, and when she changed, she would definitely catch up with them. That's why I didn't mind them going down first, since Seo Kanrim was already waiting. He walked gloomily to the elevator with his head down, thinking about how to find a way to protect her and get her arm back as soon as possible. The father said that there is a training center at the bottom of this building, and that's where they go. They were also waiting for him, just as they were waiting for them to leave the room, and they were also very worried when they heard about his strength. John straightened his collar and asked if he was embarrassed by the words about power, and he said that he was not, and that everything was fine. It was much more important for him that his father was not disturbed by this at all, because he still hid his abilities from him as well. The smile on his face made it clear that he really wasn't worried, and the father added that no matter what they said, he knew he was a good man. In a spacious room, the sisters sat at a table with Chanta Hung and talked about various events and battles. As soon as Seo Kanrim arrived there, they shouted with joy that he had finally woken up and came to them. They rushed into his arms, almost knocking him down, because they missed him so much, and we were very worried that he would not wake up after those events because of the severe injury. Jang Tae-hyun also greeted him and called him a sleeping beauty, but Seo Kanrim couldn't understand what they were still doing here. They told him in one voice that they were waiting for him to get better and that they were interested in him, and their attitude had not changed. When he said that he had to go with everyone, his sister looked at him and told him that he would not even greet the rest of the people. The second sister confirmed the words and said that they were very angry despite having seen everything. And so Kanrim wondered what people were saying about him and when his friends found the right words. They began to tell us that about 2 weeks ago, the students began to go home. But those who still stayed were discussing the fact that he hadn't woken up in a long time, and Jung So-won said the most that he was a criminal and shouldn't wake up. They tried to protect him from these black words in his direction, and he started to gossip that they were also accomplices only to destroy someone and steal their ability. Of course, unable to stand such absurdity, brute force was necessary, and only then did he become silent for a while. Next, Jang Tae-hyun got involved when he saw that Yoonbum had put this abnormal on the floor. When she told him why, he called Jang Sang-won names and said that if Seo Kanrim had been the way he described him, he would not be alive anymore. Calling him stupid once again, he clarified that one thought would be enough to wipe him off the face of the earth. Yoon Gyeol also joined in and addressed the crowd, saying that if he was really that bad, he would have left them in the room of sin, because the food he handed out to help them complete the task was quite easy to poison. The people's expressions changed, and they began to understand her words because they had some truth in them. When the boy came up to pick up Jang Sang-won, he said he didn't think Seo Kanrim was a bad guy, but he was still afraid of him. When he took him away, he was still trying to shout something, and they tried to ignore him. There were 4 of them left because their father approached them, and they could not believe that people were so scared. And they were even more outraged that they had done so much good for Jang Sang-won, and he did this to them. Seo Kanrim listened to them and realized that the situation was the same as in the past, and they were afraid of him again. Yoonjel asked him not to worry about it at all, no matter who said what, because they still believed in him, and it was also beneficial for him to work with them, Chan Tae-hyun clarified, and added that the demon dimension would soon open and he needed to prepare for it. The idea that the opening of the dimension is coming has already flown out of Seo Kanrim's mind. On the day of the awakening, people had the opportunity to awaken different abilities and destiny. When they received them, they were calculated according to 4 pillars and 8 characteristics. And on the opening day, when people started to fight different demons and go through raids, their abilities developed much faster than in a camp. Normal demon measurements were much easier, but many hunters would go on a raid for a big reward. And Yoonbum added that they are going to go to the ordinary dimension of demons for hunting. They looked and beamed with joy, waiting for the answer to the question of whether he would join them. He also looked at them, but thought at the time that his goal was to be the first to take over the demon realm. I told them no, but they thought that after everything that had happened, he would agree to join. And when they heard that their paths were diverging at this stage, he did not tell them that he would look for someone. He said he had some other things to do, so he couldn't leave. They were still standing there, outraged at him. One of the sisters thought that he wanted to get rid of them, but the other said that we could wait until he had resolved all the issues. So Kanrim didn't know what to do, because he was interested in searching first and raiding later. And in order not to lose communication and know when he will be free, he was added to the general chat. He liked their pressure. He felt that he was not a stranger to them and was as valuable as they were to him. A little later, in the office of Chaz and Aoi, Kanrim sat talking to her as he had to visit her before leaving. At the end of the conversation, she also suggested that he join the agency because he did not have God in him. But the answer was still no. He did not want to join them, and he did not want to accept receiving power from the gods either, like a bad test. When shamans accepted the will of the gods, they could not ignore the divine revelation of the god they obeyed. The goal of the gods was to make their name known all over the world. The more famous the shaman, the higher the god's title, so the gods gave all kinds of tasks to make the shaman stronger. As Kanrim left the building, he thought that without the gods in it, he needed to prepare well. He headed out of town to a house that was hidden in the trees because he needed someone. When I went inside and saw a very young girl forging iron, I realized that I had come to the right place. She thought it was a customer who had come to their village and looked quite young. But he told Hanroy that he had come to get her and that he was lucky to make it before she was dragged to the Fate Protection Agency. She was the granddaughter of a master blacksmith who was included in the intangible cultural heritage of the late Han Chul. The spirit of the master was present with them at that moment, and the grandfather knew well why he had come to her granddaughter. Hanroya was a rather modest girl, and as a first-class blacksmith, she said she was far from her grandfather's talent. To convince her to help him repair the sword that was damaged in the last room, he opened a window of her abilities, which indicated that she was of the 3rd demon class, with the fire attribute and the blacksmith's flame ability. I also helped her with some money, but it was only once, and that was for working on the sword, so she needs to learn to earn money on her own. He took out a 7-spiked sword from his bag and asked me to follow the revelation of God until he found her again. Hanroy asked, just before she started working, that Kanrim go up the mountain with her, because she needed to visit her grandfather's grave. He thought about it because it was late in the evening, and at night the energy of ghosts becomes very strong. Monsters can appear there, and it was already getting dark outside. So he warned her that it could be dangerous there, but agreed to go with her for her safety. Her grandfather had been considered a fugitive in the past, and he managed to persuade his granddaughter to join a Fate Protection Agency, but now he could hear and see him much better, and what he thought was most likely Karma's influence. It could also be that they were near his grave, which improved the vision. In general, in this world, the connection with the other side is poor, and the voice of the gods did not disturb him. But when he was somewhere near graves or shrines, the connection improved. Hanroy's grandfather was a god in the other world, and she accepted his patronage, but still went to the grave because only there she felt him by her side. Her grandfather passed away not long ago, about 6 months ago, and when people pass away, so their souls also leave their physical bodies, and the abduction of fate steals information from the soul. But if you want to pull off such a trick with a long-buried person, you will need a lot of mana. So Kanrim thought that he probably would have enough mana to try. But you have to be a barbarian to desecrate a grave in front of his granddaughter, even if it works out. When Hanroy finished all her business and they were about to leave, Kanrim's sense of insecurity warned him. He asked me to stand behind him as a large number of night monsters were approaching them. It was the first time she had seen monsters, and there was a wall of red eyes staring at her. Since the cemetery was very close to the house, after dealing with them, a charm should be made. As soon as the monsters moved to attack them quickly, Kanrim drew his sword and was ready. But I stopped when I saw that someone had glued ribbons with an interesting inscription on the monster. They fell to the ground dead before reaching the target, and Hanroya only got off with a slight fright. But Kanrim knew whose hands it was. Only one person possessed such abilities. He had healed him when he fought Gancheri, and now he came here for him for a reason. The first words of the guest were what he was doing here and why he brought the child to the cemetery at night. He asked her to go inside and wait for him while he talked to a stranger. That he had questions for each other, and when he waited for Hanroya to move away. When he took off the mask, he was surprised that Kanrim remembered who he was, by voice, even after 5 years. In front of him stood a guy he had known for a long time, with brown eyes and a long braid, and they had seen each other not so long ago. It was before the battle with Baek Yoon that he was in charge of the group of Jang Tae-hoon and Yu Haran. So for him it was not 5 years ago, but just a few months ago. He asked him when they had seen each other at training in room 6, and he recognized him, which is why he didn't say anything about knowing who he was, and so Kanrim said that it wasn't the right moment. He asked him a counter question. By whose will did he come to this house? On his own, or on the agency's order? He was not satisfied with this question because he did not ask about his mother first, and started with personal questions. So I crossed the river and asked the teacher how he did, but the other man lowered his head and said, "Mom." And he shouted to him, without holding back his emotions, that his mother had left them 2 years ago. Seo Kanrim knew for this, but since it had happened in the past, he was already used to this feeling of emptiness from loss. It brought him unpleasant memories. There was a small hope that something would change in this reality, but just like then, it was gone a couple of years before I woke up. I asked him why he was not invited to her funeral. He was enraged by this question because he fled his home himself because of what it could be about. When the shaman took him in, she had a son, Kang Do-hen, who was a little older than So Kanrim. And because he was older, she asked me to watch him closely. On that day, she also told Kang Do-hen that he would be her heir as a shaman. Her son was very angry with her for this decision, but she did not want him to share her fate because it is difficult to live by the instructions of God. So she asked him to accept her decision as it was, and she explained further to the kid. A very powerful god came for So Kanrim, and since he did not want to accept him, she decided to help him. Kang Do-hen wondered why he didn't want to do this, and asked his mother if Seo Kanrim looked down on shamans as much as the other children. He was not satisfied with such explanations, and was ready to accept God himself, even through difficulty. Even at the end of their conversation, he shed a tear and shouted that he wanted to be like her. The walls in the house were not very thick, so he could hear the whole conversation from another room not far away. So Kanrim tried very hard to make friends with him, offering to eat fruit together several times. But he shouted no and hit the plate with his fist, and the fruit scattered all over the room. When I asked for help with homework, I also heard a rude answer that he should think for himself. Even when I just greeted him at school, I heard him say in my direction that he shouldn't greet him in public. And of course, I walked home from school alone every day because Kang Do-hen did not want to go home together. But one day, when he was walking, he heard that the older boys had picked on the so-called brother for being the son of a shaman, and all because he passed by them, even though they had warned him not to appear in front of them because he made them see ghosts. One of them said that if he wanted to pass, he had to pay them for it. I caught him by the skin and squeezed his fist, swung it, and pointed it at Kang Do-hen's face and at him. Seo Kanrim intervened to stop them from touching his brother, and firmly caught the offender's hand. They looked at him, called him a baby, laughed, and were not going to let him go. After the fight, the two of them were left beaten on the playground, with their textbooks and notebooks scattered. Out of anger, Kang Do-hen said rudely that he hated him and didn't understand why he was following him around. So Kanrim looked at him with tearful eyes and shouted because he and his mother were the only people who were not affected by his bad luck. Kang Do-hen was reassured by what was said, so they sat in silence for some time. And when he had a little rest, he asked little So Kanrim not to call his mother Mom, because she was only his. He offered to call her teacher, and if he did, they would become friends and he would be his brother. After that, they walked home together, and little So Kanrim's life seemed to start to improve. And when the teacher performed several rituals to help him, and during the last one, he died for the last time, he heard the voice of God trying to tell him that even if he ran away from him, he would not be able to change his fate. He told him in response that everything would be different, and it was as if the voice was turned off, and he did not hear it anymore. He also stopped seeing ghosts, and, most importantly, started sleeping well because the bad dreams stopped. They didn't even think that he was causing trouble because he had been brought to the teacher with this problem before. She got really angry with that man and said she would rip out his bad tongue if he did. He would dare to touch So Kanrim, and she warned him not to talk about her son like that again. When they were a little older, one night after a party, he brought Kang Do-hen home and drunkenly told me why his mother loved him more and why God chose him. When he brought him inside, he asked him why he refused to accept God. He also said that it would be better if an omnipotent God like that came for him than for So Kanrim. At his words, he froze and dropped his brother's face on the ground as he could not believe. I wondered what he was thinking, because he knew perfectly well what he was feeling because of that God. Then he laid him down and covered him, but he had no words, because if Kang Do-hen wanted to find God, how could he give him up? So all those years they lived together were a living hell for him, and his brother became unhappy because of him. So I decided to leave, and with him, the reason for my unhappiness, and the teacher and Kang Do-hen will not suffer. When he returned from his thoughts about the past, he was very upset and stood silently doing nothing. His foster brother kept holding his shirt and shouting, why he couldn't say or do anything to him, because he was the best rookie. When Seo Kanrim said he did not want to fight him, he loosened his grip, but asked him not to look down on him. He said that he had changed, and most importantly, he had finally waited for his god, who came for him himself. Without saying another word, he turned around, put on his mask, and walked back to the place from which he had come. In the past, they were able to cooperate because Seo Kanrim was weak, but now, Strong therefore decided to tell Kang Do-hen the whole truth, but he had to wait for the right moment. The next morning, at the Fate Protection Agency, Kang Do-hen came to report to his supervisor. She asked me at the door whether So Kanrim had agreed to join their department after their conversation. He clearly said no, and the reason was a lack of interest in other matters. This report upset her. She had expected that they were closer than she thought, and that he would be able to handle the recruitment. Because I remembered that he had healed his brother and his dragon without sparing the very expensive cost of them. And Xiamen Engyu came up with another idea, and it was that they should go to the demon dimension together. There, he would have been able to better convince her under the influence of stressful situations, and she begged him to try to bring him to her. Then, to launch the plan, I sent a request to So Kanrim to enter the demon dimension with a team from their department, which he of course accepted. The next morning, he was the first to wait for his brother to join him. They were to go to a ruined city in one of the unknown dimensions of the demon. Even though he regressed into the past, he did not remember the unknown city because there were places in his head where something happened. And since few people knew this city, it would most likely not cause problems in passing. But the main goal was to talk to my brother. His brother arrived by car a little late, but he did not come alone. He had a friend with him. She was happy to see Inavi and was ready to help them with their assignment. So Kanrim did not expect anyone else to be there, and now it will be harder to talk to his brother. They greeted each other, and he said that he did not expect her to be on the team. And she told him that she came to help them because it would be difficult for two people to manage. And Kang Do-hen added that he should not be fooled and that she would try to recruit. And she was not going to deny these words because it was really so simple. She said that they would discuss everything later. When they went down to one of the basements of the houses because there was a passage, So Kanrim asked why they were not wearing masks, and Inawi said that today they were hunters, not agents. When we came down, we saw another group of people waiting to go inside. Inavi offered them to unite, but they refused, and told her about the undisclosed rule of firsts, so they came first, and had to go first. Kang Do-hen didn't like their impudence, and even called them not good hunters, because they looked weak, and suggested that they try their hand at weaker dimensions. But a member of the group objected, saying that their leader had a first-class demonic level, and the eldest in the group, So Kanrim, was still insectoid. He did not tell anyone his true rank, because I didn't want to attract too much attention, and the group that came first stopped listening to them and entered the dimension. Of course, they disobeyed their rule and followed them into the demonic world. As soon as we got there, we saw that the city was in ruins and there was not a soul around. When the latter crossed the portal, it closed behind him, and the task was to find and destroy the statue so that the barrier would fall and the portal would reopen. Kang Do-hen suggested that if their target was really connected to the barrier, they could sense the magical aura and find it. But their attention was drawn to the cries for help, and the voice seemed familiar, so they went to see. The group that came in front of them was running away from the mud monsters, and one of the members who had fallen was screaming for help. The girl ran up to help because the monster almost swallowed her friend, while their leader stood aside. Since they were in a dead end and surrounded by mud demons on all sides, they could only hope for a miracle. And the miracle in Inavi's face saved the boy from being consumed, and the girl as she was almost taken by the monsters as well. Then Seo Kanrim took a group of demons on one side, cutting them to the right and left with his sword. Kang Do-hen was on the other side, but he used his own method of placing marks on monsters to blow them up without using brute force. The girl from the group could not believe that they were so easily dealing with monsters. They were really real hunters, not like her group. When they saw that there were no monsters and no safety in the circles, they were curious to ask questions. How could it happen that in a few minutes they immediately got into trouble, but they did not understand what minutes we were talking about? The girl asked Inavi if it hadn't been several hours between the entry interval. When the first group received the answer that they were leaving right after them, they were panicking. Then it became clear that time in this world was passing differently, which meant that the hunters who did not return had been here for a very long time. So Kanrim thought that they would have to eat only from the store because the local monsters were not edible. In the meantime, Kang Do-hen examined the monsters they had defeated and was able to draw a conclusion. He found out that he had killed more monsters than his brother, and that was enough to be called the best hunter. His comrades could see the thought on his face without words, and they simply suggested that he start searching. To find his way around, So Kanrim took out a map And after filling it in, he realized that the world was huge, and they needed to search everything inside and out, so to make the search easier, they called Rini to watch from above. And Anavi suggested that she could search inside the houses and activated Tu's controller ability. She gave the little men a task to look for survivors, and if they see the statue, they should report it immediately. A group of people looked at them with admiration. They had never seen real hunters before, and they thought that everyone was just like them. SEO Conrim worried that the Tao are too loud to be deities in this world, but he did not finish his thought, because he noticed that since they came in his head, it had been quiet, the gods had been silent and had not appeared. Then he tried to open a store, but there was no connection, so he was constantly being thrown out of the connection. Even Kang Doan tried to get in touch with his god and also failed. This means that the hunters who did not return could not call for help, and their supplies were limited. When they were discussing the situation, the first group realized that something was wrong. They approached them, asking what exactly had happened and what they should do next. While Enavi was reassuring them and telling them about the plan to save Sokanrim, a good idea came to them. If the gods did not hear them, they could talk to their brother in peace, an opportunity that was rare, so he wanted to take advantage of it. They set off together through the ruined city with weapons in hand in case of danger, and Rini showed them the way. Panic continued to accompany the newcomers, and they became more and more frightened the further they moved as the destruction grew larger and the fog thickened. Then Rini stopped, and they reached the square, and the central building immediately caught their eye. With a fountain in the center in front of the building and its size, it could not be missed. It also shone like a Christmas tree, and was quite clean with a large fence around it. But the most important thing is that it was not damaged, not even a single crack on the facade of the house. As soon as they opened the door, everything was also perfectly clean and pleasant inside, and a pleasant smell penetrated their noses. It took a couple of seconds to realize that it was the smell of food, and because they were hungry, it seemed even stronger. The first group ran as fast as they could to the room where it was coming from, ignoring the warning. In front of them was a table covered with food, from vegetables and fruits to delicious chicken and hot soup on every plate. Their joy was overwhelming. They thought that there would be no more problems with provisions, and this was a gift for their suffering. Just in time, Sokanrim arrived and knocked the loaf of bread out of the girl's hand, which she almost bit. The leader of the group did not want to listen to him and started shouting that he was no one to tell them what to do. Kang Dohan came up behind him and called him an idiot for not seeing a very obvious trap, and added that he was no good at hunting. This made the whole group think that they were right, and that they needed to look around first. Since the house was huge and there were 3 doors in front of them, they suggested dividing into 3 groups and gathering at the entrance after exploring. For Sokanrim, it was a great opportunity to try to talk to his brother while he was alone. But Inavi stopped him before he could catch up, and she approached him with a question. Seokanrim looked at her and already understood roughly what she needed from him. She was also waiting for the right moment to speak. To ask him if he had changed his mind about the offer to join their ranks of agents, because she was worried that it was dangerous to be a hunter without a god. But the answer was no, as before. He emphasized why they could not find someone better than him. She looked at him, put her right hand to her heart, and said that she had never met a better hunter than him. It was not just said that way. Watching him, she saw that she was a lower level than the others. He did not give up and worked harder than others, acting quite pragmatically and using his mind. And he always tried to help people who needed his help, and most importantly, he never abandoned the team even if the enemy was stronger. That's why the agency wanted him so badly, but also because of his qualities, they wanted him to be with them. She also prepared a welcome party for him at his workplace and found good restaurants nearby. He was very pleased with what he heard and liked that she did not insist on joining them anyway. She left him with his thoughts, smiled, and said it was time to look around, wished him a quick meeting, and left. As Sokangrim walked up the stairs, he felt that Kang Dohan would most likely go in that direction. And so it was. Raised a little higher, he stood in front of him, and the moonlight through the window illuminated his silhouette. And by the evil look in his eyes, I realized that his brother did not really want to listen to him. So he asked, why is he looking at him like a predator, and is he also here to try to hire him? Turning away, Kang Dohan said that he noticed a bone saw in the room where the bandage was located. I then asked him if he knew that the more bandages you have, the more karma you have. Then I turned around and ran to him, grabbed him, and shouted, asking him what he was doing when he left them. What did he do to accumulate such a terrible amount of karma? Intercepting his arm to throw him off, Sokanrim asked him in response what kind of person he thought he was. But they were distracted from their conversation by a statue that appeared in front of them at that moment and gradually approached them. Kang Dohan thought that this was the statue they were looking for, and was lucky that it found them. So he took out his weapon to defeat her and to open the portal so that they could take people away from this place. The statue was not going to wait for them to deal with it and started running at them. My brother was fully prepared for the battle, but something was keeping him from gathering his thoughts and slowing him down. And when he realized what was going on, he stopped his brother's blow, defending the monster and shouted not to destroy it. But this did not stop the monster. He approached his back and swung his arms to hit him. Then King Do-hin dragged him by the skin of his teeth to one of the rooms where there was an open door and he could hide in it, which he did in time, because as it turned out, the attack of that statue could do a lot of damage because it was quite powerful. However, his brother was injured and was quite angry with him, even calling him an idiot. He shouted why he had stopped him and that he had lost his mind and wanted the monster to destroy them. Covering the head with his hand, Soikunrim told his brother that it could not be destroyed because the statue was a person. At first, I didn't understand how the monster could be a human, so I stood up and asked him again. I began to accuse him of being out of his mind if he could say such things and risk his life for a demon. And when the demon found them and broke into Kang Do-hin's room, he was able to fight him again after a little rest, but not for long. He asked Soikunrim to look closely at this creature and make sure that it was a monster. But still, opening the window of fate, he saw that in front of them was a person of Yang Se-ra's first-class demon rank with the element of earth, and his status was cursed. But the cursed man did not move beyond the broken door because he could not go further than the corridor. So Soikunrim kept silent that he had read his window of destiny and tried to shift his attention to one idea. He asked his brother if he remembered that he had a Keelan and wanted to try to break the curse with. So he asked Rina to get closer to the person and tried to break the spell. Rini lit up the entire corridor, approached the monster, and activated the purification ability. The fossilized debris began to fall and the reports really began to look like a girl, and he was right all along. The curse was successfully broken when he ran to her as she fell unconscious to the floor. My brother stood there not knowing what to say to this, but he opened his eyes wide and did not look away. So Soikunrim took her in his arms and tried to revive her, because he didn't know how long she had been in that state. While he was wondering if she was okay, Kang Do-hin stood there saying nothing, his mind filled with envy of his brother. He woke up much earlier than anyone else in the agency and couldn't believe that he was still inferior to him. Then Soikunrim said that we should take the girl downstairs, where it would be safer to question her. His brother lifted her up on his shoulders and asked her to tell the others so that they would know that monsters are people and not destroy them. When they went downstairs to the entrance, Inavi was already waiting for them and saw that they were not alone. She picked up the girl and asked if there was anyone else alive, and then the boys told her that there was. She was a monster and was cursed and turned into a stone creature, so perhaps the living can be in this account. Suddenly, Rini flew from them into the room with the food, a delicious smell luring him in. So, Soikunrim ran after him and found him choosing what to eat from the table. I grabbed the little fidget and told him that he shouldn't eat anything, especially anything suspicious. And he took a good look at the table and saw that after the last time he was there, someone had taken food from it. Then, from the dark corners of the room, monsters just as stone as the ones upstairs in the corridor rushed at him. Therefore, it was a good decision to run away from their attack because they could still be cursed. And to make sure, I read their windows of destiny and was surprised to see that it was the group of people who came with them. The only way out was to try to save them by lifting the curse and not die from their attack. But he needed Rini to do it. But Rini had lost a lot of strength, and when he asked him to break the curse, he was already asleep. Now he needed to buy time, and judging by such stone armor, it would be difficult to harm them. This made it possible to attack them without sparing them and wait for Rini to rest and remove the curse from them. A little while later, Enavi said in a very stern voice that they had warned her not to eat anything from the table. But the first team turned away and the heads hid their eyes because they could not and did not have anything to say to that. It's good that they managed to determine how all those people became monsters and to make sure they ate something from the table. They put a smell-increasing spell on the food. And of course, under the influence of time, Inavi continued the boy's word. People had nothing to eat, so they had to go and get something from the table. So Soikunrim asked her if she had learned anything from the girl, and she said that something terrible lived on the 5th floor. Kang Do-hin told the gluttons to watch the girl, and they would go and see. Before going upstairs, they noticed a statue on the wall, but went on to find out what was living there. When we went up to the 4th floor, we saw a huge number of stone monsters, and they were standing still. It's hard to believe that so many people could just disappear, and we had to figure out what to do. Kang Do-hin suggested simply killing them all, as they had already saved enough people, and that they are not obliged to save everyone. Their main task is to complete the raid successfully. Then, So Kanrim reassured me that we would not have to destroy them all because there are real monsters among them. His brother didn't like that he stood out again, but asked him to point out who the people were. So that he can tag them and blow them up, he just needs to point to the monster. But it was difficult for Sokanrim to do this, because there were so many of them, so he got artificial bee honey to mark them himself. They didn't have time to say a word to him as soon as they were forgiven by how quickly he took off. Quickly moving from one monster to another, he marked who needed to be saved, even though Kang Do-hen yelled at him that it was dangerous to perform such tricks with a carcass. But he asked me not to interfere and to choose a more appropriate time to read a moral about safety. So Kanrim finished his work, and then he could start destroying monsters. The marked people were chained to the ceiling with special seals. When everyone was finished, it was time to remove the curse from the marked one, and Rini was ready to help, but Inavi suggested that they return to them later when the raid was over. A large number of people could lead to chaos, and it could work against them. And then she saw that Chasa Khan had his hand over his nose. And at the same moment, they all felt the unbearable smell of blood that filled the room. It came from the staircase leading to the 5th floor, where, according to the girl, the most ferocious monster lived. Kanrim was already familiar with this smell. It reminded him of past events, and it was the smell of death. When they went up the stairs to see what was in that room, he used a flame, and they could see the bones of people. Since Inavi has always had a hard time with loss, she could hardly contain herself from what she saw. She realized that these were also missing hunters. When she picked up one of the skulls, she thought it would be better if they ate the enchanted food, so at least there was a chance to save them. But they were interrupted by noises down the hall, and Kang Do-hen was the first to notice and wait to see what might come from them. They were quite serious, as their behavior and frightened eyes and the smell made it clear that the enemy was strong. And before them appeared the figure of a man who was gradually walking in their direction and getting closer and closer. Inavi was excited because she thought it was another survivor and went to meet him. But Seo Kanrim caught her by the arm and asked her how long ago the previous hunters had come there. The last time she read about it, it said that the last group came in about a week ago, which, by the standards of this measurement, could mean that about 400 days have passed since the entry. And if there were hunters who came in much earlier than those recorded, then years could pass for them. Then the next question was what this man in front of them could eat if he did not become a monster. But in front of them stood a man with long locks and a very crazy look, who occasionally growled. But we could not let our guard down. This man might not be quite human. That's why Kang Do-hen first suggested pacifying him, and then thinking about what to do with him. They did not expect that the person they wanted to pacify would have abilities, but as it turned out, he did, and it was a flame. The man went crazy from the attack on him, and immediately tried to attack Kang Do-hen and bite him. And yet, he managed to get his teeth into my arm and bite through the jacket, reaching the flesh. Inavi managed to throw him away from his partner at a considerable distance with his staff. This gave them some time to catch their breath, see if the wound was serious, and continue the fight. In the back of Sokanrim's mind, he managed to open the window of this man's fate, and he did not like what he saw there. The monster man also recovered from the counterattack and was ready to attack with more force. Kang Do-hen and Inavi repelled a couple of attacks with flames, which was not difficult to do, so then the opponent tried to use physical force. And while deflecting one of the blows, they wondered why humans have the same amount of chi energy as ghosts. The pressure of the monster was quite strong, and Kang Do-hen sometimes thought that he was weaker than Inavi. Still, they were a good team during such a danger to their health and lives. Then the monster saw that one of them was standing still and decided to attack a rather easy target. Even though Sokanrim paid attention to the danger, he had a window of destiny before his eyes, where his rank attribute and abilities were encrypted, and he received visions from the memory of this creature. Before his eyes, he saw a group of people consisting of 4 boys and 1 girl, and they were confident that they would be the first to clear this dimension. When they ran out of food, one of the guys went to the room where the table was, and a stone monster came out. And then, after the fight, only 1 guy and a girl remained alive. The rest died at the hands of the monster. But there was less and less strength to try to survive. Although the boy believed that someone would come, the girl lost all hope. By shouting loudly, Kang Do-hen managed to pull his brother out of his visions as if he had woken up from a dream. He was forced to push his brother away by force to save him and block the monster's blow. He also reminded me that he had a 7-spoke sword that he should have used. He said that he knew that he went to the blacksmith for a reason, to improve his weapon. It was true. The 7-spindle sword was already glowing a bright yellow after the upgrade, and it had begun to have strong yang energy that drove away evil. And indeed, after he drew his sword, the monster stopped, and he could not look in their direction because of the brightness. Then, Unable to stand it, he ran off into the distance, blowing away from where he had come from, and so Canrim asked him not to catch up. In his opinion, the team had to find out something about the person they were fighting, and it was indeed a person. He said that this person became like this because of the large amount of karma that had passed abroad. Then Kang Do-hyun added that he had read experiments when a person was close to karma, and his characteristics were very strong, which explained the strength of that person. When the two of them talked about how much karma it takes to go beyond the border, so Canrim took it personally because he was already on the verge of it. But his karma was accumulated through penalties of ability because ordinary people's karma was raised through evil deeds. An example was robbery, assault, or even taking a person's life, and the more serious the crime, the greater the karma. And if he saw his past, it meant that this person had done something terrible for his survival. Once again, the team pulled him out of his thoughts about karma and all these events. Kang Do-hyun even threatened him to stop flying around in the clouds and get involved. They had a plan to complete the task to the end, and with the help of the seven-spoke sword, that person would not interfere with them. But Seo Kanrim could not leave so easily because he could not leave that person just like that. So he suggested that they might be able to clean it up like Gancheri with the help of Rini. His brother didn't like that he wanted to put everyone at risk for someone they didn't even know. However, he managed to calm him down because he already had an idea that could work and not harm anyone. He explained in detail what the plan was and assigned everyone a role in what he believed they should have been able to save. While laying out the traps, Kang Do-hyun still didn't like what they were planning to do. What made him angry was that when they were marking honey, and now they were acting strictly on his brother's instruction. And most importantly, he could not think of anything better than Seo Kanrim himself, so he listened to him. Then my brother came over and asked if he had prepared everything, because Anavi was already in position and ready to go. Since Kang Do-hyun was also ready, we had to lure that person into the room. Before he left, his brother asked him if he really believed in his plan and that everything would go as it should, because if his amulets were not enough, their plan would be a brass basin, and then he asked him if he really believed in it that much. Without even turning around, he answered as he did it himself, so he had no doubts about him and trusted him 100%. Seo Kanrim's words made Kang Do-hyun admit that his brother had become much wiser since their last meeting. But he still could not accept that his brother was better than him and that such a powerful god wanted him, and he whispered under his breath that he hated him. Walking down a dark corridor, so Canrim found the man and looked at him without fear. The man was tense when he appeared because he remembered that he had a frightening weapon, but he held his hands out to the sides so that the moonlight shone on them and showed that he had no weapons so he could calm down. When he was convinced of this, he immediately tried to attack, but Seo Kanrim was ready for it, so he quickly rebounded. Then he held his breath to activate the ability of invisibility, which the wild man did not expect. He was fussing because he did not understand where it had gone. He was turning his head in different directions trying to find it. But Seo Kanrim got behind his back and pulled out a sword, pointing it at the man who growled in fear. She started running away from him, but it was part of a plan to lure him into a trap. Running down the corridor, he hit Kang Do-hyun's barrier with such force that his head turned from the impact. Then the mascots had to call out chains to keep him immobile. Nevertheless, the man used the flame and burned the seals that were flying at him without much difficulty. And since they realized that it would not work out the first time, the next step was to print what? We attached them to Anavi's clay dolls. As there were so many of them, they became quite effective. When he tried fire on them, he did not know because of his wildness and lack of intelligence. The fact that the clay becomes stronger when it is fired contributed to the fact that the dolls grew a lot in size, almost reaching the ceiling in front of the person. They were huge, and there was nowhere to run. While this distracted him, Kang Do-hyun was able to eventually put chains on him to stop him from moving. Even after doing everything only the second time, the ceiling worked because the enemy was quite strong. And when they thought they had done it with a single sword stroke, a huge figure broke the barrier. They faced an even stronger enemy, and now they had to be very careful because it was a statue of Amida. She was protecting this region, and until they defeated her, they would not be able to leave this dimension. Her characteristics depended on the number of people. So now they had to figure out how to act, and there were already 2 opponents taking part against. She easily removed the heads of the Anavi claymen with her huge sword. This allowed the wild man to break free and escape while they were busy with her. But they couldn't let him do it because they had to see it through. Anavi took the initiative in the battle with the boss and said she would handle it and let them deal with the man. Although her abilities were very strong and she was able to build a large clay wall, the statue easily destroyed it. When Seokanrim saw that she was having a very hard time, he decided that it shouldn't be like that, and he shouldn't be here. He shouted out to Chasi Anawa that he was taking over the statue, put his hand on her shoulder, and joined the fight. He told her that he had a plan to defeat her, and that they should deal with the man in the meantime. Then she again called on To's controllers to help Kang Do-hin, who was fighting at the time. She ordered them to grab the monster and make the smaller ones sit on top of the bigger one. They were able to surround him again quite easily, which gave them a time advantage so that they could use the talisman. Then a barrier appeared around him, and chains wrapped him in a circle from head to toe. Kang Do-hin raised his staff up, looked at the wild man, and activated his binding ability. But this time, to prevent him from really escaping, he caused the shackles to rise from the ground. And I wrapped my arms around his neck, and, in addition, to prevent him from hearing the screams and growls, I put a seal on his forehead and put him to sleep. They had already had the opportunity to help Seokanrim, but when they approached him, they could not understand. Was he alive because the flames engulfed the part of the room where he was fighting, and you couldn't see anything at all through it? So they tried to shout out, but when the fire died down a bit and they could see what was happening there, they were clearly shocked. They saw Seokanrim defeat the statue himself and strike it with his sword with wild delight. Because of this victory over an opponent with a higher rank than his, he received an additional reward. Kang Do-hin's hands trembled from his brother's gaze, even though he tried to control himself. As soon as everything was calm, Anavi immediately came running to ask if he was okay and how he was doing. I told her that he was fine, that he was unharmed, and immediately asked how the man was doing. She also gave him the good news that they had managed to detain him. Until the two of them exchanged warm words with each other, Kang Do-hin could not recover. He wondered if he could become as strong as his brother if he also approached the edge of the karma boundary. A little later, Seokanrim called Rini to try to save the wild man, but all in vain. The message warned that the target had gone beyond the border and the selected target could not be saved. And then Inavi asked, because she saw that his expression had changed and that everything was going well with the cleansing. He said that it was too late for the man to cross the border of karma, and they were faced with a soulless shell. It was only then that Kang Do-hin's words were able to reach him, and he realized that the price was too high for such strength, but he was his brother. He was already at this very edge, which could mean that he could also become the same, and he would be gone. Then Enavi asked Seokanrim to lend her Rini to save the people from the 4th floor. I also asked him to rest a little bit because he was not feeling well, and I added that he should go home first. When she left, he felt uncomfortable being around a person who had been consumed by karma, because when they were together, all his thoughts were only about the karma he had accumulated and how much more he needed to become the same. And also, thoughts about the god who was constantly pursuing him, reminding him that he had to go to the other side. He was distracted a bit by his brother who put his hand on him and made him pay attention to him. To tell the truth, he didn't want to talk to him right now, but maybe he wanted something else. But he shouted in a terrible voice that it was time to finish his work as a hunter. Kang Do-hin appealed to the fact that during such missions, you can get even more karma and become the kind of person they caught. Seokanrim could not understand why his brother had such tenderness for him, because he always counted and said that he was only an acquaintance, not as if he considered him a brother. And when he said that he hated him anyway, Kang Do-hin froze a little in his tracks, but abruptly came closer. He grabbed me by the shirt and pulled up the top and said that he really did not hate it with all his heart. It was because he had everything, and he said that Seokanrim even took his mother away from him. But he emphasized that his not being there did not mean that he wanted such a fate for him as this person. Seokanrim lowered his head and thought about what to say to this, and whether he should say anything at all. And then I asked him what Kang Do-hin said he did not wish and did not want him to die in this life, and he confirmed that he did. Then he asked me to listen very carefully to what he was going to tell him, and said that he knew the future. When they came out of the dimension, Inavi called to report that they were out and that they needed transportation to pick up the 24 people they had rescued. Kang Do-hin asked how Seokanrim had gotten to this place and whether he might need to be taken somewhere. I did not expect him to answer and asked him to wait until they had dealt with the people to continue their conversation. When everything was finished, he took him to the good old place that he was happy to see and call home. Due to the influx of emotions, he stopped enjoying the moment, and his brother asked him to go as soon as possible. He had been in it for a long time, so every corner reminded him of some events from his past, especially his teacher. Kang Do-hin asked him to come inside because it was getting dark, and they were able to continue their conversation inside. He only asked me not to talk about my mom because he already knew the future. When I was putting the talismans on the walls, I asked him if he even knew how she died. And when I looked at her photo, I remembered that it happened because of self-immolation, and then my brother asked if he knew the reason for this act. But before telling him the reason, I turned on the barrier around the house, so he laid out the talisman, and he said that the reason was that she said before the end that she saw the future. She was called a talented shaman who could see the past, present, and even the future. But it was very uncomfortable because she could see the future, so she decided to choose the best option. And when Kang Do-hyun came home, everything was burning. Firefighters tried to put out the fire, but it was very strong. Everything that was left was burning in the fire, except for the note his mother left for him. 2 years later, he could not come to terms with her last note before her death. Still, I knew nothing and did not even suspect that this would happen, so I could not help her. And promising himself that this would not happen again, he returned to Sokanrim and asked what they were supposed to talk about. Because back then, in the world of demons, he could only say that he knew the future in 5 years. He would be killed in one of the raids, and many more good people would die. But Kang Do-hyun did not understand. Because his mother suppressed God's power in him during a rite when he was still a child, he had no more vision. But Seokanrim said it was probably because he had come very close to the edge of karma. Then his brother emotionally asked him how close he was to her, but there was no answer because he didn't know. But he told him honestly that he thought he could hardly change his fate on his own. So I agreed to go on the mission together because I wanted to talk about it and ask for help. However, Kang Do-hyun did not understand how he could help. He had no knowledge of karma, the future, and so on, and he advised us to talk to God. And when Seokanrim said that he still did not accept God, he lost his nerve and shouted out why. The answer was that God had taken his parents long ago, and he didn't think the rest would be any better. Therefore, after this, he made a promise to himself that he would never accept any god as a patron. When they were sitting in the room, Sokanrim asked if the gods would not hear them through his barrier. Once he confirmed that everything was protected by this talisman, he asked me to listen to him very carefully, and he briefly began to describe the events that had happened in the past, starting with his childhood. Later, about the training center, where he also joined the Flying Tiger clan with him, about everyday life in the clan, and the company they were always in, and the people in the clan. He ended with a story where Baek Yoon appeared, defeated the boss with one punch, and then took over the team. So Kanrim lowered his head, recalling those events, and said that no one ever returned from that raid. Kang Do-hyun couldn't believe that there could be such a great power to destroy everyone, and his brother added that she needed him. So he asked me not to worry, and if something goes wrong this time, it will end with the end of his life. I couldn't process so much information in my head and wondered why she wanted to destroy him. But there was no answer to that. So he tried to find it first, and then his brother asked him what his plan was. Because it will be difficult to find if only the face and name are known, then Seokanrim added that she has a first-class godlike rank. Kang Do-hyun had to ask him if he hadn't heard what he was hearing. Then Seokanrim continued that it was quite strange that no one knew a person of such a rare rank with such enormous power. He said that there were a couple of options for who it could be, and the first one was an option. This is the Director of Destiny Protection, because no one knows him or has even seen him. But it was still just a guess. But Kang Do-hyun didn't let it calm him down, so he continued to listen. Because neither the face nor the name of the director was known. Only the manager could see him. Then Kang Do-hyun realized that they wanted him to say that he would not even be allowed to come close to him. And even to look at his dossier, you had to have a security clearance. And it's not that easy. Seokanrim yawned and said, well, if he doesn't succeed, he'll figure it out himself. His brother turned dark with mockery and anger, but Seokanrim took out a photo and showed him if he recognized her. I was able to print out her photo with the help of a memory projector when I could. Calling him a fat man, Kang Do-hyun took the photo and said he would help, but only out of pity. I took a good look at her photo, and after a bit of digging around in my memory, I remembered that. Having seen this person once before, Seokanrim jumped up from his seat and asked who she was and where he had seen her. He didn't know who she was, but he remembered her when she passed by one day because she had a strange aura about her. Then he asked me to think carefully about where he could have seen her, either near the agency or in another place. I remembered seeing her a couple of days before my mother committed self-immolation. It was like an electric shock to Seokanrim because he began to suspect that somehow there are a lot of strange events related to the fact that my mother is still alive, and the cryptic note and the fact that she burned down the house with her, so maybe that was also the work of Baek Yoon. It turned out that his family, parents, relatives, and friends were all taken away by the woman who came for his life. Most importantly, despite having been pursuing him all his life, he did not know who she was. But he gathered his strength and promised that he would find her at any cost and make her suffer.